Yume Nikki is the best video game ever made. I promise that I mean that with 100% sincerity. If I ever change my mind and decide that another game is the best one ever made, I promise to make a video at least as long as this one explaining why it's better than Yume Nikki. I doubt that'll ever happen though. Hi friends. Welcome back to the first NOMOIDA review of Yume Nikki, originally released for free on the internet on June 26, 2004 by enigmatic, long-disappeared developer Kikiyama. I'm your host, DJ Locale Emulator. Well, I guess the primary tagline for this video is Yume Nikki is the best video game ever made. My thesis for the review is this. Yume Nikki showed us humanity, and we didn't even notice. If you expect me to elaborate on that right now, this probably isn't the video for you. It's gonna take every second of this video for me to try to validate that thesis statement. Being confined within the four corners of whatever screen you're watching this video on, the prospect of trying to sell a video game as being this important by effectively talking into a brick wall seems a bit overly optimistic to me. I knew that nobody would ever read a 100+ page review of Yume Nikki, but at least the nightmarish idea of a video this long attracted you enough to click on it. Let's not even get into the likelihood that you've already set your phone to the side or switched off this browser tab to listen to the audio like a podcast. Just as many of you have probably already set the video to 2x speed, expecting me to ramble through a bullet-pointed script that I neglected to edit down before recording. I never stood a chance to begin with. Just know that this review is not this long for a lack of effort and self-discipline. I wish that I didn't have this much material to meticulously write, record, edit, and render before I could explain why I like this game so much. If we evaluate Yume Nikki outside the context of video games, it's one of the most insane avant-garde works of art ever made. And in the context of video games, it's so unbelievably boundary-pushing that it couldn't help but inspire hundreds of people to try to replicate it. This video is necessary now more than ever because, for the past decade, almost every cultural zeitgeist of an indie game that's been released has owed something to this game, if not directly citing it as an inspiration. If you don't already know, you would be surprised at how much that isn't an exaggeration. Yume Nikki is the Velvet Underground and Nico of video games. The newest indie phenomenon to grace the internet at the time of me writing this script, OMORI, is almost a modern reimagining of Yume Nikki, and it strikes me that the vast majority of people playing OMORI today have no idea what Yume Nikki is. Most of the people that have played ONESHOT, Doki Doki Literature Club, or Undertale are probably in the same boat, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Following the same line of reasoning, it's entirely possible that you are watching this video right now while having no idea what Yume Nikki is. If you know at least the basic premise of the game and have seen some footage of it before, especially if you know the ending, feel free to keep watching. But if you genuinely have no idea what Yume Nikki is and somehow stumbled into this video, you're in a very special position that you might want to capitalize on. My suggestion is that you download the game through the first link in the description and avoid looking at anything about it online from this point until you complete it. My idea for the perfect way to experience Yume Nikki is to approach it like a book club with a couple of friends, get a group together to independently play the game for an hour or two a week, and then meet and discuss what each of you discovered, help others to find what you've found, and learn from others to find what you haven't. Repeat until you've all finished the game. These are the only instructions you need to play the game. You can move with the arrow keys, interact with the Z key, wake up with the 9 key, and use effect abilities with the 1 key. You can collect effects by interacting with entities and objects in the environment. Press escape to enter the menu and equip them. There are 24 total effects excluding the instructions effect. You must discard every effect other than the instructions into the room with the doors using the 5 key with each effect equipped in order to make the ending available. You can wait until you have all of the effects to do this or discard them as you go. There, you should have no excuse to look anything up about the game now. I think playing Yume Nikki like this will become one of the most memorable experiences you've ever had playing a video game. Maybe after you all finish, you can come back and have a watch party together for this video. You can also just ignore me and keep watching anyway. That's honestly probably better for the video's performance, but just know, I'm upset about it. From this point forward, I'm going to freely show anything I want from the game. I don't think it's really possible to spoil anything about Yume Nikki other than its premise, given the interpretability of every element in the game, but use your own discretion. I will say that the ending of this game is crazy and may be worth experiencing on your own if you don't already know what it is. I can't remember when I first heard about Yume Nikki. I know that by the time I first decided to finish it, I had already known about it for so long that I couldn't remember when I had first heard about it. I was drawn to its concept and art style, but intimidated by its lack of convention. Yume Nikki was mentioned a lot in the same breath as RPG Maker horror games, games which I loved to download en masse and play through during late nights with my friends in high school. Yume Nikki is not like other RPG Maker horror games. Yume Nikki is not like other games in general. This game isn't really a horror game, but I guess it is scarier than every horror game I've ever played. When I first finished it, I immediately knew that it was one of my favorite games of all time. It took me another 2 years to realize that it would be hard for anything else to pass it. I've found that, for as unknown as this game is, a surprisingly huge percentage of its fanbase considers it to be their favorite game of all time. There are plenty of cult classic games that fit this prototype, but unlike a lot of those games, Yume Nikki seems to maintain continual relevancy even today, 18 years after its release, through the sheer willpower and dedication of its fanbase. Yume Nikki, translated to English as Dream Diary, is a dream exploration simulator that successfully gamifies the process of creating a story. Being a game consisting of exactly 0 lines of dialogue, Yume Nikki indirectly implores players to try and piece together the personality and life story of its protagonist, MADOTSUKI, entirely through the act of analyzing their dreamscape. The only bits of characterization we can explicitly latch onto as players are that MADOTSUKI refuses to leave their bedroom, and they end the game by jumping off of their balcony. One of these clues is evident from the moment you open the game. The other will force you to reevaluate your own perspective only after completing the game. These are the pillars which your interpretation of MADOTSUKI's dreams will probably rest upon. Once asleep, you re-emerge on the dream world equivalent of your balcony, after which you can transition from your room into a nexus containing 12 unique doors. Each door leads to a different dream world, and from each dream world there are new paths and doorways to different dream worlds, many of which are not accessible directly through the nexus. These worlds interconnect in many complex and interesting ways. You can go through one door in the nexus and end up coming out of another. Most runs you'll probably end up waking yourself up deep within the nested pathways of the dreamscapes. Sometimes you'll end up in a dead end where it's impossible to return up the pathway you took. Very rarely, you'll encounter something which forces MADOTSUKI to wake up, ending the dream. A lot of the dream worlds in the game are infinitely looping, meaning there are no defined boundaries to explore the game around. Rather, you'll likely be trying to keep track of arbitrary landmarks in each stage while moving in different cardinal directions in an attempt to document the area. The backgrounds of the stages often scroll as well, adding to the disorientation. The things inside these worlds, even today, are mind-blowing. I genuinely believe that, given years of reverberations of ideas and influence throughout multiple worldwide scenes of indie games, it's extremely difficult to find an independently made video game from the last 5 years that wasn't at least indirectly inspired by something that Yume Nikki did in 2004. I want to make it clear that this game is way more than what it inspired though. I think it's more apt to say that, rather than being predictive of game design trends, Yume Nikki invented most of its own makeup and has yet to be properly replicated by anything else. Even though Yume Nikki inspired some really good games, no game has ever really done what it did better than it has, which is saying a lot for any work of art that basically pioneers a genre. Yume Nikki deprives itself of pretension by refusing to label itself in any way. The game is exactly what you get out of it and nothing else. I realize the irony in drawing appreciation from that fact and then making this, but I think it's equally clear to anyone who's played Yume Nikki that the game is dying to be discussed, even if it doesn't want to do the talking itself. Basically, I thought that this video very much needed to exist, so much so that I decided to make it. I also promise, with 100% certainty, that you do not know everything that I'm going to cover in this video unless you are literally Kikiyama themselves. If you're wondering how I can make a promise like that, keep watching. There are 11 chapters to this dream diary, each going over a separate topic related to Yume Nikki. In HYPNAGOGIA, we establish the purpose of the review. In Collective Unconscious, we discuss the original release history of Yume Nikki and its rise in popularity on the Japanese internet in the early 2000s. In Dreaming in a Dream, we follow a similar journey, just of the game's discovery in the West and the eventual release of its English fan translation. In NOMOIDA Reviews Yume Nikki, I review Yume Nikki. And Behind There Somewhere, we take a look at the creator of Yume Nikki, Kikiyama, and try to discern the inspirations and creative process behind the development of the game. In I Love Yume Nikki, we observe the fan community surrounding the game and cover some of the most prominent Yume Nikki fan works. In Everything in Its Right Place, in All the Same Stardust, we explore how Yume Nikki has directly influenced a wide variety of modern popular indie game titles. In MADOTSUKI Everything, we outline the continuing Yume Nikki brand and the ways that the series has been prophetized in the years following its release. In I Hate Yume Nikki, we talk about the turmoil Yume Nikki has experienced both due to recent explosions in popularity and internal issues among its community. Finally, Endless Slumber wraps up the video with a nice story and tries to ultimately sustain my thesis. These 11 chapters can also be viewed as 3 separate arcs, one where I discuss the history of Yume Nikki, one where I deal with Yume Nikki itself, and one where I explain the aftermath of Yume Nikki's release. Feel free to watch this video a chapter at a time, or even as one arc per day. If you do it that way, tomorrow is going to be a long day for you. Please remember though that I spent 3 months writing the script for this video and I'm releasing it for free on a channel with literally 0 subscribers. I'd appreciate it if you would be nice to me just this one time. I know you're bored anyway because you clicked on a video this long. Just watch the whole thing in one sitting, dude. Exert your free will. Anyway, the next chapter's about to start. See you there. A lot of events in the early 2000s converged to make it a great landscape for independently produced video games. It was just starting to become a time where basically everyone had their own personal computer and access to the internet. This meant that everyone had the tools to develop games, and there was one ubiquitous system which most people could play games on. Unlike consoles, PC games had no licensing fees, meaning that they could be made and released on extremely low budgets. In Japan, the term for independently distributed art is doujin, and this period started to see a number of doujin games generating massive fan bases on their own, with grassroots promotion and little to no production budget. The largest platform for releasing doujin at this time was Comiket, a semi-annual convention in Tokyo which housed an absolutely gigantic, chaotic marketplace dedicated to the sale of independently produced works. Comiket is generally considered to be the biggest fan convention in the world, period, meaning that in a time before digital distribution, this was the ground floor for trying to sell any kind of game without a publisher. In the summer of 2002, Comiket 62 would be dominated by 2 independently created video games, which both grew to become massive multimedia franchises, only further cementing the viability of the medium. The first of these games was a semi-reboot of a PC-98 series that the creator had worked on in college, reimagined for modern Windows computers 4 years detached from their original attempt. This game was named Touhou, embodiment of Scarlet Devil, and its franchise has become so ubiquitous with Japanese modern culture that it now easily beats out Comiket itself in Japanese Google search trends. The second game had a lot more legwork to do, being a visual novel made in a fairly simple engine that subverted industry trends by neglecting to give the player any choices in the plot of the game. With no promotional foothold, physical copies of this game were sold on the marketplace floor for 100 yen, or about $1 USD. Copies of the game were also snuck into other merchandise sold by the creator, and anyone that provided feedback via mail was automatically signed up to receive all future installments of the game's story for free. This game was the first arc of Higurashi no Nakukoro ni Onikakushi Hen. Right around Comiket 62, a series of game development tools were being released which made it easier for people to create video games without needing extensive knowledge in programming. The RPG Maker software suite actually began in the 1980s, but its newest installments proved to be some of its most successful ever, allowing JRPGs to be developed on and for Microsoft Windows for the one-time fee of just purchasing the software. In fact, RPG Maker 2003 released just about 5 months after Comiket 62. The one bottleneck for Dojin games at this time was the fact that file distribution over the internet was extremely archaic and slow. Even small games would be expected to take at least an hour to download if the user didn't have broadband, which was the case for the vast majority of users. Because of this, a thread on 2channel ran from May of 2000 onward, wherein posters would review free games uploaded online to let other users know if they were worth downloading. 2channel itself was launched in 1999 as an anonymous Japanese text board. The early history is kind of confusing and not that interesting, but in essence, the website was launched as a second channel to another popular anonymous image board, which eventually closed and left most of its traffic to 2channel. There was a period of time where basically all of the Japanese internet was centralized around 2channel and its infernal maze of subboards. There haven't been many times in history where such a large population of people were communicating unrestrictedly in one place. In 2002, the most searched term on the Japanese internet was 2channel. By 2007, the Prime Minister of Japan said in an interview that they occasionally posted on the site. 2channel was so successful that it basically single-handedly spawned meme culture, and eventually inspired an English imitator with its own storied history that I don't even need to name because you already know what I'm talking about. The most popular website to upload software and games to in Japan was named Vector. Pretty much every free game from Japan that was released before 2010 was distributed on Vector at some point, including Cave Story and that first chapter of Higurashi. Vector updated its catalog in waves. People would submit their software to the site, after which it would be collected and then released all at once for people to comb through for new games to play. One of these updates happened on June 30th, 2004. About 60 games were released for Windows. There was a Mahjong game, a recreation of Blackjack, and even a few games made in RPG Maker. There was one game on that list that went overlooked by Dojin fans at the time, but maybe it shouldn't have. Out of everything pushed to Vector's site on that day, there's one game that we still talk about. One game that lived long enough and shook the world of video games so drastically over its lifespan that you and I are here today, still feeling the reverberations. Self-described as a game about walking around in dreams with a very dark atmosphere. Yume Nikki, version 0. Yume Nikki, translated as Dream Diary, was created by a pseudonymous lone developer in RPG Maker 2003 with no promotion and no fanfare for the bulk of its development between June of 2004 and September of 2007. Spanning 10 versions and a patch, the first 5 versions of Yume Nikki were released even before Pixel's Dojin masterpiece Cave Story, marking the game as one of the earliest internet-era Dojin releases that anyone still cares about. The developer chose the username Kikiyama for an account on a music sharing site in August of 2003, and carried the name over when signing up for Vector to distribute their game. The name is written in hiragana, which hold no intrinsic meaning. Some have theorized that it could be a simple jumbling of enjoyable sounds mixed with the developer's name, which is somewhat common for internet handles in Japan. If we were to attempt to translate its phonetic meaning to English, the most likely interpretation would be Crisis Mountain or Machine Mountain. Evidence in the game's files and on Kikiyama's music sharing account indicate that development on the game started sometime in early 2003, shortly after the release of RPG Maker 2003 itself. While other developers had used RPG Maker to make games that strayed from the JRPG formula before, like 2003's independently released Kinder or the first Corpse Party game, Yume Nikki was unique in that it used RPG Maker to replicate no genre at all. Kikiyama promotes the game on Vector by saying, "There is no particular story or purpose. It's just a walking game." It's not as if this choice was motivated by an inability to make a more complicated game. In fact, It's debatably harder to use RPG Maker to make something like this than it is to make a standard JRPG, with battles, experience points, and a linear story. The engine definitely doesn't inspire the idea that it should be used to make a game like this. The idea of making a game about exploring dreams wasn't completely unprecedented, as we'll see shortly, but its execution was markedly different from the one well-known attempt that had been made before, favoring a more consistent approach that indicated more deliberation on the placement and inclusion of certain audiovisual elements. Kikiyama methodically developed Yume Nikki, pushing updates multiple times a month at first. New content was consistently being added, and the game underwent several major revisions within just a couple of months of version 0's release. At this stage, it seems that the game was exclusively being used as a passion project and creative outlet for Kikiyama. They made no major attempt to advertise the game, and almost seemed to be content with having Yume Nikki as a personal canvas for their own vision, regardless of how unapproachable it made the game to outsiders. Some of the decisions made in this early stage of development are truly confusingly dedicated, like creating 8-bit counterparts for every single effect to be used in a Famicom-themed world, or creating an entire arcade minigame to be played in the bedroom of the protagonist, something which was absolutely not meant to be done in RPG Maker. There's an alternate reality where Kikiyama continues to work on Yume Nikki in peace and silence until they've finished it, after which they dissolve back into the shadows of the internet, never to be heard from again. There are undoubtedly hundreds of genius works of art that have lost to the progression of time like this. Games that could have changed the world. For one reason or another though, this wasn't the case for Yume Nikki. June 19th, 2005. Kikiyama had released version 7 of Yume Nikki just about a month and a half prior, once again to no fanfare. An anonymous user makes a post on 2Channel's Dojin board. All that's provided is a link to the vector page of Yume Nikki, along with one phrase.
面白い
Often used as a filler justification for a post, basically meaning interesting or amusing. This is not a joke. The first response to this post of any substance was a random person replying to the effect of, thread. A thread about an RPG Maker game isn't going to go anywhere. The archives of 2Channel threads are extremely sparse at best, as the site itself made a point of never archiving anything, and the user archives which aimed to independently archive threads, so common that they had their own name,
まとめサイト
often went down themselves. This was further complicated by the fact that 2Channel underwent a giant fiasco in 2014 where the site was essentially commandeered by someone else, after which the original owner made their own version of 2Channel, while the original domain was changed to 5Channel, breaking all of the old 2Channel links, and it becomes a genuine miracle that we're able to navigate these old threads in any capacity at all. Threads on 2Channel cap at 1,000 posts, after which a numbered follow-up thread will usually be made to tie the conversation together. This is all to say that, in my research, this conversation went on for at least 66 threads, amounting to 66,000 unique posts. It's a good thing that 2Channel posts are anonymous, because this dude embarrassed the shit out of himself. 2Channel users immediately began to tie Yume Nikki's style to a number of different potential inspirations. These takes are invaluable to understanding the game. While it's easy to point to similarities that Yume Nikki has with other games now, as people with access to the entire developed internet, our visibility of different pieces of media isn't congruent with what Kikiyama had access to during the development of Yume Nikki at all. At the very least, these 2Channel posters existed in the same time, place, and culture as Kikiyama while the game was still taking form. The Mother series was universally considered to be an influence on the game, especially the Moonside section of Mother 2, aka Earthbound. A lot of Thread members also compared the game to LSD Dream Emulator, an avant-garde 3D exploratory game for the PS1 spearheaded by the insane artistic genius Osamu Sato. LSD has had a kind of second wind in the US thanks to its discovery by the early YouTube Let's Play community, so I think it's really interesting to see that average game fans in Japan were still aware of the game and saw the connection to Yume Nikki immediately back in 2005. Another user in the thread compared the game to Moon Remix RPG Adventure for the PS1, a connection that I absolutely felt during my time playing Moon, but one which I can't really explain. Maybe part of it is the iconically nostalgic Claire de Lune sample which plays while you visit your grandmother's house, which reminded me of the reinterpretation of Pokeball's Canon and D used as the save theme in Yume Nikki. Many 2-channel posters in this thread quickly and concurrently came to the conclusion that the creator of Yume Nikki had an extremely dark, twisted mind. Some commenters went as far as to assume that the creator had committed suicide based on the ending of the game, but the majority were at least concerned for the creator's mental health. From the outside, Yume Nikki seems to speak to the growing trend of hikikomori culture in Japan, a trend aided in no small part by the advancement and proliferation of the internet and 2-channel itself. A hikikomori is essentially somebody who practices extreme social isolation, often by confining themselves to their home or apartment. Remember that the protagonist of the game, MADOTSUKI, refuses to exit the door to her room. I'll get into hikikomori culture more when I actually analyze the game, but it is interesting to see the attitudes towards this phenomenon from people who were ostensibly already somewhat socially reclusive Japanese games fans at the time. The version of Yume Nikki which these people were playing was fairly different from the version most people play today. The most glaring differences are the absence of a number of iconic worlds, including the Numbers world which normally exists as one of the 12 Nexus exits, and the lack of most of the iconic events in the game. This led to a much more reserved version of the game, which was even more imbued with methodical exploration and discovery than the version everyone talks about now. Most of the conversation around this build was more concerned with the game holistically than any one event or area, and people were kind of constructively helping each other to find various effects throughout the game world by sharing screenshots and descriptions of routes to take to acquire them. This variant wouldn't last for long though, because Kikiyama was still at work consistently adding more to the game. I considered for a while whether Kikiyama was aware of the game's fanbase during its development, and whether that knowledge may have shifted the trajectory of the game in any way. Kikiyama could definitely tell by the analytics on their vector page that more people were playing Yume Nikki, and their email was in the readme of the game if anyone wanted to tell them about their newfound attention. With that said, they never publicly acknowledged their fans, nor did their workflow change substantially before and after the creation of the thread. However, I think Kikiyama was absolutely aware of this 2-channel thread, if only because the very next update they pushed seemed tailor-made to give 2-channel a lot to discuss. Version 8's most significant contributions to Yume Nikki were the addition of Uboa and Face, debatably the two most important factors to the game's success and virality. The oldest surviving Japanese YouTube video on Yume Nikki is a video of Uboa. The oldest surviving Japanese Nico Nico Doga video of Yume Nikki is a different video of Uboa, which was later stolen and re-uploaded to YouTube where it got 5 times the views. Such is life. Uboa is an event wherein there is a 1 in 64 chance of being jump scared upon turning off the lights in a character's room, after which a unique area with no exit can be accessed. Face is an event wherein there is a 1 in 4 chance that one wall tile in an area's map will be different, allowing you to stab the wall with the knife effect to view a secret area in cutscene. These are the kind of additions to a game that would only be made under the impression that a group of people are collectively dissecting your work, in the hopes of giving them something unique to discuss. Face is debatably the most narratively important event in the game outside of the ending, and the spread of Uboa is even similar to common Shift.js emoticons used on 2channel. The fact that the Uboa event chances are set when you enter the room for the event, meaning that a player can't endlessly flick the light switch on and off in an attempt to quickly reach it, signals to me that Kikiyama genuinely wanted 1 in every 64 people to experience Uboa on their first entrance of the area, creating some kind of disconnect between these players and other players who would be unable to replicate the effect without understanding the inner machinations of the game and manipulating the game's RNG. Unfortunately, RPG Maker games are notoriously easy to data mine. Anybody with a copy of RPG Maker 2003 can open Yume Nikki as a project and view everything inside the game. Sprite sheets, music, map layouts, internal event names, comments, and scripting. It is with a heavy heart that I report to you that there is not an original post of somebody accidentally running into Uboa after version 8 released. Instead, there is one user who explained how to trigger both Uboa and Face in a single post, ostensibly gaining the knowledge by prying into the game with RPG Maker. This post used a certain string of katakana to express the events awaiting after flicking the lights on and off.
Uber.
This phrase was a 2channel meme referencing dialogue from the character Emperor Matthias in Final Fantasy II. Upon beating this character as a boss, they unleash a final death knell in the form of Uba, which is a very funny noise to make in lieu of, like, just yelling.
Mate! Watashi wa kaette kuru zo!
In the English translation, this was converted to an equally funny but less often joked about Unga! Probably less joked about because nobody in America has played Final Fantasy II. Most of the characters in Yume Nikki were named by random anonymous people in this 2-channel thread, because any character which solely exists in a sprite sheet wasn't individually named by Kikiyama in the files, with the exception of MADOTSUKI. You can see how some of the names of characters in this game were influenced by the need to clearly and concisely convey information through text. For instance, Poniko's name literally just means ponytail girl. Kemikurako means igloo child. Mafurako means muffler girl. QQ is the Japanese onomatopoeia for a rubbing noise. Dave Spector is just a guy who people thought looked like the character. One of the only exceptions to this is Seka Masada, whose actual full name is
センチメンタル小室マイケル坂本ダダ先生
which references multiple different people, including 2 Japanese pianists and Michael Jackson. Regardless of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the discovery of Uboa and Face, Kikiyama immediately had 2-channel on their hook with this update. The wait between version 8 and version 9 was the first time that 2-channel users had actually been around for a full cycle of Kikiyama's development process. And it was also the longest development cycle up to that point, taking about 4 months to complete. People in the thread started joking about what was taking Kikiyama so long. One person said that the game was going to turn into a side-scrolling action game. One person said that the game was going to become a racing game. And one person said that the game was going to be in 3D. Little did they know that they would all eventually be right. The anticipation was high for another update. One user said that they were more excited for the release of version 9 than the upcoming birthdays of their little brother and grandmother. I really had to work to fit that into the script somewhere. Version 9's eventual release in December of 2005 would be another boost in popularity for Yume Nikki as 2-channel users dissected and analyzed the changes and additions that Kikiyama had made. These constant bumps of new content wouldn't last forever though. Those complaining about the wait for version 9 had no idea of what was waiting after this update. As fans would slowly realize, Kikiyama was not planning on coming back anytime soon. For nearly 2 years, Kikiyama seemingly disappeared from the internet, going completely dark on all of their accounts. This period of time was truly a dark age for fans of Yume Nikki. Users were slowly but surely peeling back the layers of this game, running out of discussion topics that hadn't already been covered at some point before. Very little new or unique information entered the thread at this point, and the fans who stayed became defensive over the game, rejecting new fans who hadn't discovered the game directly from 2-channel. In November of 2007, the Japanese YouTube clone Nico Nico Doga was launched, first as a paywalled service before eventually becoming free. It wasn't long before the first videos of Yume Nikki began appearing on Nico Nico Doga, and 2-channel users were not happy. Beyond the simple assertion that Nico Nico Doga users were cringe and they were going to turn Yume Nikki into more disposable shot content, some users genuinely felt as if documenting the game in this way was going against Kikiyama's wishes. Kikiyama had asked that no elements of the game be redistributed in the readme of the game, but taking it one step further, fans argued that simply showing videos of events like Uboa and providing video walkthroughs to get all of the effects turned Yume Nikki into more of a list of tasks to complete than an open-ended, exploratory game. This scene was so insular at this time that the guy that uploaded the first videos of the game to Nico Nico actually showed up in the thread to apologize and explain their reasoning. One user responded by saying something along the lines of, "I don't care if Kikiyama doesn't want their gameplay on Nico Nico. They're never going to update the game again anyway." Seemingly putting into the open what everybody refused to admit, fans started to come to terms with the idea that this was what Yume Nikki was going to be forever, and Kikiyama was never coming back. While this debate was ongoing, another subgroup of fans discussed the idea of making their own version of Yume Nikki, perhaps in part to quell the dry spell of content. They concluded that it might be easiest if the work was divided so that each fan was in charge of a single room, as the prospect of making an entirely new game by oneself was too daunting. These fans would soon decide to move to a new thread to organize a collaborative effort to make a crowdsourced sequel to Yume Nikki. We'll get back to that sometime later. On September 15th, 2007, 637 days after the release of version 9, the Yume Nikki 2-channel thread exploded with discussion over a seemingly inconsequential new discovery. Kikiyama had just updated their website, adding a few bullet points to their section describing bugs in the game. Immediately, The thread began celebrating the return of Kikiyama, at least the revelation that they were still alive. This was the first time in over a year and a half that Kikiyama had done literally anything at all. The most hopeful posters began speculating that Kikiyama may actually return to add more to the game, a version 10 after all this time gone. 2 days later, a frequenter of the thread rushed to comment their discovery. Those hopeful fans were actually right. Kikiyama had finished version 10, and it was only a matter of time before the update appeared on Vector. The following 13 days were absolutely agonizing for thread users. As I mentioned earlier, Vector updates in waves, but nobody knew for certain when Kikiyama had submitted version 10, and what release window that would line up with. Vector sometimes updated very, very late at night. These users would stay up all night waiting for Vector to update in the hopes that Yume Nikki would be part of the batch of software that was pushed. All of this hype pushed Yume Nikki into the top 10 most popular downloads on Vector, something I'm pretty sure the game had never accomplished before. Users expected the game to release on September 29th. Many were very angry at Vector when they stayed up all night for nothing. Only a couple days later, everyone was re-hyped on the idea that the update would release on October 1st, the next batch of Vector uploads. Once again, users made plans to watch Vector and the thread all day in case version 10 released. At around 5 PM on October 1st, when the first user successfully downloaded version 10, the thread exploded into instant celebration. Everyone else feverishly attempted to get the game to show up on their end, cursing their slow internet and putting heavy load onto Vector's servers. Users were posting just to prove that they were there on the night that it dropped, while promising that they would be leaving the thread immediately to experience the new update completely blind. Yume Nikki immediately shot to the number 2 most popular game on Vector, marking a new high watermark for the game's popularity and officially propelling it into near mainstream doujin territory. Version 10 was a big update, completely reworking Neon World and introducing the new Staircase of Hands, Mall Rooftop, Mars section of the game. There is a lot of essential Yume Nikki content that only began existing in this version. Kikiyama also went out of their way to make the game feel less like an RPG Maker project posted onto the internet, and more like a finished game. There was now a unique executable with its own art instead of the default RPG Maker one, and most of the game's files were changed to a less parsable XYZ file format instead of just being openly viewable as PNGs. Changes to certain things, like the fact that the currency of the game had changed from yen to RPG Maker default G, indicated that Kikiyama had most likely restarted Yume Nikki from a fresh project file for this release. To me, this signals that version 9 could have been the final version of Yume Nikki, but Kikiyama made a conscious decision at some point in that 2-year gap to come back. The reason why will probably forever remain a mystery. As with every prior release, the readme for Yume Nikki version 10 ends with the line,
今後も不定期でいろいろ差し替えを追加していく予定です。
We plan to replace or add various items on an irregular basis in the future. As a result of Kikiyama's reworking the entire game into a new project file, there were a number of new glitches in this version of Yume Nikki. Fans created their own patch in the very short amount of time during which Kikiyama was inactive, but 6 days later on October 6th, Kikiyama would post the Yume Yusei patch to their own website, fixing most of the issues players had brought up with this version by simply drag and dropping it into the game's files. Kikiyama seemed to be back in full force, being more responsive than they had ever been since 2channel first found Yume Nikki. They even posted to their Music eClub account for the first time since 2005. And that was it. Kikiyama never returned to update Yume Nikki past this point, ostensibly their final gift to fans of the game. They left the internet basically forever, only returning about 3 times to change their rapidly outdating website in the next 15 years. Never an explanation, never an acknowledgement, never a follow-up. Remembering all the way back to 2003, when Kikiyama was quietly forming the idea for something new, posting their sketches and music for an empty audience, it isn't hard to imagine that things would end this way. Kikiyama was never asking to be famous, to make the next doujin franchise, or even to make money off of their art. Kikiyama never owed anything to anyone. Kikiyama never asked for this. Those fans may have formed some kind of odd attachment to Kikiyama, but that never meant that the feelings were mutual. Well, this wraps up the Japanese origins of the game. The history of Yume Nikki's pilgrimage to Western audiences has also been shrouded in mystery basically since it happened. In my search for the original English translator for Yume Nikki, I inadvertently tripped over the entirety of this early history, being completely undocumented. That's coming up right now. Most people who play Yume Nikki today are probably doing so through the 2018 redistribution of the game on Steam, which was published by Playism. This port was actually originally released around 2012 along with the launch of Playism, but was largely ignored until it was put on Steam as promotion for another project. The thing is, fans of Yume Nikki were actually pretty unhappy with the Steam port when it first released. Beyond a few new bugs in the game, the biggest complaint was that the names of multiple effects were different from the fan translation, which had been most people's introduction to the game. This backlash is kind of odd though. These are official names for the effects greenlit by Kikiyama, and if anything, they're more accurate translations than what was being used before. Where was all of this sentimentality coming from? The original fan translation of Yume Nikki was pretty important. Even Japanese fans and representatives of Yume Nikki have commented on the fact that the game is surprisingly popular in the West, and was one of the first Japanese indie games to find major success in the English indie game scene. Basically everybody that played the game in English up until 2018 did so through this one fan translation, which has been re-uploaded and redistributed for years, quickly losing track of its own history and origin. Nobody has ever really documented who originally translated Yume Nikki, or how the game even left Japanese internet circles in the first place. The translation of Yume Nikki has always included an English readme, although the translator didn't credit themselves in it. The Yume Nikki wiki says that the translation is from Uboa-chan, but that order of events doesn't make any sense. Why would an English form for Yume Nikki exist before the game was translated into English? Yume Nikki's popularity in the Western indie game scene was most likely sparked when Derek Yu wrote an article about the game for TigSource on April 9th, 2008. TigSource was the epicenter of indie game development in the mid-2000s. It's kind of surreal to browse these posts and just see random usernames that just so happened to develop games years after this that I've played. The devs that went on to make Minute and Nuclear Throne are just in the thread for Minecraft, talking about it candidly with Notch as a cool amateur attempt at a clone of Infiniminer, which, by the way, was developed by the same guy that went on to develop Space Chem and Infinifactory. Derek Yu himself is probably the greatest example of this though. While Derek ran TigSource back in the day, he's really always been a game developer first. If you're familiar with his work, it's probably for his 2008 game Spelunky, which has often been reviewed as one of the best games ever made. Spelunky was another early advocate for hobbyist game-making engines being developed in GameMaker Studio. Derek Yu is probably the single most important figure holistically in the creation of the modern indie game scene in the West. Derek had a thread on TigSource where people could make recommendations for indie games that he should highlight on his blog. He wrote his review of Yume Nikki 2 days after someone recommended it in this thread. They said they had found out about the game via its recent circulation on 4chan. Now, finding a thread like this on 4chan today would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The archival situation of 4chan isn't much better than 2channel, and all we can really gather from this is that the game was posted sometime before April 7th, 2008 on some board. One question we might be able to answer though is how 4chan found out about the game. I can't, with 100% certainty, say that this is the first English article on Yume Nikki. However, it wouldn't surprise me. In August of 2007, version 10 hadn't even been released. Kikiyama was still active on the internet. Canned Dogs was a weblog which mainly served to provide Japanese news on various doujin and anime translated to English. They were super active, posting multiple times a day on basically every franchise and all sorts of news, including news on general cultural phenomena happening in Japan. I have to warn you, if you plan to actually look through this blog, that there are a lot of articles about less moral topics too. This article was just one of the many small blurbs written on stuff the author, Zeppy, found interesting. Zeppy probably found out about the game from its 2-channel thread, or the videos on Nico Nico that had just begun surfacing. Regardless, this site is linked in the earliest Yume Nikki fan translation readme as a resource to read more about the game. I also found this article linked in one other suspicious place. Crazily enough, there is one fairly comprehensive archive of some 4chan boards which exists only between July of 2006 and May of 2008, named 4Museum, cutting off mere weeks after Derek Yu's article. I figured that there was a good chance that the origins of Yume Nikki's Western fanbase lie somewhere in this infernal maze. I searched through days of archived V-threads from the month preceding that TigSource comment, and I eventually came across this post from March 28th of 2008, titled Yume Nikki Dream Diary. Anon simply states, "I'm going to post this every day until you like it," along with a rapid share link to the game. And they basically did, starting new threads constantly, annoying everyone on V until they reluctantly tried the game. When asked what the game was, they would reply with that Canned Dogs blog post. It's always hard to trace things like this when anonymity is involved, especially when none of the relevant users were using trip codes to identify themselves. However, it seems like Yume Nikki's rise in popularity on 4chan can almost entirely be chalked up to one person. There were two major issues with their plan though. First off, the game required a Japanese RPG Maker 2003 RTP, which was installed with a Japanese executable that basically didn't work on English Windows. To circumvent this, the user re-uploaded the game with everything preloaded on a Japanese system locale to make it easier for people to play without having to change system settings and do a bunch of other trash. The other big issue was, of course, that all of the game's text was written in Japanese. Yume Nikki doesn't rely on text much at all, so the game was still playable without being able to read anything, but the fact that parts of the game were actually indecipherable for English-speaking players was still an annoyance that few were willing to put up with, especially for a random Japanese game made in RPG Maker that nobody knew about. Recognizing this, the same user posted an image on March 31st, 2008, containing their own loose translation of all of the Japanese text in the game, noting that they only had about 2 semesters of Japanese education. That's right, the person that wrote the original translation of Yume Nikki barely spoke Japanese. It was perfect luck that Yume Nikki was so light on text that one guy who took some college classes in Japanese was able to mostly correctly translate the text, while also evidently not being fluent enough to realize that Kikiyama asked for their files not to be redistributed in the readme of the game. Oops. All that was left was for someone with a copy of RPG Maker 2003 to open the game as a project and change all of the text to English. And that's exactly what happened 2 days later, on April 2nd, 2008, when an anonymous poster released the English fan translation of Yume Nikki on V hacked into the original game's files. Posters were so confused that the game had been translated so quickly that they actually thought it was a scam, waiting for someone to download it and confirm it was real. In another 2 days, the game was repackaged into an installer with included RTPs that made it basically natively run on modern English Windows. This release of Yume Nikki was published 5 days before Derek Yu posted his article on TigSource. Yume Nikki went from being virtually unknown to English speakers to being broadcast on the central hub for independent video games in the West within the span of 12 days. Mostly because of the dedication of one random anonymous poster who wouldn't stop annoying people on V. Within a week, someone had uploaded the ending of the game on YouTube using the English fan translation. About 9 months later, Uboa-chan would be formed as an offshoot message board dedicated to Yume Nikki. It really was a perfect storm that led to Yume Nikki being so easily transmittable across cultures. Not only was the game so light on text that it could easily be translated into other languages, but it was also made with a tool that had so little protection that basically anyone could modify the game as easily as Kikiyama could, with no programming knowledge. Compared to ROM hacks, which often take teams of extremely talented programmers doing machine code level edits to the game translating much larger sections of text to English, while also dealing with issues like text spacing inconsistencies between the same line in two different languages, or more fragile dialogue which is open to multiple interpretations or is maybe just untranslatable to English. Yume Nikki was hilariously easy to localize, while still being hilariously difficult to understand. The unique concept, weird art, cryptic backstory, and ease of access let Yume Nikki spread like wildfire across English-speaking game forums, and it quickly became one of the most popular Japanese indie games outside of Japan, almost like a repeat of what had happened on 2channel just a couple of years before. Yume Nikki proved itself to have legs outside of free games fans in Japan. There was something universally compelling and unique about the game that drew people all over the world to it. I guess I've stalled long enough. It's time we talk about what made Yume Nikki so important to so many people. Is what I would say if it wasn't time for the first intermission. This part of the video is completely optional. It has nothing to do with Yume Nikki. It's like almost like a director's commentary type thing. So if you hate me and you don't like me and you don't want to hear my voice anymore, you can just skip to the next chapter. Assuming you're doing the arc a day thing, this is kind of like a bookend to the first arc. So this is also your opportunity to escape the trap that I've laid for you. If the audio quality of this section sounds any worse, it's because I'm recording it into my phone in a car because it's January 10th and I'm planning on releasing this video on January 21st, so I don't really have any time to set up a nice recording environment. Yeah, so I wrote out like a bunch of bullet points for what I was going to talk about in this intermission, and now I'm in a car, so I don't have my computer. I probably should have thought about that before I came out here. So in the process of making this video, I had to learn how to do voiceover work, and I also had to learn how to do video editing. I had no experience in Premiere when I started this video. If you'll notice, the editing, the visual editing, is very bare bones in this video. Part of that is because I set a strict deadline for myself, and part of it is because I wasn't confident enough to do anything more complicated. I don't think it's too detracting to the video though. In the same way, there are a ton of little flubs and blemishes in the audio of this video that I could just freak out about and keep going back to fix. If I did that, this video would never come out, and it's out, so you know I didn't do that. You know, it's very hard to look at a script on your phone and talk into a microphone and not have it come out sounding like insanely robotic. The entire first take that I did of this script, I'm just like quiet and like I have no emotion in my voice. I basically had to re-record the entire audio of this review 2 times. But I don't want to point out like the issues that I see in this video because I think that like they're probably not that noticeable unless you're literally the guy that made the video. The final stage of production for this, where I was editing, I had been editing for maybe 5 to 6 hours a day, every day. I would wake up and then play the song Showtime by Jaleel 4 times on loop to hype myself up, and then just go right into editing all day. I edited on Christmas, I edited on New Year's Eve, I edited on New Year's Day, and then the day after I finished the final pass through on the visual side of the review, I slept for 14 hours. So this is me on the other side of that. You might see some desperation in the text editing of this review from when I was in that endless grind. When I was starting with Premiere, I made only 2 practice videos to kind of understand how Premiere worked, and that was all I had going into, like, actually creating the video, why don't we take a look at those 2 practice videos right now?
I'm about to go to Taco Bell and get me a box.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud of that second one. I don't know, that's like a very confusingly emotional edit. I don't know how I did that. I didn't really point it out much in these first 3 chapters, but all of the research into these old 2channel threads and the 4chan threads, like Wayback Machine archives, I did all of that firsthand. None of that was collected on the English internet when I started research for this video. And I realize that after this video comes out, a lot of that stuff might be added to like the Yume Nikki wiki or the cutting room floor, and maybe watching this video like a year after it comes out, it won't be as interesting because the dialogue around the game will have shifted to include all of this information. Although I don't think that's the worst fate, that this video becomes like so integral to discussion of Yume Nikki that watching it kind of feels obsolete. My idea was that I wanted to make like the ultimate video on Yume Nikki. Like something that isn't impenetrable to newcomers who don't know anything about the game, but that also kind of provides fan service to people who are big fans of it by showing you things that you probably didn't know about. I kind of had this idea that like, if you wanted to introduce somebody to Yume Nikki, you could just say, watch this 5-hour long video on YouTube and you'll know everything you need to know about the game. Time will tell how successful I was at doing that. When I first started making this video, there really weren't any like long form videos on Yume Nikki on the internet, and now there are a lot of them. I hope people think this is the best one. You know, I don't want to put down the work of other people, but like, I'm kind of desperate, you know what I mean? I spent like a year working on this. Please, please consider, you know, just judging my work on its own merits, you know what I mean? And I'm just some random dude. I don't have like an internet presence. You know, I'm recording this right now and I haven't announced that I'm making this. I'm gonna announce it on the 15th, I think. So maybe if you're watching this right when it comes out, that'll be a cool little meta moment for you that 5 days before I announced it, here I am in a parking lot recording the intermission, and you don't even know. What were you doing on January 10th, buddy? I was here. I was thinking about Yume Nikki. What about you? Yeah, I don't know. I've wasted enough of your time. This is the end of the first intermission. Next arc is pretty crazy. I hope you enjoy it. Bye. I had to briefly explain what Yume Nikki was at the beginning of this video to provide context for the previous 2 chapters, but I'm going to do a much more thorough job of explaining the game now. Yume Nikki is a dream exploration game with a focus on exactly that and not much else. Upon launching the game, a title screen is displayed with a logo depicting the hiragana of the game's title as a complex maze, while playing a desolate 2-second loop of a lone synth as musical accompaniment. From this very basic opening screen, Yume Nikki effectively sets the stage for everything which the player can expect from it. This game is confusing, esoteric, lonely, repetitious, and haunting. At the same time, a new player might be drawn to this title screen as it seemingly refuses to reveal any of its own hand. The air of mystery which coats this title screen also permeates the entire game, almost serving as the only packaging for itself, a very hollow glimpse into the intentions of the developer. Upon starting a new game, a short series of tutorials pop up which describe the general gameplay flow and the basic controls. This is maybe the only design choice in the entire game that I disagree with. I think it would be better if the game let you diegetically decide that you want to go to sleep, rather than telling you to do so. And I'm sure that basically every single player would eventually try to sleep in Madotsuki's bed, considering the lack of other options in the real world. After closing the tutorial, the game very unceremoniously opens with Madotsuki standing in an arbitrary spot in the middle of their bedroom, leaving open to the imagination what they were doing in the moments leading up to the opening of the game, and why this point marks the start of the events of Yume Nikki. The game is already off to a pretty weird start, but most players won't consider this at all, and will very quickly adapt to controlling Madotsuki to interact with the objects in their apartment. Madotsuki's real-life room has very little in the form of interactive elements. This is definitely intentional. While the game is almost overindulgent in what it includes in its dreamscape, the real world contains everything about the game which is not up to interpretation, which means it must be very careful in how much of its hand it's willing to show. The dichotomy between the two already forces the game into answering a few difficult questions. For instance, if walking on carpet sounds like this, then what does walking on this sound like? Of course, there's a door which cannot be exited, a desk which can be used to write in the titular dream diary, acting as a save mechanism, and a veranda from which the player can observe the passing of time relative to their exploits in the dream world. Madotsuki's veranda provides an opulent widescreen view of the skybox with exactly 0 signs of life which may tie the story to a civilization or a real-world location, and just enough vertical space to tactfully point out that the AC units tied to Madotsuki's apartment are exactly the same as the countless apartments both above and below their own, stripping Madotsuki of any individuality the moment we step outside of their comfort zone and even vaguely begin to gaze at the real world. Madotsuki owns a broom, a clothesline, and a pair of outdoor sandals, although they spend the entire game in the same pair of shoes and the same outfit regardless of if they're sleeping or they're walking around outside. Madotsuki's room is also decorated with an iconic Mesoamerican inspired centerpiece rug, a bookshelf that nobody ever talks about, and a number of throw pillows haphazardly thrown across the floor. The thing is, if I'm going to call Yume Nikki the best video game ever made, then I feel responsible for reviewing all of Yume Nikki. That means even. Nasu is the only game which Madotsuki has on their Famicom-esque game console. Not only was it made by Kikiyama, it is canonically made by Kikiyama in the in-game world. Throughout the development of Yume Nikki, there's evidence in various files that different games were considered for this console, most notably a soccer goalie type game with a severed head. I can assume that this was probably scrapped because it was a bit too on the nose and kind of doesn't make sense as a real game that someone would have. Comparatively, Nasu does absolutely seem like a game that would exist on a cheap Famiclone, the only cartridge that some kid who couldn't afford an actual Famicom would have. The name Nasu is an English phoneticization of the Japanese word for eggplant. Much in line with Kikiyama's naming conventions, the title serves as a descriptor of the most prominent element in the game, a falling eggplant. The fact that an eggplant was chosen for this game is kind of interesting. For me, it draws to mind the Japanese comedian Nasubi, most well known for being selected as the main actor in the viral television series.
電波少年的検証生活
This series saw Nasubi forced to stay in a series of small apartments with no connection to the outside world for roughly 15 months, spending the entire day entering free sweepstakes through magazine ads with the ultimate goal of making enough money to buy his freedom. Eventually, Nasubi would win a television set and a PlayStation 1 through sweepstakes entries. He was denied access to cable, but could still play any games he had won. Nasubi played a train simulator game for 3 straight days before remembering that he was literally trapped in a room indefinitely. Nasubi's stage name apparently originates from people thinking that his head looks like an eggplant. The connections here should be obvious, and the show ended in early 1999. I wouldn't be surprised if Nasu was an intentional reference to Nasubi. In Nasu, the player character has the ability to move left and right and jump with the interaction key. Upon jumping, the player character opens their mouth, enabling them to catch a falling eggplant in their gaping jaw. If the player fails to catch an eggplant, the game ends. Each eggplant increases the player's score by 10 points. Occasionally, a special eggplant will bounce across the screen, which will not fail the player if uncaught, but will award 300 points otherwise, 30 times the score of a regular eggplant. If the stars align and a player catches both a regular and a special eggplant at the same time, they will be given 1,000 points, 100 times the regular point amount. All of this takes place in a very uncomfortably simplistic play field. The grass is a shade of green so bright that it seems to indicate the presence of light, but the background is fully black. The only accented color on the screen beyond the purple and pink eggplants is the blood red main character and 2 identical uncentered red clouds. Unlike the rest of Yume Nikki's OST, which is expansive and atmospheric, Nasu's OST is exclusively mono and decidedly unfinished, consisting of barely a sequence of a single synth patch playing some notes. Nasu is maybe the first post-arcade attempt at making a true arcade horror game, but it's more interesting for the way that it emphasizes the unsettling experience of playing bootleg retro games in a time years before the NES Godzilla creepypasta. Really, before every creepypasta. If I didn't know any better, I would insist that Nasu was inspired by Hong Kong 97. That's how perfectly this game captures the real essence of a creepy bootleg Nintendo game. The speed of the player, paired with the fact that they must jump upwards to catch an eggplant, means that an eggplant spawned on the opposite end of the screen can be programmatically uncatchable if the player is too far away. The dominant strategy, then, is to always return to the center of the playfield upon grabbing an eggplant, remaining fairly equidistant from potential drop points. However, this strategy is complicated by the introduction of the bonus eggplant. The points distribution in Nasu does legitimately offer some level of strategic depth. The massive advantage to picking up bonus eggplants paired with their irregular spawning makes them almost worth going for at the risk of missing a regular eggplant, as they're pretty much the only gateway to breaching high scores past the first high score set with one. The even rarer 1,000-point catch asks players to risk not picking up this bonus though, in the hopes that a falling eggplant spawn will align with the path of the bonus before it finishes crossing the screen. It is in this way that high-level Nasu play becomes a quite literal juggling act of catching low-value eggplants to continue the game, while in pursuit of perfect RNG circumstances to gain high-risk, high-reward bonus eggplant permutations. Nasu also includes a not often talked about Easter egg. By performing a code similar to the Konami code on the title screen, the player's head will be replaced by an eggplant, and bonus eggplants will almost constantly spawn. This version of the game feels much more like an actual arcade game and less like a high-level strategic defense simulator, as it's actually possible to accrue large amounts of points by accident and quickly make progress towards higher high scores. However, enabling this Easter egg will disable any scores from being entered into the leaderboard, thus maintaining the competitive viability of Nasu as an esport. Fun fact, one of the only official ports of anything from Yume Nikki is an iOS Android port of Nasu that was released in 2013. The APK is still out there and I tried to play it, but it's far too outdated to run on modern Android phones, unfortunately. In the greater picture, Nasu is almost the perfect game narratively to place in real-world MADOTSUKI's room. It's a twisted, depressing, slow game that is brutally difficult while also tapping into real adolescent horror in a new and unique way, which proved to be so effective that it's an overused trope at this point. There's nothing bright or fun about Nasu, and the visuals and audio seem tailor-made to make the player uncomfortable. Given this is one of the only forms of stimuli MADOTSUKI has access to, there's a lot of overarching atmosphere within their dreams which can be tied to it. With that out of the way, let's talk about those dreams. After interacting with MADOTSUKI's bed, the player will wake up again on their veranda, although something is different. Where the real world has no background music, this apartment has a dark, airy choir holding a single chord, almost inducing a religious undertone. The sky here is also different. There's a unique set of skyboxes for the dream world. One is actually the same as a real-world skybox, just with inverted colors, giving off a confusing, sunset-esque perspective that very aptly evokes feelings of a transitory state between the day and the night, the real world and the dream world. The other is a low-fidelity picture of some extremely bare mountains with the sky completely artificially blacked out, creating a horrifyingly desolate feeling as if you're on the surface of another planet. I've come to realize that this picture probably looks so low fidelity because it's actually also a color inverted photo. Inverting these colors reveals a truly heavenly image of some misty, distant mountaintops which wasn't used in the game. Upon entering MADOTSUKI's room, a few things have changed. The game console is gone, and the TV now shows either an image of an eye or the Kalimba TV event, depending on a random chance. If the player were to try to fall asleep again, there's a 20% chance of them being teleported to a staircase with rising hands. Ascending will immediately wake them up, while descending brings them to a unique area. There are 5 beds in the dream world, and one will be randomly chosen in each dream session to have this functionality. MADOTSUKI can no longer save at the desk, although they gain the ability to ride the chair around by scooching with their body weight. The main difference in the dream bedroom, though, is the ability to leave through the front door, introducing the player to a surreal Aztec-inspired hub world of 13 unique doors. This area is internally referred to as Door Room, but it's more commonly recognized by fans as the Nexus. It's very easy when putting this game under a microscope to kind of normalize what's happening as we attempt to understand it. Let's step back a bit and actually acknowledge what's going on here. What? No. No. Oh my god. This was my biggest hurdle when reviewing this game, because it's kind of impossible to professionally explain how visceral this game is by, like, quantifying every aspect of the game's design. I kind of wish I could just show you a video of me screaming and crying while playing this game and have that be enough justification for why it's the best game ever made. I run into a unique problem now because Yume Nikki is small enough that I could realistically cover every single one of the dream areas in the game from here. But I feel like it isn't very productive to just explain all of the content in the game. In order to complete Yume Nikki, the player only needs to enter roughly 2/3 of the areas in the game. While most players will find more than the 2/3 required during their time exploring, I'd expect that none of them will be able to find everything without a guide. As someone who's beaten this game at least 7 times now, I was still finding out new stuff about the game during the research phase of this video's production. Did you know that you can use the stoplight effect on the invisible snow girl in the block world to see what she really looks like? Did you know that the image of the first guy in the tunnel to White Desert B looks different if you cycle through the infinite dense forest section more than 10 times? Did you know that there's a 1 in 8 chance that a telescope eyeball guy will spawn in the sewers water? Did you know that the different vending machines actually dispense different drinks that cost different amounts of money and have different random chances of giving you more than 1 health point? Not to mention all of the more recognized unknown stuff like Steve Leaf Kareha or Taco Fusen or Ghost MADOTSUKI. My point is that it's difficult to cohesively review everything in Yume Nikki, but it's also hard to say that specific areas in the dream world are necessarily more worth talking about than others. So I'm gonna just pick a few areas that I have something unique to say about. Having viewed countless Japanese and English-speaking Let's Players playing Yume Nikki for the first time, I've tried to find a pattern in the first door that people enter. It's more random than I expected, but generally people pick a door on the left side of the Nexus. And of those 6 options, the most popular by a slim margin is the closest to the entrance, the forest world. One interesting connotation that I only recognized after reading through those early 2chan threads is that a number of users colloquially refer to this area as Aokigahara. Aokigahara is the name of a forest in Japan, which is known worldwide for being that place where Logan Paul went with the fruit gummy hat. In 2003, the year that this area was likely conceived, Aokigahara experienced a record 105 deaths in its forest, most of which were presumably suicides. It's also interesting that, if we were to view the Nexus as a clock, the forest world is the door which is closest to midnight. This doesn't mean that Aokigahara was necessarily the inspiration for this area. Just more proof that our perspective as modern observers of this game is not the same as the perspective of those who Kikiyama probably imagined would play it. Most areas in Yume Nikki that have an effect are named based on the effect they house. Internally, this area is named Frog, and the ghosts inhabiting it are named Frog characters. The most interesting behavior I see in every person who enters this door as their first location is that without fail, they all immediately assume that they're supposed to match the ghosts. I think that's a very interestingly human phenomenon that will still attempt to apply logic to a world that is so brazenly illogical, usually only giving up with the concession that I must have to come back later to solve this puzzle. I just wish that, upon realizing that they were wrong, these Let's Players allowed the fact to sink in that these ghosts glue to the top of your head when you interact with them and serve absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Like, Kikiyama coded in this functionality for it to have absolutely no application or relevance to anything else in the rest of the game. It's also amazing that this world has one of the only direct area teleports in the game, and it's to the Face Carpet Plaza, which has nothing in common with the forest and only houses a Tori Ningen and a character teleport to Hell. Earlier versions of this area just used to take you directly to Hell, but for some reason, Kikiyama felt like it was necessary to update the map so that the teleport was nested inside Face Carpet Plaza. On the opposite side of the Nexus, Number World was the last area to be incorporated into the base 13. This was also the only core area which was released after the 2chan thread started. Even still, Kikiyama finished this as just one part of a larger update in just about a 2-month time frame. This is by far the densest of the Nexus areas, being one of the only areas which is mostly enclosed and filled with unique sub-areas which are still a part of Number World thematically. I love the ingenuity of taking a picture of the game map and using that itself as the background. It compounds the feelings of being stuck in a funhouse maze, as all of the walls are made of these childish, bright-colored faces. The music in this area is brutal, centering around a harshly distorted bell. It doesn't fit the art of the world at all, which perfectly adds to the disorientation of the area. Of the people that visit this area as one of their first, it's commonplace to see questions of whether they need to take note of the numbers on the floor in case they'll serve some purpose later. The random numbers are an ingeniously effective way to just disorient the player outright, because it's much easier to imagine visual art being left up to interpretation than it is to imagine definitive integers having some kind of interpretive purpose. Kikiyama does something similar in FC World, where talking to NPCs will have them spew out a different random string of numbers upon each interaction. One popular lucid dreaming method involves trying to read something in your dream. Text in real dreams is supposed to always be indecipherable, which is interesting in consideration of the way Yume Nikki handles numbers. This area holds at least 5 unique set pieces that are distinctive enough to warrant mention. There's obviously Face in the bottom right, which has a random chance of occurring on each dream session, meaning no leaving and re-entering the area. Steve Leaf Kareha spawns already too far away in the leftmost part of the river, and can be found by using the cat effect to pull them towards you for longer than most people would before assuming it was a hoax. There's the stabbing room, which can only be entered by purposely manipulating the character in front of the door, likely by killing them. Entering the room, you are immediately hit with pure claustrophobia, as the entire room is packed with replicates of one entity. By killing the entities in the room, you can eventually make your way to the bottom, which has a random blue guy on the floor and literally nothing else. There's a series of inverted colored beds behind an entrance to the left, from which the player could enter the Staircase of Hands, Guillotine World, or Mini Hell by stabbing the peaceful Tori Ningen in the area and entering the second to the left wardrobe before getting caught, making it maybe the most obscure area in the entire game. If you're caught by the Tori Ningen, you're sent to one of 2 different locked areas, one of which has these insane, deranged faces drawn in them. Both have a tile which destroys the entire floor of the Number World without providing any sense of tactile feedback, which is way more unsettling than if there was a jump scare noise or a screen shake or something. The same thing got me when you try to touch the organoid in the Sky Garden and they just instantaneously teleport away in a single frame. You don't expect media to behave like that. The Guillotine World is so abjectly scary that it's another instance where I don't even want to do a write-up on it. It just speaks for itself. The sewers are one of my favorite areas in the game. Playing the most recent update of the game, it isn't clear that this area is actually a loop. The leftmost path was updated to block off the final stretch where you come out on the other side of the pain blob. Stabbing this guy makes them make a distressed face, which is really kind of funny. The piece of graffiti on the wall in this area is my favorite set piece of the entire game because it's barely normal enough that most people will pass it without acknowledging it, but like, What is that? Why can you walk up to it if you can't interact with it? When I point this out to people, they're just like, oh yeah, that is weird. Which is a testament to the expectations that the rest of this game sets for players. There are a ton of holes in the wall here that you can look into to get a flash of different hand-drawn characters from Kikiyama that aren't in the game. Seeing these outside of the context of the game world reminds me that Kikiyama is a genuinely talented and extremely evocative visual artist. And you kind of get spoiled in Yume Nikki by how much unique, high-quality art Kikiyama has added to the game. I also love how this area forms a closed loop in a way that isn't immediately obvious. From Big Red to the Windmill World to the docks and back, by the time you return, you're probably glad to be in a recognizable area. I love how stark the transition is from the sewers to Big Red. There's absolutely no warning that this nice, spatially conformist, generally rule-abiding sewer area is going to spill into pure MS Paint nightmare, which goes straight into a world that feels like it's sucking the air out of your lungs. I don't want to go over all of the White Desert, but I like that one of the entrances is a giant smiling tooth, and also that there's this one long walk you can take to enter a booth, which causes a vibrating, rotated, severed head of a balding guy to zoom in and then leave when you're done. I love how Ghost World is one of the deepest locations in the game and is also required for you to finish it. And it really makes you feel like you're in a foreign, sterile purgatory which will be hard to return from. The 3 paths to hell are all visually appealing. I like the guys that hack up blood when you touch their nub. The checkered tile path reminds me of Sonic Labyrinth, and I love the sleeping MADOTSUKI in the closet that makes a rejection noise when you open it. I absolutely love that the train car is just an actual image of a train car pasted into the game. The occasional multimedia presentation of Yume Nikki was really experimental and ahead of its time in a lot of ways. The graffiti area is my favorite area in the entire game, but I don't have much to say about it. It's just really satisfying to walk on all of the different tiles, and the way that they make out a larger image which only becomes apparent if you study the map carefully is genius. The background scroll of this area is also one of my favorites. It kind of looks like a diagram of a cell, but I see it now as the merging of the 2 characters in the therapist office at the mall. The actual short-term and long-term game loops of Yume Nikki are surprisingly successful at gamifying pure exploration. The effects are great as incentives for exploration. They can be found by interacting with entities, inspiring the player to both try to find new areas and to thoroughly interact with the areas that they're in. The short-term game loop usually repeats on each new area. Understand the dimensions of the room by looping around using landmarks. Then begin to mentally map more landmarks in the room to gain more spatial awareness of the area. Eventually, you will either find a new effect or find a new entrance to an area which will allow you to repeat the game loop. Your objective throughout these short-term loops is to gradually discover and understand more of the dream world, with each effect serving as a major milestone in progress. One very interesting facet of Yume Nikki's design that isn't often talked about is the fact that there is no definitive lose state. The closest equivalent is being attacked by Tori Ningen, but not only can you simply wake up without losing any progress from this, you can also directly return to the Nexus if you have Metamode. Yume Nikki is very intentionally designed in a way such that you have full control over the length of your dream expeditions. If your attention span permits you to play Yume Nikki in 30-minute bursts before wanting to take a break, there's no issue with that. You can also play the game in 5-minute increments. Alternatively, if you get Metamode early, you can complete the entire game in 1 dream session. I personally believe that there is no objective to Yume Nikki other than exploration. However, the fact that the end state can be achieved by collecting all 24 effects makes them technically the objectives of the game. I think one of the greatest disservices to this game is that nobody is willing to play the game at the normal walking speed, meaning nobody uses any of the effects other than the bicycle. Maybe Kikiyama shouldn't have included it. The walking speed isn't even really an issue. It's a pretty good pace for a more methodical appreciation of the art in each of the worlds. Unfortunately, if you give people a proportionally faster method of doing anything, they'll always take it, even if the point of that thing is to enjoy doing it. It's even sadder when you consider that every effect in the game has a unique cheek-pinching animation, as well as a unique set of sprites for the Famicom world, most of which will not be seen by most players. There's also some level of interactivity that the effects have with each other in the game world that goes largely unnoticed because most players spend all of their time on the bike. If you don't use a guide to find the bicycle, or if you choose not to use it, every effect found not under its curse is a new exciting avatar to explore the world with. Almost all of the effects have some cool interactive element to them. I love the Buyo Buyo effect's squishy nature, and the towel's cute sneeze. In general, effects are not used to gate access to areas, which I think is a good choice. Almost the entire game can be completed without using any effects. You need either Yuki Onna or Umbrella to get one effect, and the knife and witch are easier to get with the lamp, but most of the things locked behind effects are the events. Minoko, Minoe, Seka Masada, Mars-san, Face, Witch's Flight, and the Number World event all require effects to initiate, along with a couple of other smaller events. The events in Yume Nikki represent a more intrinsic reward for exploration. None of them are required to reach the credits, but most would argue that a playthrough of Yume Nikki without witnessing the events is not a complete playthrough. Longtime fans and newcomers alike don't want to finish a playthrough of Yume Nikki without seeing Uboa, Face, Minoko, Aztec Rave Monkey, and countless other iconic moments. It really feels like the events are the big payoffs for exploration. They're like the major tourist attractions that you get to stop off at during your tour of the game. These events also feel like landmarks in establishing non-linear narrative beats of the game, more so than effects. Witnessing almost any of the events for the first time constitutes a moment of reflection for the player, when something peeks out above the mist of the game's world and points to itself as being a bit more important than what we're usually being exposed to. Naturally, these are the points in the game that drive players to reconvene with their thoughts on the game's narrative and update them to incorporate the event, drawing hard from the vacuous context of the game to try and conjure up a solid interpretation of the purpose of said event. Under less documented circumstances, most players would also experience only a fraction of these events during a playthrough. If Yume Nikki is experienced non-communally, then every individual player is bound to come out of the experience having seen a unique permutation of things, which should invariably lead to a diverse set of interpretations. Of course, the player need not ascribe meaning to the game if they don't find that aspect interesting, but something tells me that there are very few fans of Yume Nikki that aren't interested in analysis of the game's narrative. Much like the events, the soundtrack of Yume Nikki has surpassed the game as a whole in popularity since its release. Yume Nikki has the best game soundtrack ever made. There are a total of less than 9 minutes of unique music which were produced for this game, but any distribution of the soundtrack would be an absolute disservice if it was any less than an hour long. Simply put, the Yume Nikki OST shatters preconceptions of not only what a soundtrack should be, but how music should be structured in general, and it does so with such bold design philosophy that enviously cannot be adopted en masse by the games industry, because it is ingeniously tailored to the exact structure of its own game design. You see, video games are a unique medium to compose music for because, unlike more traditional linear forms of media, it's impossible to account for the variable amounts of time which different players will spend in different scenes. Without enforcing hard timers, it's entirely possible for any given player to spend literally forever in any area of any video game. And game developers have to reasonably accommodate such scenarios by making sure that the music doesn't just end at some point. The two most common methods of circumventing this timing issue are to either cue a playlist of music to play throughout the game in random intervals in a diegetic fashion, a la Minecraft or the non-structured areas of Breath of the Wild, or to loop the song associated with an area once it ends, a la most video games. The main issue with the latter method is that the structure of a song for an area is often compromised at the expense of the player's interactions. At most times when a player will leave an area, the song will not be at a natural resting point, meaning that any attempt at emulating traditional song structure can only hope that the player is absorbing the music during a time interval which makes sense. Most times in practice, though, these tracks either don't represent a full musical passage or have been repeated so many times that they've become exhausting to listen to, having come to a conclusion or a crescendo any countless number of times. Yume Nikki takes a genius approach to video game music by asserting that it's possible to make evocative and interesting compositions without appealing to conventional song structure. In fact, not only does it forego structure, it actively works to dismantle it. Let's listen to a couple of tracks directly ripped from Yume Nikki's music files. Almost every song in Yume Nikki is less than 10 seconds long. Kikiyama is maybe the only game developer to fully embrace the format of video game soundtracks, completely disregarding basically everything about traditional composition to make something from the ground up that works significantly better than any other attempted alternative. No other video game has incorporated its music so perfectly into its own core structure and themes before, and I don't believe that it will even be possible to top this until video games evolve as a medium and a new music structure connection appears. Yume Nikki's music only works in the context of repetition, of a player spending an indeterminate amount of time in different areas. As these short snippets are repeated and repeated and repeated, they begin to collapse on themselves, creating an indecipherably dense, wide, drowning atmosphere which simply could never be achieved in any other way in any other video game. RPG Maker being such a simple engine, there are no methods to apply the tools which would normally be used to aid in this atmospheric density, like reverb or decay. The soundtrack of Yume Nikki is 100% dry, but it's almost hard to believe given how the loops stack on top of themselves. RPG Maker's internal tools are actually used to shift the speed and pitch of some of the tracks so that they can be reused in different areas, providing drastically different sentiments when they're slowed down by some arbitrary increment, to the point where it's hard to recognize that a loop is reused unless it's explicitly pointed out to you. Another side effect of this pitch shifting is that a lot of the OST is atonal and written in obtuse BPM, further detaching the music from any semblance of recognizable structure or theory. The intentional rejection of structure perfectly serves the exploratory nature of the gameplay. The music is as difficult to latch onto as any other stimuli in the game, forcing the player to essentially surrender their senses to the game without any way to internalize time spent wandering its abyssal world. The closest counterpart to Yume Nikki in the world of music is probably William Basinski's Disintegration Loops, a set of cassette tape loops which are recorded literally disintegrating into dust over the course of hours. Funnily enough, the Disintegration Loops were released right around the same time that Yume Nikki's soundtrack was being created, but have received significantly more praise in the art world, probably at least in part because of the art world's hatred of video games as an art form. Not to discredit the genius of Basinski's work, but I feel that Yume Nikki's structural intelligence in relation to a higher level holistic understanding of an entire medium is at least as worthy of praise in its own right. I cannot impress enough how insane it is that some of the songs in this game are literally 1 second long and are infinitely more encapsulating and compelling than every other video game soundtrack. It isn't just the structure of these songs that makes them compelling, it's the fact that they work despite the obvious limitations of their format. What compels a single person to make a track like the White Desert theme? What other game composer can create tracks as thematically incongruent as Windmill World, Pink Sea, Mall Rooftop, and Mars Underground, and just opulently throw them all into areas that are completely optional to explore? There are a handful of tracks in the game which also carry an undercurrent of jungle, rave, and techno influence which hard cuts against the game's dark ambient and experimental side, as if to prevent the OST from being categorizable. While there is still a lot of merit to listening to these tracks independently from the game, Yume Nikki truly is more than the sum of its parts. Hearing these songs inside Yume Nikki as a complete art piece is an experience unlike anything else. I guess I'm tasked now with validating my claim that Yume Nikki is the best video game ever created. It's hard enough to assert that anything is the best piece of media in its respective medium, but I really have my work cut out for me when I've chosen to place a free game that nobody has heard of that was made in a hobbyist's game-making engine on the highest possible pedestal. I think that if I were to concentrate on a thesis to my argument, it would be that arguing for any other video game superiority automatically comes with comparisons to a bevy of similar games that make different mechanical choices which could subjectively be argued as having more merit. It's really impossible to nominate any platformer, RPG, or puzzle game to be the best game of all time when countless minutiae observed in contemporaries prevent a single game from making the best possible choices in every facet of game design. In addition to this, any ranking of media inevitably comes to the same issue when weighing originality and influence versus progression and refinement. For example, some might argue that Doom is the best video game ever made for being one of the progenitors of the FPS genre, but just as many people would probably argue that games like Half-Life 2 or even Doom Eternal took the formula and made better games, which could be circularly argued against by saying that those later games wouldn't exist without Doom. Most video games benefit from an advancement of technology, meaning that if we want to view games objectively from how engaging they are to play today, a lot of genres are locked in a never-ending battle of attrition with themselves. Yume Nikki is able to uniquely sidestep almost all of these conversations by virtue of its own dismissal of rules. Being a dream simulation game, Yume Nikki actually benefits from its own lack of fidelity, allowing the player more room for interpretation and the visuals more room for expressiveness, without needing to spatially exist in a more defined world. This makes it hard to imagine technological advancements outdating Yume Nikki or its core design. A one-to-one big-budget remake of Yume Nikki today could not be better than the original, which is hard to say for most games. At the same time, a lot of the genius of Yume Nikki is in the fact that it exists in a bubble. In a meta sense, there's almost no context to anything in the game, which is invaluable to a game founded on interpretation of its content. By nature, any game coming after Yume Nikki attempting to build on its formula will never be able to have the same advantage, because it will always exist in the context of Yume Nikki existing. Yume Nikki is such an anomalous entity in the games industry that games created in the same formula even today, 18 years later, are still called Yume Nikki fan games, instead of being given the dignity of existing as an independent genre. Yume Nikki feels like a game that only a kid could make, in the best possible way. It is so brazenly inconsiderate of your time and understanding as it displays its world. It comes off as if it could care less if you're following what's happening or not, which lets it go absolutely insane down every detour and rabbit hole it wants to explore. This made me realize the interesting link between adolescence and dreams. In a lot of ways, children operate on the same logic that dreams do. Maybe we become accustomed to suppressing that logic as we grow and acclimate to the real world. If anything, dreams should be the most accurate, real perception of our most basic emotions and thoughts, organized with total disregard to the real-world logic that we apply once we wake up. So many people seek to replicate the magic of this game, and almost every single attempt has been done by just attempting to copy its formula, because it's basically the root of an entirely new design philosophy for video games, in the same way that games like Super Mario Bros. Or Ultima Underworld are. Unlike either of those games, though, it's practically impossible to see anyone making a better Yume Nikki game than Yume Nikki, because the fact that Yume Nikki is the root is almost a central component of its own design and appeal. With this, I feel fairly confident that Yume Nikki has future-proofed itself from ever being usurped from its own genre throne. When considering Yume Nikki's place outside of its own genre, it shuns so many conventions of video games that it's hard to argue that any other game is really objectively better than it. It also exists so far outside the realm of conventional video games that most pre-existing arguments over this topic don't apply to it. It's easy to find a plethora of games to foil almost all common candidates for the greatest video game of all time. But there's almost nothing for Yume Nikki. I cannot imagine a version of Yume Nikki with a better story because, if I could, that would be the story of Yume Nikki. I cannot imagine a version of Yume Nikki with better art because most of the art in Yume Nikki is of places and entities that don't have a higher fidelity or real-life analog. The depictions of these worlds are perfect one-to-one simulations of themselves. If you wanted to label one game as the best game ever made, Yume Nikki deserves to be in that conversation. I saved the best for last, the narrative. Notice that I placed the entire argument for Yume Nikki being the best game ever made before I touched the story. This is the part of the game that everyone always talks about, so I wanted to make a point of focusing on the quality of everything else in the game first. Truth be told though, the narrative structure of this game is so compelling that it's obvious why it's become the centerpiece of conversation. Dreams are inherently interesting to humans. Something experienced by everyone, that nobody can explain, that we can only document after the fact. The only experience of sentience that happens while we aren't conscious. Something which draws from our real life, overexposes our honest emotions, and maybe says more about our true self than even we are able to perceive. It should be no surprise that dreams are exceptionally hard to capture accurately in art. Very few pieces of media outside of literal visual art pieces even attempt to create a true dreamlike experience, despite the obvious built-in appeal. LSD Dream Emulator, some of Haruki Murakami's work, I guess Inception. Part of this could be the fear of divulging too much of yourself by offering your own dreams to be interpreted and dissected. All of the aforementioned works shy away from being literal recreations of dreams, even though LSD is loosely based on a real dream diary. The other part is probably the fear of being too abstract or narratively incohesive to allow audiences to engage with the content. This risk is mitigated by the format of video games, which allow viewers to participate in the story themselves. Video games could benefit a lot from fully non-linear narrative design, but it proves too difficult for most games to pull off while still telling a conventional story. Yume Nikki obviously does not tell a conventional story. The number one factor to Yume Nikki's longevity, the reason why this game still has a core fanbase who engage with it every single day, is its decision to let the viewer determine the meaning of the art. It is excruciating as an artist to create something with definitive purpose, and then choose to allow the world to misinterpret, mischaracterize, and misuse your work in the name of providing observers with subjective freedom and interpretation. Kikiyama takes it one step further by insisting that Yume Nikki does not have a story or purpose. In this way, Kikiyama as an author is entirely detached from the construction of Yume Nikki's world. They openly promise that the plot of the game is entirely in your hands to create. Countless pieces of art have survived to be remembered today solely on the discussion and analysis of their meaning and intent. Audiences are so eager to have a say in the meaning of art that we actively engage with the idea that, at some point, the author loses the right to express the purpose of their work when it conflicts with what the audience has decided. I'm not saying that this assessment is totally wrong. It just goes to show how much fanaticism can be generated from even minute conflicts of interpretation surrounding a work. Yume Nikki, as a complete work, is nothing but conflicts of interpretation. There are, quite literally, infinite valid takes on what Yume Nikki is about. The ending of the game, wherein MADOTSUKI jumps off of their balcony to their death, forces us to reconsider the entire timeline of the game with the newfound information that MADOTSUKI was apparently suicidal. But did they even really die? Do the dream jellyfish on the ending screen signify that even this was a dream? Or are they signifying that MADOTSUKI has now left the real world only to exist in their dreams? More importantly, didn't the player make the choice for MADOTSUKI to jump? Even though MADOTSUKI is the only character behind the screen, the story of Yume Nikki realistically involves 3 different parties, each with different agendas. MADOTSUKI is the central character of the game. Their involvement in the meaning of the game depends on how much agency they're ascribed over its world as an independent entity. Kikiyama is the creator of this world, as much as they try to obfuscate their involvement. The extent of what can be experienced in this game is set by Kikiyama, meaning they define the bounds of interpretation, whether they like it or not. Obviously, the third party is the player themselves. We're the ones that decide the linearity of the story, what events are experienced, in what order, and to what intensity. I believe the key to choosing a narrative for this game is understanding what exactly MADOTSUKI is functioning as a window into. What does Yume Nikki tell us about MADOTSUKI, Kikiyama, and ourselves? To explore this idea, I've composed 4 disparate theories around it, hopefully allowing us to at least breach this topic enough to understand how endlessly deep it actually is. MADOTSUKI is a window into the mind of an average person driven to suicide in Japan. The most popular interpretation of MADOTSUKI as a character is that they are a hikikomori. Hikikomori is a Japanese phenomenon wherein people completely withdraw from the world and isolate themselves, usually inside their house or room, refusing to engage with society. Census data around how many hikikomori exist in Japan is never comprehensive enough, but it's a substantial enough issue that the government of Japan is actively worried about the economic repercussions of the current hikikomori generation growing older and not having children to take care of them. There have been countless programs to attempt to reintegrate hikikomori back into society, and countless studies to try and understand why this is a growing trend in Japan. Addressing this issue without being a resident of Japan feels somewhat insensitive because I am intrinsically judging another culture without having actually experienced life in that culture. With that said, it's not difficult to view the world of Yume Nikki as being a critique of Japanese society if we believe that MADOTSUKI was a hikikomori who was driven to suicide. In this case, their dreams would represent their interpretation of the world surrounding them, and collecting all of the effects represents MADOTSUKI coming to terms with their own worldview. I mentioned earlier that Face is probably the most narratively important event besides the ending. The thing that actually makes Face important is a detail that very few people ever recognize. The entrance to the event uses a door. Not just any door though. This is the exact door that MADOTSUKI has in their real-life room, and it isn't used anywhere else in the game. Evidence from earlier versions of Yume Nikki indicate that Kikiyama actually did make a unique entrance for this event, before intentionally deciding to replace it with MADOTSUKI's door. Face represents what MADOTSUKI believes awaits them outside. Pure sensory overload, harsh noise, strobing lights, vestiges of the face of a monster. It's no secret that Japanese youth are put under extremely stressful circumstances before they're even ready to responsibly decide what direction to take their life in. Academic culture in Japan is overly aggressive, with high school students directly competing against each other in rankings, with the hopes of being accepted to one of the very selective accredited universities in Japan, such as Todai, Handai, or Kyoto U. Students will study for months for entrance exams, and rejection is sometimes viewed as nothing less than an absolute failure to one's family. Some assessments of hikikomori believe that the phenomenon is a direct response to this ultimatum. When presented with the pressure of satisfying one's family, or living being viewed as a failure to society, many choose not to play the game altogether. Japan produces more than enough escapist media to subsist on for a lifetime. To some, this is a preferable lifestyle to attempting to fit in the margins of Japan's social structure. MADOTSUKI quite prominently lives their entire life via escapism through the exploration of their dreams. Academia isn't the only part of Japanese culture which is restricting young people. Japanese culture as a whole is very insistent on maintaining the peace and avoiding disruption of the status quo. One of the most common adjectives I've seen describing Japanese culture in reference to hikikomori is conformist. If there's one thing we can gather from MADOTSUKI's dreams, it's that they are anything but conformist. I've heard theories that Yume Nikki is a game about gender dysmorphia, and I do think that there are elements of that in the game. The main reason why I've been referring to MADOTSUKI with they/them pronouns throughout the review is because they can use both a men's and a women's bathroom in the game, and there is no point where the game explicitly mentions MADOTSUKI's gender, so I've chosen to try to be as accurate as possible by respecting this ambiguity. There is undoubtedly a massive amount of material in this game which makes reference to gender, through imagery obviously reminiscent of genitalia and themes of masculinity and femininity intertwining and clashing. This part of the game has been interpreted in many different ways. I don't want to focus on it, but anyone who knows Japan knows that it has a pretty confused culture around sex and relationships, and there is a very obvious divide between Japanese men and women that probably seems irreconcilable to the hikikomori. It's no secret that birth rates in Japan have been on a steep decline for years now. The percentage of the population over 65 is well on its way to being the highest in any industrialized nation, and the fertility rate is below replacement level. Japan's harsh social rules and etiquette can be nearly impossible for young people to navigate, which has led to more and more young adults simply giving up on the prospect of finding companionship. If we assume that MADOTSUKI is a girl, then there's a whole additional level to her relationship with gender to consider. Understanding the way that Japanese women are constantly assaulted and fetishized by popular culture and society at large in Japan. If we assume that MADOTSUKI exists outside of the gender binary, then the discrimination they face within society should be recognizable to anyone from most cultures in the world right now, unfortunately. The final pillar of MADOTSUKI's connection to hikikomori is the theme of social ostracization linked throughout their dreams. MADOTSUKI cannot interact with a single human character in a productive way. Most notably, Minoe disappears as soon as MADOTSUKI attempts to interact with her, and Poniko is completely indifferent to MADOTSUKI, except in the very rare instance where she reveals her true form to be an inescapable, scary trap. Most characters in the game are indifferent to MADOTSUKI's existence, and those that do react are usually far from human. We can see MADOTSUKI represent what are ostensibly people in comedically demeaning ways in some instances, like the mall-goers, who all look like rejected Simpsons characters and do stupid movements when you try to interact with them. The Pirori from the barracks sullenly wander the dream world, only ever responding to MADOTSUKI by playing the same 3-note tone. The most dynamic group of residents is definitely the Toiningen though. While some are friendly, most actively chase MADOTSUKI and will introduce the only pseudo-fail state in the game by locking them in an inescapable area. These characters are pretty clearly humans combined with birds, maybe referencing the fact that they flock together and act on similar intentions. It doesn't take a psychologist to realize that there's a significance behind the only real danger in MADOTSUKI's dreams being a fear of being captured. This ties back again to the nonconformist ideas present in hikikomori philosophy. MADOTSUKI actively resists being assimilated by the status quo, and sometimes feels attacked by their efforts to corral MADOTSUKI into compliance. We see the flip side of this coin in the Toiningen party event. The truth is, there is some happiness to be found in being a part of the in-group, being accepted. Even if MADOTSUKI wanted to, the path isn't there for them to take. The feeling of running out of options is evident. No doubt there is some desire in MADOTSUKI's heart of hearts to interact with humanity, but the progression to get to such a place in life probably feels insurmountable. It seems it's often difficult to separate human connection from the society which it takes place in. You either take all of it or get nothing. MADOTSUKI, feeling they cannot exist in a world that has no place for them, makes the decision we already know they made. Maybe from the start of the game, this fate was inevitable for MADOTSUKI. All we did as the player was observe a tragedy which was destined to happen whether we witnessed it or not. MADOTSUKI is a window into a fully realized fictional story. Most fan theories fall under this umbrella by attempting to neatly fit everything in Yume Nikki into one concise package, with concrete characters, events, and a narrative throughline that explains the ending from the perspective of MADOTSUKI being a character with their own thoughts and motivations. I invite everyone watching this to try making their own fictional story for Yume Nikki. You'd be surprised at how easy it is to fit any event into multiple different contexts by virtue of how pliable they all are in terms of meaning. In the spirit of the Yume Nikki fandom, instead of just rehashing someone else's theory, I decided to make my own for this segment. I wouldn't be surprised if this general theory has already been made by someone at some point. I'm just saying that I didn't know about it. Any theory about Yume Nikki needs to make some assumptions about what specific elements mean, so I'm gonna outline the basic key of meanings that I applied to recurring areas and themes in the game. I tried to pick fairly obvious interpretations for everything. First off, there's a lot of imagery involving characters in Yume Nikki vomiting or drooling. I was initially going to pin this to feelings of disgust, but after analyzing the game, I think that its use actually ties more to feelings of fear. There's a heavily recurring motif of strabismus in the game, or characters with their eyes pointing in different directions. I don't think Kikiyama was aware of the actual medical condition behind these depictions. I'm saying that these eyes indicate feelings of delirium or fantasy, and this connection ties back to strabismic depictions in media long before Yume Nikki's time. Thinking about MADOTSUKI's actions in Yume Nikki, it becomes increasingly apparent that the only interactions they can have with most NPCs are either killing them or manipulating them with the cat or stoplight. Most of the strictly human characters in MADOTSUKI's dreams that MADOTSUKI isn't personally linked to look like zombies. MADOTSUKI views a lot of living beings in this game in a very unflattering, insulting light. Most of the effects that MADOTSUKI can attain will turn them into a monster or disfigure them, leading me to believe that MADOTSUKI has a very negative self-image. Most notably, The hair effects in the game do the least to modify Madotsuki's appearance and are all collected from monsters that reside next to bloodstains. These are all positive aspects of Madotsuki's self-image that have been destroyed in their psyche over time. Madotsuki imagined different futures for their own life at one point, different ways that they might look when they grow up, but all of these opportunities have shattered for them. I think that Madotsuki is a manipulative person who displays symptoms of psychopathy and has very few emotions for others while having extremely nuanced levels of self-pity and self-hatred. The prominence of the traffic light implies that Madotsuki has some history with vehicular accidents. Shitai-san, Minoko, and Mafurako all have something to do with the stoplight. Of the 3 manipulative actions that Madotsuki can take, the knife usually hurts characters, the cat effect often makes characters angry, and the stoplight often makes characters look scary. There is one defining event in Madotsuki's life that was the start of their detachment from society, and it was the death of their father and sister in a vehicular accident. We see Shitai plainly dead in Madotsuki's dreams, one of the rare NPCs that also gives an effect. Minoko looks like a normal girl until you use the stoplight on her, after which she has limbs jutting out of different places and a hole in her abdomen. Observe the strabismus in this event too. Minoko definitely didn't have multiple arms at any point, but over years and years, this is how Madotsuki has burned that imagery into her mind. The White Desert is internally referred to as mono, indicating that the world is supposed to be seen as monochromatic, not simply a white area. The White Desert represents Madotsuki's earliest memories. This is the largest area in the entire game, and it's also one of the most convoluted to get to. Minoko isn't the only person in this area. If we kill a character, we're able to see Monoe in a black void, who disappears when we talk to them. Monoe is Madotsuki's mother, who abandoned Madotsuki after they began displaying violent tendencies following the deaths of their family members. You might be wondering why, at this point, I've assigned these 3 characters to being the roles that they are in Madotsuki's life. How do we even know that these 3 characters are related? Well, remember how I said that humans look like zombies in this game? Let's look at the residents of the mall area again. Just take a second. Do any of these characters stand out to you? The other residents of the mall could easily be the other party involved in the accident. Interacting with these characters seems to match up with how they may have been impacted by the collision. In fact, I'm going to take a leap of faith here and say that this area doesn't represent a mall at all. It's a hospital. It makes sense that all of these relevant characters would be in this area, considering that it's also the location of Madotsuki's therapist. Interestingly enough, there are posters on the walls of this office that display specifically vomiting and strabismus, almost as if those 2 signifiers are integral to characterizing the meaning behind some of Madotsuki's thoughts. The spot with the therapist and the flute effect is one of the nicest in the game, with a song that Madotsuki can easily play along to with the flute. There are 2 ways to destroy the atmosphere of this room and end the music. One is to attack the therapist, and one is to bring out the stoplight. After most of Madotsuki's immediate family was killed and their mother disappeared from their life, they began to live in a foster home. This can be seen in the number world, a huge array of beds packed together and supervised by a Toriningen. The Toriningen represent the caretakers that Madotsuki had to interact with. They were adults to a child Madotsuki, which explains why they're perceived as being so tall. These Toriningen are sometimes indifferent towards Madotsuki, sometimes trying to capture them, but always angry once Madotsuki attempts to enact violence on them. The Toriningen never kill Madotsuki, they simply try to restrain or prevent Madotsuki from inflicting more damage. In earlier versions of this boarding room, there was a corner with a blood spot on the floor, which was so important that an arrow was added pointing down at it. Touching this bloodstain immediately takes you to the guillotine world, which can only be escaped by hiding in a wardrobe, the same wardrobe that we see in the checkered tile path. This represents Madotsuki attempting to inflict violence on someone in secret, and then attempting to avoid punishment for it. Notice that the guillotine world is also where Madotsuki gets the severed head effect. The recurring eye imagery in the game represents the constant monitoring that Madotsuki was subjected to due to their negative and violent behavior. Notice that Uboa's trap is actually located in the White Desert. There's a monster in the background, tearing at the very fabric of the White Desert itself, vomiting, but without strabismus. This entity bears striking resemblance to the ghost entities in the forest world, which attach to Madotsuki's head and stack on top of each other. Would you believe that there are exactly 2 different ghosts in this forest, by the way? I think the bloody touching monster represents Madotsuki's remembrance of the crash and how their fear of the event is actively destroying their core memories by repressing anything associated with it. So then, Uboa is also an extremely repressed memory associated with Poniko, having a 1 in 64 chance of occurring. Honestly, there isn't a lot to hold on to here, but the world that Poniko inhabits is very party-themed, with balloons and party hat type stuff. Maybe Madotsuki was friends with Poniko and found out about the crash during her birthday party. Uboa is definitely a white desert associated character. It could represent Monoe coming to get Madotsuki from the party, or maybe it's an earlier memory of Poniko associated with the accident. I'm going to propose that the face event is actually the opposite of what everyone thinks it is. We aren't seeing what's outside of Madotsuki's room, we're seeing what's inside. Remember that we can only see this event through violence, by stabbing the zipper which causes blood to pour onto the floor. When you enter the next room with QQ-kun, they slow their rubbing as soon as you put away your knife. There's an obvious implication of some kind of perversion related to Madotsuki's violent tendencies here. I don't want to imply anything beyond that about the connection between QQ and Madotsuki. But by personal choice, Madotsuki climbs the staircase and enters their room permanently. Maybe they're protected from the world. Maybe the world is protected from them. Probably a mixture of both. The horror of face is not what they perceive of the outside world. The entire rest of the dreamscape is the outside world. It's the undying dread of losing control of their own fate, of reaching the point of no return, where they can never reintegrate into society again. The wilderness is what Madotsuki thinks the real world is like. It's mostly empty and extremely difficult to navigate, and links directly to the dark world, ostensibly the darkest part of Madotsuki's thoughts. The barracks settlement is filled with priori, wandering aimlessly and sullenly throughout a dilapidated town. If you take the right path in the wilderness, you'll end up climbing a giant staircase up to the Sky Garden, where a group of people are watching UFOs from afar, unable to interact with them. There's a sizable amount of alien imagery in Yume Nikki. To me, it seems that Madotsuki feels like an alien around people. Seka Masada is a strabismic alien. They represent true delusion, Madotsuki's desire to be whisked away by a fantastical stranger and taken to a faraway place. There's a dark hallway leading to a white flower, which I believe is the most concrete, definitive symbol for Madotsuki in the entire game. A rare sign of life hidden away in a dark corner, far above a desolate world. Touching the white flower causes the location to shift immediately to Ghost World. This foreshadows Madotsuki's transition from life to afterlife. While ascending the stairs to the Sky Garden, it's also possible to see people falling from the area, a clear reference to Madotsuki's fate at the end of the game. Noticeably, even from this room, it's still possible to return all the way back to the Nexus if you navigate smartly. You never pass the point of no return. While likely unintentional, I think this insinuates that Madotsuki's situation does not have to be permanent, that salvation is still possible for them if they were willing to bear the long and difficult journey towards happiness. There's a really interesting connection between ascension and detachment in the areas of this game. Obviously, Madotsuki is very high up, and left disconnected from the outside world in reality. When we ascend to the Sky Garden, we end up in Ghost World, the most haunting and desolate area in the game. When we ascend into space with Seka Masada, we end up alone on Mars. When we ascend up QQ-kun's stairs, we enter the face event. When we ascend up the staircase of hands, we wake up. This directly contrasts Madotsuki's descent at the end of the game. If ascent is associated with detachment, then descent must be associated with connection. Upon fully exploring the dream world, there are a number of factors contributing to why Madotsuki may have chosen to end their own life. They're unable to overcome the trauma of losing their family. They hate their current living situation and no longer want to feel constantly monitored and locked away. They seem to hate themselves, as well as most humans, and they've seemingly lost the ability to trust or confide in anyone else. After Madotsuki jumps, we see two jellyfish characters surround the site of impact. These are some of the only characters in Madotsuki's dreams that cannot be manipulated or killed. These characters only exist in one other area in the entire game, the dense woods near Shitai-san. Madotsuki ultimately met the same fate as their father. Descending did mean connection, Madotsuki's reconnection with their family. Madotsuki is only a window into a video game. In fact, Madotsuki isn't a window into anything. They're named Windowed because their sweater looks like it has a window on it. What if Kikiyama wasn't lying about their intentions when describing Yume Nikki, a game with no real story or purpose? What if, of the three parties, the player is the one actually calling all of the shots? One very interesting fact about Yume Nikki that I've yet to bring up is the matter of Kikiyama's original Music E-Club profile picture. It shows what appears to be an early version of Madotsuki's room, maybe even the version from the original build of the game, considering that it was originally posted at least 10 months before version 0 was released. The room is smaller than normal, actually more accurately fitting the dimensions of a standard RPG Maker 2003 window. What's crazy about this picture is, assuming that this was the original concept for Madotsuki's room, it's missing maybe the most important element of the entire game. The interaction which most fan theories about the game stem from. Madotsuki's front door. What could we possibly glean from the knowledge that Madotsuki's door and their interaction with it was an afterthought by Kikiyama? To me, that signals that maybe Kikiyama wasn't lying when they said the game has no story, at least originally. Madotsuki doesn't have a kitchen or a bathroom either. The door wasn't there because it wasn't important. When Kikiyama revised the room, adding a front door, they made Madotsuki refuse to leave because leaving the room is not the point of the game. The point of the game is to dream. The title of the game is literally Dream Diary. There is no outside because the game isn't about going outside. Kikiyama just made Yume Nikki as an interactive way to showcase their unique art and music, and was honest when they said that they didn't intend for the game to have a story. It is simply a walking game. When you think about it, Kikiyama also never explicitly makes mention of the objective of the game in any of its promotional material, and never tells players how to reach the ending beyond a vague note in the readme that you can discard effects in the Nexus. When I was playing versions of Yume Nikki in Japanese, I actually just discarded effects that I didn't plan on using into the Nexus as I played because it made it easier to select the ones I needed from the menu, so there is a practical application to that advice. To an average player, not only would it be kind of ridiculous to find all of the effects, it would be even weirder to choose to discard all of the effects in the Nexus. The truth is, the ending of Yume Nikki could just exist as a way to satiate players who would have had an issue with playing an objectiveless game. Is the point of Yume Nikki not to explore, like Kikiyama says? Why would the point of Yume Nikki be to collect all of the effects when Kikiyama doesn't even tell you how many effects there are, and doesn't indicate that you found all of them once you have? My point is that you would only ever trigger the end state of Yume Nikki organically if you had explored the game extremely thoroughly and basically run out of things to do. Madotsuki doesn't make the choice to end the game, and for that matter, Kikiyama doesn't either. You do. When you're done with the game, and you've forfeited all of the collectibles in the game world, what purpose is there in Madotsuki continuing to exist? They're just a vessel for you to explore the game world with, and you've indicated that you're done doing that, so you discard them. At the point when you would have figured out how to reach the end screen of Yume Nikki, you'd probably have poured dozens of hours into the game. Who's to say that the ending doesn't have the same weight as like an Easter egg rather than an integral part of the game that was meant to be experienced by all players? Yume Nikki is a game that has no end unless you try very hard to end it. There's no narrative climax, no insinuation that you should take the actions that you have to take. There's just the player eventually running out of things to do and forfeiting everything that they've found as an indication that they don't want to play anymore. Any characterization of Madotsuki is a bit short-sighted once you consider that you aren't just making Madotsuki jump off that balcony. You're directing them to do everything that they do in the game. Remember how I mentioned earlier that you could beat Yume Nikki while using almost none of the effects? That includes the knife. The violent tendencies which people attribute to Madotsuki, you are the one that's doing that. You don't have to kill anyone to finish the game. Any connections that you make to things in Madotsuki's dreams are like renderings of a Rorschach test. How much does your interpretation of these images say about you rather than Madotsuki? Madotsuki is literally a window, a vessel. They have no free will. They could effectively act the same as a mouse cursor in allowing you to interact with the environments Kikiyama set up. If Madotsuki is a window, then Yume Nikki itself is a mirror, and the player is responsible for coming to terms with what they see in the reflection. Madotsuki is a window into Kikiyama's mind. Finally, we come to the most ambiguous of the three parties, Kikiyama themselves. With the utter lack of information which Kikiyama has provided about their life, it's hard not to think, at some point that this game is about them. In a very pragmatic way, it basically has to be. MADOTSUKI exists because of Kikiyama, as does the rest of the game. If the game represents anything at all, it's Kikiyama's thoughts, whether they want it to or not. One thing I've never seen anyone mention is a description on one of the images of Yume Nikki on Kikiyama's website. Under the first image, a picture of MADOTSUKI's bedroom, the text,
My room.
My room. This was removed in 2008 when Kikiyama modernized their website. Even if Yume Nikki doesn't represent a literal attempt at recreating dreams that Kikiyama has had, it still very much has to represent the inner sentiments of Kikiyama's mind, because every single thing in Yume Nikki was formulated by them. Kikiyama doesn't ascribe meaning to Yume Nikki because they are, by nature, unable to do so. The game is Kikiyama's pure creative output. It could only exist by their own disregard of logic and self-interpretation. This is why I mentioned earlier that artists may be afraid of the prospect of showcasing their real, unfiltered thoughts in the form of representative dreams. Even if Kikiyama didn't intend for Yume Nikki to have an extrinsic meaning, it does have an intrinsic one. When we try to interpret or psychoanalyze the world of Yume Nikki, we are actually conducting a character study on Kikiyama themselves. I'm not saying that Kikiyama is necessarily a hikikomori. In fact, I think that some of the content in Yume Nikki actually suggests otherwise. But I wouldn't doubt that some of the feelings of isolation and social nonconformity are genuinely things that Kikiyama felt during the development of the game. Kikiyama's personality does manifest in this game in more concrete patches. For instance, their love of video games like the Mother series and LSD Dream Emulator show up as homages in the dream world. It's not hard to imagine that the game is also referencing Cotton 100% and Moon Remix RPG at points. Just from playing Yume Nikki, we can assume that Kikiyama has probably owned a Famicom, a Super Famicom, and a PlayStation 1 throughout their life, and evidently had strong enough feelings about them to have their remembrance stick out in Yume Nikki. The game is full of references to Mesoamerican imagery because Kikiyama was simply interested in it, or exposed to it a lot in everyday life. The Japanese folklore references are obviously unique to foreigners because we aren't a part of that culture, but they're in the game because Kikiyama is from Japan. The panorama backgrounds in the game are almost definitely pictures that Kikiyama took in real life, probably of places they liked going to. It's also easy to draw musical connections to certain other songs to gain some idea of the music Kikiyama liked or was listening to while developing Yume Nikki. Who knows how much of this was planned and how much of this was a byproduct of Kikiyama's honesty in developing the game. Once again, by telling the player that the game has no purpose, Kikiyama is either advertently or inadvertently telling the player that they didn't mean for the game to mean anything. This only solidifies that, if we were to analyze this game, it would be an analysis on the meaning that they unintentionally included in the game. I wouldn't doubt that Kikiyama feels a bit creeped out reading some of the theories on Yume Nikki when they see something that they didn't intend to include, but seems intentional. By putting a spotlight on your own subconscious, you may reveal things about yourself that not even you were aware of. So I presented you with 4 very different, very conflicting interpretations of Yume Nikki. Which do you think is the real answer? Could you accept more than one being true? You can analyze most pieces of art using these 4 pillars. Is the story about the society it was created in? Is it about a concrete event? Is it about the creator themselves? Or is it about the person viewing it? Honestly, I think that the true meaning of Yume Nikki is all 4 of these interpretations, plus infinite more. We can never come to terms with the true magnitude of what Yume Nikki embodies. In my research for this video, I even found out about a number of pretty convincing references to Buddhism in the game, which I could never individually pick up on because I haven't read Buddhist texts. The only way you could possibly understand all of Yume Nikki and avoid adding any personal bias to your interpretation is if you were the creator themselves. While it's impossible to ever fully demystify Yume Nikki, it may help to look at the game's creation and the person behind it a little more in detail. Before I start this section, I want to make something abundantly clear. It is an absolute waste of time to attempt to find Kikiyama's identity, and you should not put any effort into attempting to find out their personal information. First, Speaking pragmatically, fans of Yume Nikki have joined together to source, buy, and dump compilation discs of vector games from the early 2000s in order to archive early builds of Yume Nikki that were previously lost media. This includes builds that were made before even 2channel knew about the game. If it was possible to dox Kikiyama, someone would have done it by now. Trust me, I've gone deeper than most people ever will, and spent more time looking at Kikiyama-adjacent early internet circles than I really should have for this review. This isn't a challenge. Even if you did prove me wrong, you still wasted your time. What do you expect to happen if you did find Kikiyama? Would they go, "Oh, you found my real identity. I guess now I'll explain everything about Yume Nikki and also make Yume Nikki too?" The only reason that Kikiyama isn't a public figure is because they don't want to be a public figure. And the fact that some people are trying to cyberstalk them probably isn't helping. Kikiyama, and all artists, deserve to be able to create and release art without being made uncomfortable. They don't owe you anything, and if you don't believe that, then eventually you're going to end up with no art to enjoy at all. With that said, I do think that there's value to trying to understand the person behind a work of art when evaluating the art itself. I'm really only going to go over information that Kikiyama published online themselves as Kikiyama, and secondhand information from Playism and Project Yume Nikki which they greenlit. Given how little concrete information actually exists, I'm also going to speculate a bit on some of the history and inspiration behind the game, but I don't have any deeper insider knowledge about these things, so take it all with a grain of salt. There are a lot of conflicting claims and theories surrounding Kikiyama on the internet, worsened by the lack of fact-checking and the overabundance of fake information proliferated about them. While I can't pretend that I know the truth behind every mystery of Kikiyama's history, I feel that my research has made me qualified enough to give an informed opinion on some of the repeated ideas I've seen floating around about the game's creation. The first and most insane of these claims is the idea that Kikiyama died years ago and all of the current Yume Nikki projects have conspired to hijack the IP and lie about Kikiyama's approval of them. Believe it or not, this was actually a somewhat popular theory around the time that Yume Nikki Dream Diary released. Probably spurred on by people that had chosen to believe in the years prior that Kikiyama died in a natural disaster or took their own life after completing version 10. I really don't have to apply any deeper understanding I have of Yume Nikki to this argument. First off, do you think that nobody knows who Kikiyama is in real life? Like, Kikiyama didn't have friends or family that they told about their game who would sue or otherwise bring to light Playism, Katakawa, and Project Yume Nikki for hijacking a deceased person's work? Even if you think they don't, do you think that Yume Nikki is a valuable enough IP that these huge companies would be willing to risk their entire reputation to redistribute the game for free on Steam and make some spin-off content for it? Even when Kikiyama updated their website to promote Dream Diary, people moved the goalposts to say that Katakawa must have gotten access to their credentials and edited the website themselves. If that didn't convince you, I think maybe you just can't be reasoned with. There's no evidence that Kikiyama has passed, and they definitely officially approved all of the original Yume Nikki content that was released post-version 10. Therefore, I'm considering statements from Playism, Katakawa, and Project Yume Nikki to be real and Kikiyama approved. One of the most widely accepted landmark moments in the history of Yume Nikki is the moment when Kikiyama posted the game to 2channel. Some say that Kikiyama made the post on the day that version 0 of the game was released, although none have ever provided a link or screen cap of said post. Like I mentioned a long time ago, there was a thread on 2channel that was used to rate free video games. I haven't found a 100% comprehensive archive of this thread, but I've read a lot of it. I saw a random dude reviewing Cave Story from before it was even officially released. I bet you didn't expect to see that in this video. Yume Nikki doesn't come up in this thread until after the separate thread was made around a year after version 0 released. I'm pretty sure that this was a telephone effect situation, where the statement of the game first became popular on 2channel eventually morphed into Kikiyama first promoted the game on 2channel. I know a lot of people have tried extremely hard to find Kikiyama's original post advertising Yume Nikki, but I'm putting my foot down and saying that it never existed. If it did, you would think that somebody in the main 2channel thread would have mentioned it. There's always the possibility that the anon that posted the actual Yume Nikki thread was Kikiyama, but that really doesn't make a huge difference at all because all they did was call the game interesting. My best guess is that people on 2channel first started talking about Yume Nikki because they collectively discovered the game on one of those distributed freeware vector discs, or because some auxiliary games review site mentioned the game around August of 2005. The next myth is just generally the idea that Kikiyama has done an interview, any interview in general. The answer is no. A Playism rep confirmed this in correspondence with the creator of the Dream Diary podcast. But regardless, there's never been a Kikiyama interview that provided any valid evidence that it was actually Kikiyama, which you would think they would provide if they were willing to do an interview. Interviews with the Dream Diary devs also mention that even behind closed doors, Kikiyama refuses to elaborate on the meaning of anything in Yume Nikki, which rocks. I'm gonna tie this myth to a myth I've seen passed around that Kikiyama made MADOTSUKI in reference to their real-life girlfriend. That came from an interview that was definitely fake. While not talked about as often, I do see a lot of confusion about the origin of some of the art and music in Yume Nikki, with some wondering if the game uses stock photos. I've yet to find any sources for stock images in the game, and I kind of doubt that there are any. Kikiyama provided sources for all of the free software that they used in the README of Yume Nikki, so I would assume that they would also credit free pictures if they used any. I believe that the panorama photos were taken by Kikiyama, but the train car and the machinery from Mars Underground could potentially be taken from somewhere, considering that they're photo elements of a larger composition rather than whole unedited photographs. Now, for sounds, it is actually true that Yume Nikki uses stock sound effects. Kikiyama made all of Yume Nikki's soundtrack using physical Yamaha hardware, and I'm pretty sure that they got all of their synth presets and sound effects from Yamaha's sound banks, including the screaming sound effect. The Dame Muri sound kind of eludes me. Pitching it down reveals that it's probably a woman's voice, but I feel like it might have been taken from a recording of a movie or a TV show. If I could find a complete catalog of Yamaha's sound banks, maybe those files are also in there. Up next is a series of ideas about Kikiyama as an entity. Some people believe that Kikiyama is a group of people, and I only want to say that this is probably false because it's worth appreciating that Yume Nikki was made by a single person. Kikiyama avoids using pronouns in most correspondence, but I don't think that they've ever intentionally tried to give the impression that they are a collective rather than one person. Some people suggest that Kikiyama is an alias of an already famous game dev. I've seen people say that Kikiyama is Zune, which has to be a joke because Zune would never make a game where you can't die. I don't know, I guess it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised if Kikiyama has made other content under another alias, be it video games, music, or visual art. Some people also think that Kikiyama may have pseudonymously wrote the light novel for Yume Nikki or made the new theme for Dream Diary, since both are credited to an anonymous creator credited as Akira or Akila. Maybe, but I feel like if Kikiyama contributed a new track to Dream Diary, they would be all over hyping that up in the promotional material. I also think it would be weird for Kikiyama to write a book about Yume Nikki when there's no explicit story in the game, and they seemingly displayed way more interest in making music and visual art than text. There's a lot of confusion around Kikiyama's email and if they've ever actually responded to an email before. They've definitely responded to at least one, the email that Playism sent, which led to Yume Nikki being officially localized, and probably also led to Project Yume Nikki, ostensibly delivered around 2011 or 2012, coinciding with the launch of Playism and the upcoming 10-year anniversary of Yume Nikki's initial release. I haven't seen evidence of Kikiyama responding to a Japanese fan, but if there was any, it would be somewhere in the 2channel thread for the game. There's one screen cap of Kikiyama responding to an English email that was posted on Uboa-chan. You probably expect me to say that this is fake, but I'm actually kind of convinced. The date, 2011, lines up with the only period that we know that Kikiyama was checking their email. And the screen cap looks real enough, down to the fact that you can see that the person looked up translator after receiving it. I also tried to reproduce the message by typing the translation back into Google Translate, and it picked different kanji, so it doesn't seem Google translated from English. All in all, I think it's plausible that this is a real email, especially considering that it provides no new information about the game and hides the poster's info. They didn't stand to gain anything from lying about this. Finally, it seems like a lot of people think that Kikiyama returned to create the first original piece of Yume Nikki content in 12 years, when Playism posted this Christmas card in 2019. I've already repped the legitimacy of Playism, but believe it or not, this is absolutely not new content from Kikiyama. How do I know this? Because they posted the same card on their Japanese account in 2012 and got 52 likes. They don't say that it's new in the tweet, but they could have been a bit clearer. By the way, there's a thread in the comments of this tweet where a Playism rep very professionally addresses the rumors about them hijacking the IP, and I think they deserve major props for handling such a delicate situation with such tact. They also responded to a Twitter user in this thread with an offhand comment saying that their boss has personally met Kikiyama multiple times. How can you casually drop that information in a response tweet? That's way too crazy to just mention to someone. Most of the research I did behind the history of this game was basically direct from the source, as there hasn't been a very consolidated effort to document most of those old 2channel and 4chan threads anywhere. I'm definitely not the first person to skim these pages. The Yume Nikki wiki makes offhand mention of the Uboa 2channel meme, and I've even seen Japanese videos archiving specific areas of the thread, like the release of version 10. Regardless, most of the archival efforts of the community have gone towards two much more tangible goals: acquiring Kikiyama's lost music, and archiving the lost pre-version 10 builds of Yume Nikki. Almost all of the discoveries of new old Yume Nikki content outside of Japan have come from one group.
La investigación de Yume Nikki.
This group, started by the Spanish YouTuber ILYN, has dedicated themselves to finding and preserving lost content related to Yume Nikki, making said content freely available online. I mentioned earlier in this chapter that fans had bought and ripped compilation discs of Vector games to find earlier builds of Yume Nikki. That was these guys. They are actual internet heroes in my book, considering how often these archival efforts are stopped, either by private collectors who want the value of their unreleased media to inflate, or by the overwhelming amount of time, effort, and money required to acquire said unreleased media. So far they've recovered versions 6 through 9, and version 4, and released all of them online for free. If you're counting, that means that we now have more than half of Yume Nikki's versions archived, including 2 versions that were only available on Vector before the 2channel thread, when almost nobody was playing the game. I feel so selfish asking for more, but at this point my white whale of life is version 0 of Yume Nikki. I feel pretty certain that it's impossible for anything earlier than version 4 to be found unless Kikiyama releases it themselves though. There's something captivating about these earlier builds. It's impossible to experience Yume Nikki as an entirely foreign entity anymore, in the way that the people on 2channel and 4chan fell in love with it. They selfishly soaked up everything the game had to offer, meticulously documenting all of its mysteries and irrevocably removing some of the blatant horror in playing a game that you found on an anonymous text board that looks like this. MADOTSUKI, Minoe, Monoko, Poniko. All of these characters have been fandomized, fanonized, fanarted into something that they just aren't in the game, and it's hard to disassociate them from the image they've been ascribed. The game is familiar now. Playing Yume Nikki through Steam is decidedly way different than downloading it off of a shady rapid share link and not being able to read anything. In my pursuit to fully understand Yume Nikki for this review, I've completed the game 6 times over the past month. One of these playthroughs was done on version 4, the earliest available version of the game, originally released on October 2nd, 2004. Playing version 4 genuinely recaptures some of the horror of playing Yume Nikki even better than my first playthrough ever did. You load the game and Nasu isn't even there anymore. It feels like clipping out of bounds in a source game. Like, this version may have been released, but it surely was not meant to be played in 2022 by someone halfway across the world. It's like this version of the game should not have been archived, should not have been rediscovered, should have stayed forever as a moment in time in 2004, which only exists as a vague memory in very few people's minds. To be this up close and personal with something so vacuous is unsettling. Clearly unfinished, but only because you know what the finished product looks like. For a game as openly arbitrary as Yume Nikki, it is absolutely inconceivable why some of the stuff in this version was removed or changed. It is as confusing as the game itself that Kikiyama felt the need to majorly revise some of these endlessly looping maps. There's a building in the lamp world that might actually be the only building in an infinite map like this, and it has a bloodstain and a candle in the bottom right crevice. Like, that is so arbitrary and weirdly spatially infantile that it nails my personal real dreams better than anything I've ever seen before. Doorways do not lead where you expect them to lead. Characters are not where you expect them to be, and they don't do what you expect them to do. Kikiyama hadn't figured out the audio looping in RPG Maker, leading to pops and clicking throughout the game, and a lot of these songs are too quiet. This must be the origin of the adjusting sound levels message at the start of modern Yume Nikki. By the way, if there's one endearing quality about this game, it's the fact that Kikiyama was very obviously having straight programmatical difficulty with the music and had to fix it like 3 times. As someone who's tried to work with audio latency and making tracks loop correctly in Unity, which is a much more robust and modern language than RPG Maker 2003, I can only imagine the pain that Kikiyama went through. The creative process behind Yume Nikki is very interesting to me for a number of reasons. The most striking fact about Yume Nikki's creation is probably that Kikiyama made the game in RPG Maker 2003, a hobbyist game-making engine that basically abstracted all of the coding so that anyone with an interest in making games could try it out. It's inspiring how Kikiyama was able to make something so unparalleled in vision and uniqueness using the most bare-bones tools available. Even the ambition to make a video game while apparently being inexperienced with programming is deeply respectable. Would any RPG Maker horror games even exist if Kikiyama hadn't proved that the engine could be manipulated by anyone to make something far more creative than was ever intended? Aoni, Ebe, Mad Father, The Witch's House, To the Moon, Lisa, Omori. The entire long-running success and reverence for the RPG Maker engine can be traced back to the fact that, in a time where anonymous programmers on 2chan were directly linking the new DirectX API into their game which had been coded from the ground up in C++ with no engine, Kikiyama used an inexpensive non-professional tool to make one of the most popular indie games of all time. In a tale as old as time, creativity won over technical skill. Kikiyama published Yume Nikki on Vector, but they actually first used the name about a year earlier in August 2003 when signing up for a music sharing website operated by Yamaha named Music eClub. The tracks on this site feature custom artworks which reference areas and events from Yume Nikki, indicating that they had already developed an audiovisual idea of the game by mid-2003. Kikiyama produced music using a suite of physical hardware: a Yamaha RS7000, Yamaha QY70, and Yamaha RM1X. They mentioned that one of their earliest songs was made using an RS7000, which began production in 2001. At most, Kikiyama had 2 years of experience composing songs before they began making the Yume Nikki OST, which is a surprisingly short amount of time. I have to imagine that Kikiyama was doing something with music before buying this setup though, given how expensive it would be to buy these machines as a casual hobbyist. If you were into hardware sequencers in the 90s, you were probably DJing at a club somewhere, which is unbelievably sick. Even if Kikiyama wasn't a DJ, I feel like they were probably influenced by that culture to pick up music production. There is a hint of this in Kikiyama's music. Slight touches of jungle, rave, trance, IDM, and techno show up throughout their discography. The Mars Underground theme seems to pretty clearly take inspiration from this IDM song from 1995. They also labeled all of their early tracks as techno on Music eClub. Regardless, it seems like music was a big deal to Kikiyama, and maybe even their primary passion above making games. They seemed to have a very strong connection to Johann Pachelbel's Canon in D. The bass progression from Canon was used in Kikiyama's first original song, BK5, as well as the save theme and the FC World theme from Yume Nikki. The save theme is the earliest song file in Yume Nikki's directory, a lone MIDI added on March 1st, 2003, maybe an artifact from Kikiyama trying to import other audio formats into RPG Maker. The FC World theme is the only full track in the entire game. The Cutting Room Floor lists a total of 8 songs which Kikiyama uploaded onto Music eClub. The Wayback Machine archive of Kikiyama's Music eClub account only goes back to July of 2007, which is weird because the page itself says that Kikiyama's account was made in 2003. So, nobody thought to go to the homepage of Music eClub, go back to 2003, open a random person's profile to see the URL format that these pages used to have, and then inject Kikiyama's user ID into this URL, unearthing years of previously undocumented captures from Kikiyama's account? Bow, bow, bow! If you're one of the first people to watch the video to this point, surprise! You are one of the first people in the world to ever see this. New old content from Kikiyama that I found during my research for this video. I cannot tell you how cool it was to copy and paste text from these archives into Google and get no results. This information hasn't even been discovered by Japanese fans. First off, there's a description on Kikiyama's profile that got removed with the site change in 2007.
7000ルピーと9割70で音楽を作っています。オリジナル曲を投稿しますので、ぜひ聴いてみてください。
This roughly translates to, I'm making music with an RS7000 and QY70. I will post original songs, so please listen to them. They also only list their equipment as the RS7000 and QY70. The 2007 archive already had Sound Engine Free tagged onto the end, which seems to be a Windows application similar to Audacity that Kikiyama probably used to format their raw audio exports to be loopable in RPG Maker seamlessly. Kikiyama added this to their profile between September and November of 2003. This older set of URL archives has 4 more tracks from Kikiyama that have never been seen. The first is
ウェーブ秋バージョン
or Wave Autumn version, from September 2nd, 2003. Unfortunately, this track didn't have its actual song page archived. Notably, Wave was re-uploaded in 2005, and the description states that it's a different arrangement from the original upload. Even on the cutting room floor, they mentioned that this earlier version wasn't captured in an archive, but here it is. From what we can see of the description, Kikiyama describes it as a techno-pop song with a gentle atmosphere that was made, at least in part, with an RS7000. The next track is GUI, uploaded on October 16th, 2003. Kikiyama describes this one as a minimalist techno song, where they looped a 2-bar phrase while ad-libbing on top for almost 7 minutes. They experimented with mixing effects into this track, including a high-pass filter, a low-pass filter, delay, and a lo-fi effect. The key words for this track are rhythmic and minimal. The third track is
スパイク001
which was uploaded on November 4th, 2003. Once again, unfortunately, this track's page didn't get archived. From the description, this track is advertised as a techno song with a lot of momentum. It appears that they were experimenting with muting tracks in the master based on the next sentence that gets cut off. The final of the 4 tracks is by far the most interesting.
鬼の子
Oni Child, from September 27th, 2004, between the release of version 3 and version 4 of Yume Nikki. Descriptors are common fun. Like the other tracks on Music eClub, there's no way to download this song to hear it. We don't need to download this song to hear it, though. The description.
自作ゲームで使用中の曲です。昔のゲームのようなチープな感じの音の曲です。
This song is being used in my own game. It's a song with a cheap sound, like an old game. You probably didn't notice, but all the way back in Collective Subconscious, I very cautiously said that Kikiyama made no major attempt to advertise the game. That wasn't just poor wording. This is now the only definitive evidence of Kikiyama mentioning Yume Nikki on a site not dedicated to the game itself. By January of 2005, 6 months before the 2-channel thread, less than 120 people had listened to this song, probably all through random browsing. The length of this track on the site is 2 minutes and 55 seconds. There is exactly 1 track in Yume Nikki's file that doesn't loop, the Famicom World theme. Guess how long it is. We now have an official name for 1 more track from Yume Nikki's OST from Kikiyama themselves. Most of the tracks in Yume Nikki's files are simply named with the prefix BGM followed by a series of numbers. Some of the few exceptions are the Kalimba channel theme, the Witch's Flight music, and the White Desert loop. There's obviously the Yume no Ota reissue, but I feel very sure that Kikiyama didn't choose any of the new song titles on it, especially considering that they use fan names for areas and characters. I find it really interesting that Kikiyama unlisted this song by 2007 despite it still being in the game's files. I wonder if they were just intentionally avoiding giving any more context to the game. If you want a real theory, maybe Kikiyama unlisted it because they thought the title Oni Child revealed too much about the intended plot of the game. Make your own judgment. There are two other tracks from Kikiyama's Music E-Club that I want to talk about.
セミドラム
Was on Kikiyama's Music E-Club page for 4 years, and it remains unarchived. I know that people on 2channel knew about Kikiyama's Music E-Club page before this song was unlisted, so I feel like it has to exist out there somewhere.
青春の影
Was uploaded 3 days after the release of version 10, and is listed as game music, the only upload with that label other than ONICHILD. Kikiyama never unlisted this song. It was on there until at least 2009, probably up until Music E-Club itself shut down. In June of 2010, somebody on the 2channel thread was talking about their opinions on this track, meaning that they had to have downloaded it. Someone's even scrabbled this song on Last.fm, which can easily be faked, but I question why someone would fake it when the song isn't even that sought after. The song is definitely still out there, and finding it would make another OST track with a name. The name seems to be a reference to a famous song in Japan, which is actually amazingly good.
君を幸せにするそれこそがこれからの僕の生きる印
It may also be a reference to a TV drama of the same name, which would mean something if I could find an actual plot synopsis for the show on the internet. Speaking of references, I've hinted throughout this review that there are a number of moments in Yume Nikki that seem inspired by other games. There's a lot of media that I think could have inspired Yume Nikki. I already mentioned Moon Remix RPG and Cotton 100%, but our consideration of inspiration shouldn't just be limited to video games. Obviously, Serial Experiments Lane comes to mind, which was a direct stated inspiration for another popular Yume Nikki adjacent game. Twin Peaks was also apparently ridiculously popular in Japan. I could see some Lynchian inspiration being present in Yume Nikki. The novel version of Welcome to the NHK was published a year before development started on Yume Nikki. I've never read it, but it could have had some role in the decision to make a hikikomori-focused story around dream analysis. There are two other places of inspiration that obviously tower above the rest, though. The first is the Mother series. The entire Famicom World house area seems to be a direct reference to Mother 1, and the Neon World seems likely to be a reference to Moonside. There's also the Famicom World glitch event, which draws parallels to an obscure glitch in Earthbound, indicating that Kikiyama was probably a pretty dedicated fan of the series. The other definite inspiration is LSD Dream Emulator. Beyond being a game about exploring dreams, the art and music from this game just share something in common with Yume Nikki. Despite being very different projects in a lot of ways, it's undeniable that Kikiyama had some experience with this game, if only in the way that the graffiti world so closely replicates ideas from Happy Town and LSD, like the different noises from walking on tiles and the hidden symbols you can only see via an overhead view of the map. I could also see Block World being inspired in some way by Black Space. I wonder if the Mesoamerican imagery from Yume Nikki isn't some kind of roundabout nod to the art in LSD. If anything, the faces on the wall in Number World look very Osamu Sato-esque to me. The idea of interacting with elements of the world to link to different areas is obviously LSD adjacent, but Yume Nikki is a lot more grounded in the way its map is connected than LSD is, meaning the mechanical similarity is more superficial than anything. It's impossible to create art in a vacuum, and a piece as unique as Yume Nikki was bound to be similar in execution to a few previous works of art which treaded similar ground. As much as I attempt to demystify Yume Nikki, to fully illuminate and understand why this game exists, it only proves to be more and more elusive than I had originally thought. The urgency and professionalism with which Kikiyama evidently developed Yume Nikki, chipping away at it over months of work on music, art, and programming, only to finish and disappear off the face of the earth without even an acknowledgement of what this had all turned into, is as weird as the game itself is. Version 10 had a number of bugs in it, so Kikiyama returned promptly with an apology and a patch for the game, and that was the last work they ever did on it. Not even the final version of Yume Nikki could be a huge declaration of completion, sticking a fork in the ground and calling it a day. This ethos is part of why it's so hard to believe that it's really over. Yume Nikki still feels relevant today in part because it feels like it never ended. In a lot of ways, the community surrounding Yume Nikki have made that statement truer than you might realize. It's pretty heartening to see that people basically immediately got the appeal of Yume Nikki as soon as it started circulating on 2channel. Along with the popularity of the thread itself, the game quickly inspired a ton of offshoot sites dedicated to discussion, analysis, and cataloging of content in the game. 2channel was purely a text board, so people made their own uploader sites for users to share images related to the game too. There are collections of Shift.js art to copy-paste, glossaries of inside jokes from the thread. I even found what was probably the first post challenging people to speedrun the game all the way back in November of 2007. The guy who ran the page posted his own best times and gave a few tips on how to collect all of the effects faster without speed glitches. Remember my ridiculous review of Nasu? Someone on one of these early fan sites wrote their own strategy guide for it that covers a lot of the same ground that I did, purely unironically. These pages also had English URLs written by Japanese users, so they're all named stuff like Uvoa and MADOTSUKI. My favorite discovery was this treasure trove of early fan art for the game. It's kind of sweet that all of these people made fan art purely out of love for the game, totally anonymously just for the benefit of the community. Some of this art is genuinely ingenious too. Going beyond just drawing stuff from the game, people replicated the atmosphere that the game creates to make some really sick, surreal drawings. Some people just uploaded MS Paint doodles, which are honestly equally as cool to see from such a different time. Yume Nikki inspires creativity in the most beautiful way. The fan art, animations, and music from Yume Nikki are by far my favorite of any community. Even today, our Yume Nikki is constantly flooded with new fan art almost every day, despite how niche the game is, because it draws in creatively minded people. I can honestly say that the fan content around Yume Nikki has kept the game relevant way more than anyone officially involved with the IP since 2007. I feel like I may have come off a bit harsh earlier when I said that the fanbase intrinsically changed the experience of the game by fandomizing it. I have to clarify that I absolutely love the community around Yume Nikki. While it's true that I do see the game differently as a result of the world that fans have built around it, I'm also glad that the game has stayed relevant enough that there is legitimately a world around it. There are people that think about and interact with Yume Nikki every single day, and I'm genuinely grateful that people are that dedicated to art that I love. While everyone loves fan art, fan theories, and fan music, the real meat and potatoes of Yume Nikki's fan content are its fan games. Every video about Yume Nikki does this big shocker reveal about this, and I guess I have to do that too because you might actually be watching this without knowing. A fan game is a fully fledged video game that someone has made in tribute to another work, sometimes as a narrative continuation or spin-off, and sometimes just by telling another story under the same umbrella as the original. Most Yume Nikki fan games fall under the latter category, being dream emulators with a similar format to Yume Nikki but a unique protagonist and unique dream worlds. Some games are lucky enough to get a group of fans dedicated enough to make one fan game in tribute to the original. Some really popular games might get a few dozen spin-offs. Chances are that, in this case, at least a few of those fan games are just trying to capitalize on the success of the original. Yume Nikki definitely isn't that popular, but it's clear why someone would want to make a fan game in the style of Yume Nikki from a creative standpoint. You can probably already tell that I'm going to say that a ridiculous number of fan games have been made. That's right, at least 121 Yume Nikki fan games have been made by people on the internet. If you think that's crazy, wait until you realize that I'm lying. The real number is 240 fan games. I'm lying again! There are 479 Yume Nikki fan games that have pages on the Yume Nikki fan games wiki, meaning even that probably doesn't represent how many there actually are. A fan games archive torrent that has not even 479 unique games in it is still over 100 gigabytes. I get that big numbers are impressive, but realize that it took Kikiyama 4 years to finish Yume Nikki. While a lot of these games aren't as big, each one of them probably took hours of work on music, art, and programming. Each one of these games represents a unique vision that the creator or creators had for their own dreamscape, their own effects, and the protagonist dreaming it all. If you want to recapture that feeling I was talking about in the last chapter of exploring something truly foreign, please do yourself a favor and just randomly download a few of these fan games and spend like an hour in each of them. There is so much dream game content that you could realistically just play these for the rest of your life and they're all free. As much as I would like to review every one of these fan games for the sake of comprehensiveness, I'm pretty sure sitting here writing this script that the video is going to be at least 3 hours long already. And now I'm recording it and I know it's going to be at least 3 hours long. If I spent 5 minutes talking about each game on the Fangames Wiki, this section of the video would be 40 hours long. I'm already deep enough into the Kafka-esque nightmare that is creating this video. I have to draw the line somewhere. It's pretty uncontroversial that 2 of these fan games stand above the rest in popularity and influence. If you haven't played Dot Flow, my recommendation for it is the same as Yume Nikki. Skip this section and play the game blind with a group of friends like a book club. You can totally watch the Yume Nikki portion without having played it though. Yume Nikki is the best sequel ever made. You might remember all the way back in Collective Subconscious where I mentioned that a group of people in the Yume Nikki 2 channel thread had the idea of crowdsourcing a sequel to Yume Nikki by collaboratively making it themselves. That idea spawned its own thread, which in turn created the first Yume Nikki fan game, Yume Nikki. There's an upper layer pun that most people point out in that the number 2 is pronounced ni in Japanese, meaning that the name Yume Nikki is actually pronounced Yume Nikki. But I see way less people point out that this title is also an obvious reference to the fact that the game started as a collaborative project by 2channel. When Yume Nikki first made its way to the West via Uboa-chan, people were actually pissed at the idea that someone thought they could make a sequel to Yume Nikki without being Kikiyama. They lacked the context that the game was referencing the place where it originated from. Also, one of the first comments that kickstarted Tuki was someone saying, "I can't think of a name for a Dream Diary type game other than Yume Nikki," which was some really cute unintentional foreshadowing. Yume Nikki is basically everything that Yume Nikki is, but bigger. Way more dream worlds, way more music, way more effects. Instead of just Nasu, the main character Yorotsuki's game console has an entire suite of minigames. Instead of just effects, there are also hundreds of unique computer wallpapers to collect, each of which is a unique piece of fan art. Instead of maybe referencing 2 games, Yume Nikki has references to other Yume Nikki fan games threaded all throughout its dream worlds. Of course, there are multiple endings. Of course, you can combine an effect with the bike to wear a costume while going faster. Of course, the game is a gigabyte large, while the original Yume Nikki is only 41 megabytes. Yume Nikki is, without a doubt, the most ambitious game ever made in RPG Maker, and probably the most ambitious collaborative game development project ever done in general. It's actually impressive that RPG Maker 2000 hasn't absolutely buckled under the weight of this game. Remember how I said that any reissue of Yume Nikki's OST needs to be at least an hour long? There is no complete upload of the Yume Nikki OST on YouTube, because there are over 500 tracks in it. There are over 650 locations in Yume Nikki. If you tried to play Yume Nikki in the same way as Yume Nikki, without a walkthrough, it would realistically take you hundreds to thousands of hours to beat it, especially if you're trying to get all the wallpapers. Disregarding the sheer size of Nikki, it also houses some of the most impressive pixel art and music that I've ever seen. Yume Nikki's worlds are so diverse and stylized that specific contributors have generated fan bases of their own, and many Nikki fans will also have a short list of their favorite contributors whose worlds they'll go out of their way to find. While Yume Nikki represents an extremely concise experience, allowing people to speculate deep into the story and intentions of one specific author, Yume Nikki provides infinite sub-stories dispersed throughout each individual world and the combined works of every creator involved with it. There's even something to be said about Nikki's worlds having an overarching narrative, because in a meta way, they express the headspace of Yume Nikki fans as a collective entity. I can't think of any other game that represents a fanbase as well as Yume Nikki, even literally in the way that Nikki pays homage to fangames in its own dream worlds. Unlike most fangames, Yume Nikki represents as a sequel what Kikiyama never could have done with Yume Nikki, just by virtue of not being made by a single person with one perspective and one collection of ideas. Truly, there is no game more worthy of being named the sequel to Yume Nikki. And basically every other game dreams about having a community so dedicated that they would get a fan sequel on this level. With that said, how can Yume Nikki be the best sequel of all time when it isn't even the best version of itself. Yume Nikki Online is a fairly new project from the Yume Nikki fandom. There are actually 2 variants of this application, but I'm gonna cover YNO project for this review, because they're like officially greenlit by some fan games. I don't know, I had to pick one. While technically owned and created by Azarashi, there are a ton of people who have contributed code to YNO project, including, surprisingly, a ton of the people who are developing Easy RPG. YNO project has basically turned Yume Nikki and a handful of its fan games into MMOs by allowing people to play and chat in one shared dreamscape entirely through a browser interface. That's right. This all works by just going onto a website. The front end of this website is also insanely polished, by the way. The kind of work that would only ever be done by a bunch of software engineers on an open source project. The main game that I'm going to talk about through YNO project is Yume-tuki, because it gets the most attention both from the devs and from the players. At this point, Tuki Online is a community-developed, massively multiplayer online dream simulator where all of the content is user-generated. If that doesn't sound amazing to you, how did you get this far in the video? I cannot stress how much better Yume-tuki is as an MMO than as a single-player game. Being as large as it is, Tuki almost feels like it was meant to be the map for a multiplayer game. A single person would have to be ridiculously dedicated to choose to explore all of Tuki by themselves, but with online, the game transforms into an endless social hub where you can take expeditions with a group of people and have a genuine adventure with your friends. Joining a Tuki server reminds me of playing Phantasy Star Online today on fan servers. Everyone there is a super fan and they all probably kind of know each other. And you know everyone there is cool as hell because they're still playing a game like this today. There's even a dedicated Discord for YNO where moderator-type figures host dream tours, sometimes through all of the content that a specific Tuki contributor has made, or through an entire fan game in general. They've even done tours where the dev of a fan game will join and talk about the game while walking around in-game with you. Tuki already had some built-in social elements via the effects. Part of the incentive of exploration is just to find new cosmetics to wear around in the dream apartments and Nexus while you talk to people. The team behind YNO project has actually worked to add more light RPG elements to the game that even further incentivize coming back to play. There's a new Expeditions tab which gives daily and weekly challenges to navigate to a certain world to gain EXP and level up, as well as a persistent badges system that works like achievements for interacting with certain elements and characters. The site also integrated itself with Yume-tuki Explorer, which blew my mind when I first saw it. This is a 3D interactive map of all of the worlds in Yume-tuki that you can drag around and search through, and you can even type in a destination and get a graph of all of the routes from where you are in the world to where you want to go. It's crazy how $1 million AAA games will spend like half of a sprint on finishing their UI, while a game made entirely by fans in their free time offers the coolest, most enjoyable user experience I've ever had. Playing Tuki Online with the Explorer and the provided maps of each world feels like being an internet dream pirate, using my confusing atlas to try and navigate my crewmates through an infernal maze to a treasure chest in the form of an effector expedition goal. This is genuinely a $1 million idea for a video game, and the only reason it doesn't have thousands of concurrent players is because nobody knows about it. I don't want Fortnite concerts. I want Yume-tuki music festivals. When I was first trying to record footage of Tuki Online for this video, I didn't have anyone to play the game with. I was basically wandering around alone, until I stumbled into a group of people in the Nexus who seemed to be going somewhere. I decided to just follow them to check out what was going on. Everyone but one person ended up going AFK within a couple of minutes of the journey. The last person who was on this expedition was named Fuko-san, but all I could see were the letters FUK above their head. Without saying a word to each other, Fuko-san guided me through dreamworld after dreamworld for 18 straight minutes. During a short break when they needed to check the map, I finally broke the ice by thanking them for taking me on this adventure, to which they replied, "No worries, LOL." We continued on for 45 more minutes in almost pure silence as they guided me further and further into the depths of this game. We got lost together. They helped me solve puzzles that they had long since completed, and we marveled at the music and art of each world, occasionally stopping just to admire the view. When we finally reached a point at which we could go no further, Fuko-san told me that they had noticed that I was new and decided to take me on the longest path in the game. We sat there for a few minutes and had a conversation under the beautiful night sky artwork that somebody who I will never know made for free. All three of us connected by a shared love of this weird free dream game made by another person who I will never know. So little needs to be said about Yume Nikki and the importance it holds in this world. Me and Fuko-san had a nice conversation that was so meaningful to me that I refused to even show it to you, even if it was just another dream run for them. There have been many times during the process of making this video where I questioned whether it was worth putting this much effort into something that so few people will ever understand. It was moments like this that convinced me that this video was worthwhile. This experience was at least twice as poignant and life-altering as anything I experienced playing Journey as an 11-year-old, and that game has a 92 on Metacritic, so you know it's good. If you take anything from this video, please play Yume Nikki online. Bring your friends, follow strangers, get lost in the world. I feel like I need to mention that the moderation of YNO leaves a lot to be desired though, so please only check it out if you're over 18. In fact, just don't talk to people on the internet in general if you're under 18. Trust me, you will thank me later for that advice. My only question is, how can Yume Nikki Online be the best sequel ever made, when .flow is actually the best sequel ever made? On February 15th, 2009, the day after Valentine's Day, an anonymous user uploaded their own version of a Yume Nikki type game onto Yume Nikki's 2-channel uploader site after asking for permission from other users to share their work. They mentioned that they had been developing the game slowly over time and felt that it was now in a good enough state to showcase. Going to the uploader reveals one outlier file with a unique name, flow.zip. As people began to try out the user's game, many returned very impressed with their work, praising the atmosphere and unified aesthetic of the game's worlds. The user began to use a trip code to identify themselves, opting for the name 96, as that was the number of their first post on the thread. Of course, it's been over a decade since they've been known by that name. As .flow continued being updated, receiving its own English fan translation, and became the poster child of solo work Yume Nikki fan games, its developer, Lol Rust, came to be one of, if not the, most popular and well-respected developer in Yume Nikki's fan community. What sets .flow apart from other Yume Nikki fan games, aside from it being one of the first and most complete efforts, is the intensely unique atmosphere that Lol Rust suspended the game in. In a lot of ways, .flow is nothing like Yume Nikki. It's extremely dark, filled with negative events, and focused on themes of death and decay. The protagonist, Sabitsky, has a name which literally means covered in rust. Lol Rust was one of the first developers to employ their own world and style totally detached from Yume Nikki to Kikiyama's formula, resulting in a game that appeals to Yume Nikki fans while also collecting its own base of fans that appreciated its directed aesthetic more. .flow takes great advantage of the fact that Yume Nikki already did a ton of the legwork in figuring out the dream exploration game format. .flow is more concerned with refining and polishing the gameplay experience of Yume Nikki, primarily from a level design perspective, and it leads to a smoother and less confusing first playthrough than Yume Nikki. Lol Rust also smartly employed multiple endings in the structure of their game. The original objective of Yume Nikki is almost the halfway point of .flow. After collecting all the effects, Sabitsky transforms into rust, and the dream world fills with enemies, as well as a number of newly accessible events. The player should have kept track of 3 specific areas in the dream world which were inaccessible as Sabitsky. As Rust, you can now enter these suppressed memories to gather 3 items which unlock the true ending of the game. A lot of fans describe .flow as the scarier version of Yume Nikki, but that wasn't how I felt playing it. If anything, .flow is profoundly sad, and induced a strong sense of dread and despair in me. I was never really scared, but I guess I was horrified. During my playthrough, I got the feeling that LOLRust was critiquing the medical system's treatment of terminally ill children, which is just my personal interpretation, but it's a very dense concept that I haven't really seen explored in anything else before. Sabitsky appears to be a terminally ill patient in some kind of hospital, and digging up traumatic experiences in her dreams only causes her condition to get worse. The game either ends with her taking her own life before she fully deteriorates, or living long enough to have her disease fully take over her mind and body. Sabitsky still dreams of oceans and video games and snow, which makes her absolutely shattered psyche and demented premonitions of death and decay that much more abjectly sad. Even the art of Sabitsky herself conveys some deep feeling of depression. Unlike MADOTSUKI, she wears a very unassuming gray tank top, and her skin is so pale that I have to wonder how long it's been since she's been outside. .flow captures a very visceral fear of imminent, unavoidable death in a deeply depressing way that seems impossible to replicate through any other form of art. Without needing to tell me anything, .flow made me sympathize with its protagonist more strongly than any piece of media I've experienced in a long time. Something very bad happened to me when I sat down and fully completed .flow for this review. I started to like it. Like, a lot. .flow made me begin to question my resolve in calling Yume Nikki the greatest video game of all time, because it almost convinced me that it was an objectively better version of Yume Nikki. I think if Kikiyama had released .flow as a sequel to Yume Nikki, it would be universally praised, and Kikiyama would have to be considered a world-class artist in the medium of environmental storytelling. The reality that Kikiyama didn't make .flow is actually way better, because it signals to me that Yume Nikki can exist forever and doesn't need to be the child of one author. .flow isn't objectively better than Yume Nikki, but the changes it makes to Yume Nikki's formula are extremely compelling and deserve to be explored. I think that there are infinite ways in which Yume Nikki could be modified, remixed, and reworked to accomplish innumerable different narrative complexities which couldn't be expressed through another medium. What medium could provide a more deeply personal exploration of a character than literally exploring the inner workings of their mind? And I think the graphical fidelity of these games is in the perfect sweet spot right now. There's enough wiggle room for you to fill in some of the gaps with your own imagination. Envisioning a game like this with $1 million budget and 4K 3D visuals, I can only imagine something way worse than Yume Nikki or .flow. These games need to be indie to survive, which rocks. Completely unlike Kikiyama, LOLRust very openly explains the inspirations behind their work. Silent Hill, Moon Remix RPG, Earthbound, David Lynch films, Serial Experiments Lane, obviously Yume Nikki. LOLRust has even done a Let's Play of .flow, which includes a ton of really fascinating information on the game. I would cover that info for posterity here, but I want you to go to their page and subscribe to them, so I'll let you watch the playthrough yourself. They've also done a playthrough of Yume Nikki, but it remains completely untranslated. Feel free to do that, you know.
Oh, cheeseburger.
While Yume Nikki found a fan base on Tumblr, .flow existed on Tumblr. .flow is almost as Tumblr as Homestuck is Tumblr. Reading people's thoughts on the game, I saw so many fans reminiscing on the game's Tumblr scene in the early 2010s. I have to make a confession to you. I was not on Tumblr during its heyday. I was in middle school, and I thought that Tumblr sucked because that's what all of the people in my CSGO lobbies said. If I was less impressionable at that age, I probably would have loved Tumblr, and learned to express myself and my interests more freely without fear of ridicule. Instead, remember me as the kid who went on V and Mew a total of literally 3 times because I was afraid of viruses, and told all of the kids in my 8th grade class, "Yeah, I lurk on 4chan. I've seen some crazy stuff on B, you guys probably aren't ready for that." Please feel free to actually point your finger at your screen and laugh out loud in my face. You guys won. Look at me now. I will say that ultimately, I still believe that Yume Nikki is the better game and continues to be the best game like itself. We have to recognize that it seriously says something that somebody as unbelievably talented as LOLRust dedicated their time and energy to making a tribute to Kikiyama's work though. They aren't an exception either. Hundreds of amazing creatives have poured hours and hours into making art because of Kikiyama. The only other game that I can think of that inspired this much independent creativity is Earthbound. Truthfully, I think I could review Dotflow for at least as long as the review portion of Yume Nikki was, but I'll leave this as another experience that you should be free to form your own thoughts and opinions on outside of my own. Alright. To close out this section, I'm gonna shout out a ton of Yume Nikki YouTubers. In the description of this video, there should be a playlist with at least 58 Yume Nikki videos that I enjoy and think are worth your time. You cannot mention Yume Nikki YouTubers without mentioning the protagonist of the Yume Nikki fandom, Gobu. Gobu uploads insanely polished, high-quality, dense, fun animations surrounding Yume Nikki characters. Their animations have become so popular that some attract viewers who don't even know what Yume Nikki is. They make up a lot of the most viewed Yume Nikki videos on YouTube. Gobu uploads about once a year, and there's a running joke that the entire community reunites every time a new Gobu video drops, only to spread out again until next year. Gobu's animations almost take place in an alternate universe where Madotsuki enjoys lucid dreaming and hangs out with their friends. Monoko is the brickhead of the group, Minoe acts super prim and proper, Poniko pretends like she doesn't want to be there, and Seka Masada is mentally insane. Together they go on all sorts of wacky adventures in different areas of the dream world, and it's just so pleasant. I think Gobu is required viewing material for any Yume Nikki fan. Next up is another MVP of the Yume Nikki community, Shadok has done a couple of animations on Yume Nikki stuff, but my favorite thing that they've made is the Love Web episode on Yume Nikki. I didn't think I would like this video as much as I did. I've watched every Love Web video since finding this one, and I can't wait for the next one to come out. Shadok basically explores different pieces of internet culture using these two text-to-speech characters, Manon and Cybermare. They have this really cute dynamic where Manon is this ultra-accurate representation of every kid on the internet in 2009, and Cybermare is this cynical old internet veteran who completely distrusts any glimmer of optimism and hope online. They're like SpongeBob and Squidward, honestly. The video on Yume Nikki goes surprisingly deep, especially with all of the obscure references posted on the wall of Manon's room. I forgot how you say it. Shadok even made a Yume Nikki fan game for the video, and every video in the series has a minor ARG attached to it. This kind of content definitely isn't meant to exist on YouTube anymore, so I'd love to see Shadok get the support they need to continue making it. Also, during my research for this video, I realized that Shadok comments on almost every single video about Yume Nikki on YouTube. If you're watching this like at least a month after it comes out, pause and scroll down to the comments right now. I guarantee you Shadok has commented on this video. I know you're watching this video right now, Shadok. Hi, I was gonna suggest a video for you to make, but I actually don't think that you should make this video, so I don't have a joke here anymore. Seriously though, you really support the community at every opportunity you get in the most positive way. Thank you. I have to shout out ILYN for kickstarting
La investigación de Yume Nikki.
The work of their group has undeniably been some of the most amazing and inspiring stuff to come out of the Yume Nikki fandom in recent years. They're the reason we have all of these older versions of Yume Nikki to look at, and they've also done a ton of work in tracking down old Kikiyama songs and making them widely available. I wish ILYN's channel was fully captioned in English because I know they have an absolutely encyclopedic knowledge of Yume Nikki, and I'm sure they make some of the best videos about the game and the history surrounding it on YouTube. I'd really like to see their stuff translated, and I'd like to see way more people trying to unearth Yume Nikki content in the same vein as their project. I feel like there's still more out there. I tried as hard as I could, but I'm only one guy. Postcards from the White Desert is one of the only channels dedicated to making only Yume Nikki videos, and they have a pretty dense knowledge of the game. They've made high quality videos on a number of more niche Yume Nikki topics that haven't really been covered in a commentary format before. I also think that they have the most comprehensive iceberg video on Yume Nikki on YouTube. I remember they were having trouble coming up with new topics to cover on Yume Nikki, but there's still definitely a ton of interesting stuff that I think they could cover well. Check out their videos and give them some ideas. Xerif is another newer Yume Nikki YouTuber whose channel isn't 100% dedicated to the game, but he's made a lot of videos on it. I really like his videos covering Yume Nikki stuff in other games, like Yume Nikki Roblox games and Yume Nikki VR chat worlds. He also did a series on Yume Nikki merch that was pretty good, including an unboxing of some rare Surfer's Paradise merch. He helped compile a Google Doc that made it really easy to buy Surfer's Paradise merch off Yahoo Auctions from outside of Japan, which is a total solid for the community in my book. Xerif has good energy, super charismatic, and it's just fun to watch his videos. Definitely check him out. Blue Balloon Fighter is a Spanish channel that I'm pretty sure has gone defunct, which is very sad. Their video on Yume Nikki is an absolutely brilliant essay on the hikikomori epidemic in Japan, and it inspired my segment on the hikikomori theory a lot. They have another video on Yume Nikki and a video on Dotflow that haven't been translated to English yet, so if you speak Spanish, please consider doing that. I would really like to watch them. While this isn't really a YouTuber, shout out to the Dream Diary podcast. I listened to it when it first came out and listened to it again after I wrote the script, only to find that they covered some stuff that I really didn't think they had gone deep enough to cover. The coolest contributions Lewis made to the story are his interviews with friends and fans of the game, as well as his communication with representatives of the Dream Diary development team. I still think this podcast is worth a listen today, especially if you like documentary-style content like this video. This guy Yggdrasil is insanely underrated. They've made 2 Yume Nikki animations that are paired with Death Grip songs. Super stylized. It feels like they understand the aesthetic of Yume Nikki very well, and it makes a perfect match with the song choice. Jake Butenau has made a pair of really great videos on the Yume Nikki and Yume Nikki Dream Diary OSTs, comparing the two and explaining how Yume Nikki's OST works uniquely well for its gameplay. He's also done a great interview with Dan Salvato where he asks Dan about Yume Nikki and gets into some fantastic info about Dan's experience with Yume Nikki and how it inspired Doki Doki Literature Club. NitroRad is like famous, so I don't really need to shout him out, but his videos on Yume Nikki fangames are some of the best on the respective titles on YouTube. I especially like the videos where he covers 3 random fangames and compares what they do right and wrong. It's a good way to cover games that wouldn't justify a whole video on their own. If you want an introduction to a few fangames outside of Dotflow and Yume Nikki, or even if you want an introduction to those 2 games by someone else, check out NitroRad's videos. There are a ton of YouTubers that have done one-off videos about Yume Nikki or its fangames or concepts involving the game that I all put in the playlist in the description. Do yourself a favor and check them out after this video if you're interested in seeing other perspectives on the game from a bunch of smart and talented people. Just by nature of the game itself, every video you watch about Yume Nikki should be equally unique and valid and give you an interesting new perspective that you wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. I can say that a lot of these videos changed the way I saw certain aspects of the game during my research phase. Yume Nikki has managed to stay a part of a continuing lineage of cultural zeitgeists up until today. The game was kind of tangentially linked to Vaporwave, but really hit its stride as its soundtrack began being reused as music for image compilations. Chances are that if you've watched a Liminal Spaces video before, you've heard something from Yume Nikki's soundtrack. These loops have almost become the de facto horror songs for the internet, so much so that they started to pop up in memes completely unrelated to Yume Nikki. Yume Nikki predated modern surreal horror so much that it almost doesn't feel right. It's almost hard to believe. Isn't there something else going on here? I haven't been completely honest with you. There's a secret that I've been hiding this entire video, a through line spearing through most of what I've said so far. During the research phase of this video, I found this connection and immediately knew that it would be the core around which everything else should be centered. Welcome to the heart of this entire review. I think it's already clear if you've been paying attention that there are a lot of interesting synchronicities throughout the history of this game. Reading those original 2-channel threads is legitimately captivating because, while it's easy to feel detached from the conversations they're having, it's also nearly absurd how much Japanese 2-channel users in 2005 have in common with Western video game fans in 2022. From the games that they reference, to their attitudes towards fandom, to even the jokes that they make. It was hard to internalize that a child born on the day this thread started would literally be about to graduate from high school today. I keep on coming back to those very first comments, the ones that laid the groundwork for interpreting Yume Nikki and tying the game back to cultural pillars of the Japanese internet in that era, because I think they hold the truest key to understanding Yume Nikki's greater purpose. I read you a lot of those early comments, but there was one that I intentionally omitted. The 7th comment ever posted on that thread sticks out like a sore thumb among the others, especially to us today, because it's written in English. Tenashin. This word is hard to miss in these early threads. It was posted 15 times in the first page alone. Later threads started with a pre-written header which links to relevant sites, one of which serves the explicit purpose of providing more Yume Nikki-like Tenashin content. 2-channel users were comparing the game to Mother and LSD Dream Emulator, sure, but the #1 term that everyone associated with this game was actually Tenashin. To 2-channel, Yume Nikki was the Tenashin game. Unless you're already acquainted with 2-channel history, I'm guessing you don't even know what this word means. I didn't. It's actually really difficult to find an answer. Most of the sites and videos referencing the term are filled with jumbled conspiracy terms, intentionally obfuscated text, and surreal art. It almost feels wrong to explain the origins of Tenashin, but just bear with me for a second. At some point in January of 2004, a bizarre post was made in the news board on 2channel. All that was included was this weird, deteriorated Shift.js art of the character Doraemon, next to which the word Tenashin was written in English text. The post quickly caught attention just for being weird and funny. Immediately, others began to build an entire mythos and world around the meaning of the post and the word Tenashin. If anyone asked the meaning of Tenashin, the responses would be filled with surreal Shift.js art, redacted text, and the phrase, "Don't think, feel, and you'll be Tenashin." In reality, Tenashin doesn't mean anything. All of these people were basically messing with anyone that didn't know about it, but this strange and surreal aura that surrounded the idea of Tenashin led to it being used as almost its own genre identifier of new content on the internet. If you go on those Tenashin summary links, or search Tenashin on Nico Nico, you'll find absolute droves of surreal videos, websites, images, and pretty much anything else, the vast majority of which never made it over to the West. If you're a fan of early internet horror, you should seriously check out those Tenashin videos. I'm sure you haven't seen anything quite like it. Well, there is a chance that you've seen something similar. I'm brought back to thinking about those synchronicities. There's something so familiar about Tenashin, about the fact that Yume Nikki was basically the poster child for this movement. Yume Nikki caught a second wind of popularity recently, didn't it? It's been confusingly linked to a new popular art movement on the Western internet. Something that seemed to completely come out of left field. Something that uniquely captured the modern state of the internet. Weirdcore. だよ。子猫子猫猫猫だよ。猫猫子猫ね猫猫子猫猫猫だよ。子猫子猫猫猫だよ。子猫猫猫猫猫。Putting these two side by side is genuinely inconsolable. Weirdcore is Tanishin, reinvented by a completely different culture over a decade apart, and for some reason sharing a common thread in the form of Yume Nikki. Somehow, Yume Nikki outlived Tanishin long enough that it became a part of the foundation for another art movement that completely neglected to realize that it had already existed before. These two are even linked down to the video format. Most of the oldest Tanishin videos on Nico Nico are compilations of Tanishin images laid against experimental and off-putting music, exactly the same as most weirdcore compilations today. There's something so predeterministic about all of this that it genuinely makes me feel uneasy. It's been observed before that culture is kind of cyclical, but I've never seen something this blatantly recycled, ostensibly by a crowd of artists that had no idea that they were recycling anything. It almost feels like there's something foundational to the internet that forces people to reconcile with the feelings of Tanishin and weirdcore. There's something at the core of the internet that is just terrifyingly endless and surreal and confusing. So much so that this happened. Just like the collective consciousness of everyone on 2channel allows us to view a kind of general portrait of Japanese society at a certain point in history. On a macrocosmic scale, the internet allows us to tap into something more fundamentally shared between humans that doesn't bare its fangs until pulled back and viewed from afar. There is a fear inherent to sentience that has permeated the internet as a byproduct of unprecedented human communication, and Tanishin and weirdcore are existing evidence of that. One of the most nested congruences between Tanishin and weirdcore, exemplified by Yume Nikki, are the themes of isolation from the outside world. In Japan, in the time of Tanishin, the term for people who would not leave their room was hikikomori. The same attitude is so prevalent in the age of weirdcore that it doesn't even really have a name. The terminally online crowd that comprise both of these movements find themselves falling deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole that is the internet, and the most horrifying realization of staring that deep into the abyss is that the abyss is human. The internet is simply a conglomerate of human thoughts. If you venture deep enough, what universal truths are you going to find about the act of being alive? If there were a way to see existence from an outside perspective, it would be from viewing the internet holistically and trying to catch a glimpse of the world when it has its guard down. The fact that Yume Nikki is threaded in such a way to genuine, dynamic human behavioral patterns feels consequential beyond it just being a video game. Maybe that's giving too much credit to Yume Nikki, but at the very least, Yume Nikki's ties to these movements makes it apparent that this work of art is more than just ahead of its time. It is timeless. Is what I would say if it wasn't... sorry, is this a bad time? Yeah, what's going on? You finished the second arc of the video, which officially means that you have watched most of this review. I appreciate it, buddy. If one person makes it this far, that's all that matters to me. In terms of those last few chapters, what did you think about the thing in behind there somewhere? The Music E-Club thing, was that cool? I've known about that for like a year, and I've been holding on to it, because I was like, that's gonna go hard in the documentary. I can imagine a future where people are angry at me, because I was holding on to lost media for a few months, but, dude, I don't owe you anything. And also, it's Kikiyama's stuff, you weren't obligated to have any of that. I don't mean to be a downer, though. I just hope that, like, you know, that was a cool little surprise for you. That was the reason why in the first chapter I said that I could guarantee with 100% certainty that you did not know everything that I was about to talk about. Yeah, this arc also included NOMOIDA Reviews Yume Nikki, which is the longest arc in the entire video, and is also the only arc that I didn't use Yuli's 16:9 Yume Nikki mod for, meaning that I had to chop up all of the background video by itself. I actually kind of did that on purpose because I was like, I'm reviewing Yume Nikki, I should show video of the original game, not a modded version of it. If I allowed myself to have another 40 minutes in that section, I do wish that I was a little less calculated, and like, I wish I had appealed to logic less when trying to validate kind of the idea that Yume Nikki is the best game ever made. Basically every other video about Yume Nikki does like an emotional appeal kind of thing, which is why I wanted to approach it from a more like academic perspective, I guess. But I do think, you know, there was a lot that I could have said about the emotions that Yume Nikki projects in me, which caused me to feel like I need to make a 5-hour-long documentary about it. But, you know, the video's long enough already. You get the idea. And there are other people you can watch for that kind of thing. I don't have any issue with I Love Yume Nikki. I think that's like a perfectly fine chapter. But once again, I don't think anybody has ever talked about like the lol rust 2chan posts, or about, you know, when they were originally talking about Yume Nikki, like the thing where the guy was like, I can't think of a name for the game other than Yume Nikki. When I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, that's going in the documentary. My favorite chapter from this section is Everything in Its Right Place. I don't know how other people are going to take that chapter. You know, it kind of necessitates that you take me kind of seriously, and I don't like to do that often. I also, you know, Tanashin is so interesting, and it's like not a very well-known internet phenomenon right now, and people are a little bit gatekeepy about it, so I hope that people don't get mad at me for including it in this review. I tried to be as respectful as possible towards the subject matter, and I tried, you know, I put like a horror twist on it, but I tried not to be like YouTube red circle vine boom sound effect. And also, you know, with the connection to Weirdcore, when I first wrote this script, Weirdcore was still cool, and it wasn't like a TikTok Poppy's Playtime, like Friday Night Funkin' thing. You know, I don't know, people kind of still think liminal spaces are cool. It's expanded out enough now that it's not even really like a singular genre of media. People call it like dreamcore and stuff now. I don't know. I hope that the point that I was trying to get across did get across in that section. Just the idea that that kind of media existed and then didn't exist for so long and then existed again. I almost feel like some of the people starting the liminal space thing were inspired by Tanashin, because there are definitely people out there that are in like the current internet social media, you know, circle that know about Tanashin. I don't know. There were sections that I kind of thought of after the fact to include in NOMOIDA Reviews Yume Nikki that I ended up just like, I recorded this in a studio, okay? And I lost access to the studio. I was going in there for free, and I lost access like a week or two before Christmas, like early into December. And I had a short list of extra things that I was going to record, and I had gone to a concert the weekend before that deadline, and I got as sick as I've ever been in years. So it was like, even if I did go to the studio, those recordings would have sucked. And that was like a divine message to me that I needed to stop expanding the scope of this review and just tie it off. One of the things that I planned that I think is really cool, I can just show it here, is that I asked a chat bot a bunch of questions about Yume Nikki, and it gave like really weirdly interesting, like compelling answers for a lot of what I questioned it about, especially the one about like comparing it to Plato's philosophy. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is the end of the intermission. I can't think of anything else to say. And once again, if you're watching it in like the arc pattern, this was the end of the second arc, so you can, you know, go do whatever until tomorrow if you want to watch the third arc tomorrow. Third arc I get kind of wacky with the editing. It wasn't even intentional. I edited and, you know, recorded everything out of order. You could just watch, you know, the third arc right now if you're not doing anything. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not gonna, you know, sway you in one direction or another. Whatever. Have a good day. Bye. I'm gonna open this chapter of the video with a disclaimer. It's probably very annoying for these creators to constantly hear about how their work is inspired by Yume Nikki. It's probably also very annoying for them to constantly have their work compared to Yume Nikki, and to have some level of their success be attributed to Kikiyama just by virtue of their inspiration. I want to preface this section by saying that these are all very good games with merits beyond their association with Yume Nikki, and they all deserve to be recognized and appreciated in their own right as their own projects. I'm also going to blanket talk about each of these games as if you've completed them. If you haven't played ONESHOT, the Lisa Trilogy, Undertale, Doki Doki Literature Club, or OMORI, please skip its respective section until you've purchased and finished the game. If you're completely blind to what any of these games are, you're in for a treat. Do not look up any information about them. Play them blind and refrain from searching anything about them until you've finished them. You can buy the definitive version of every game on this list, off sale, for $70 USD total, which is the MSRP of one regular AAA game. I promise that if you complete every game on this list, you will be at least a marginally different person than you were before, which is more than I can say for most AAA games. The modern lineage of fourth wall-breaking indie games owes something to ONESHOT. Fair enough, games like Eternal Darkness and Metal Gear Solid had messed around with pushing the boundaries of meta storytelling beforehand, but ONESHOT took it to another level by having the player be an active component of the story, separate from the character they're controlling. Playing this game is almost like a lecture on the importance of the principle of least privilege. Can every game that I download off the internet pull my name from Windows, make files outside of its own directory, and change my wallpaper? More confusingly, how did they do this in RPG Maker 2003? ONESHOT, like most of the games I'm about to talk about, feels like it was destined to become popular right from the moment you start it. Not only is this game much more polished than the average free RPG Maker project, with tons of custom music and art, but the characters in the game just demand to have fan art drawn of them. Any game that has a protagonist as expressive as Nico is bound to have some sort of following. That's not to imply that this game doesn't do a myriad of other things extremely well though. The idea of forcing the player to reach checkpoints in the form of beds to save their game, lest the game immediately, irreversibly end with the death of the main character, is super compelling. It's also cool that every time you start the game from one of these beds, a new cutscene will play displaying the dream that Nico had while they were asleep, allowing you to have a small conversation with them and come to bond with them more. In both the original and the remake, I felt that I didn't have enough information by the end to make a fairly informed decision, but maybe that's intentional. It definitely made it harder to choose, especially when I was getting conflicting messages from two different parties, each with their own vested interests. Barring the secret second playthrough route, I actually really like that the game just ends with your decision and leaves you to have your own feelings on whether you did right or not. The fact that you can only view this world, meaning that freeing Nico results in an aftergame image of pure desolation, feels a bit emotionally meta-biased towards saving it, but logically we're aware that Nico isn't impacted by this world anymore if we choose to save them. Assuming that the ending wasn't like an allegory for them dying. I always personally felt like the obvious answer was to save Nico. Most of the rational people in this world are saying that the son dying was just the end of a laundry list of things going wrong with the world anyway, and Nico never really asked to be a martyr for these people. I guess it says something that the game made me care enough about Nico that I easily preferred their well-being to the survival of an entire world though. I'm sure some people felt the polar opposite of me as well. And that kind of open dialogue is usually the sign of a very well-organized narrative. By the way, am I the only one who feels like this game's narrative is very similar to Dark Souls? I'm not gonna elaborate on that, think about it yourself. I first played ONESHOT through the expanded Steam port, which is generally the definitive version and has much more content than the original, but for the purposes of this review, I played through the original because it feels much closer in lineage to Yume Nikki. Yume Nikki is actually the first stated inspiration on the RPG Maker page for ONESHOT, and playing the game in this engine with that in mind really illuminated ONESHOT's connections to it. The slow, methodical, exploratory gameplay that takes you through a number of dreamlike environments reminds me a lot of Kikiyama's work. I can directly feel the parallels between a number of areas in this game and areas in Yume Nikki and Dot Flow. There's even a cute reference on the desktop in the beginning of the game to Yume Nikki, Dot Flow, and Yume along with a couple of other iconic RPG Maker horror games. Eliza Velasquez, the lead programmer behind ONESHOT, was actually also a major part of a Yume Nikki fighting game named Dream vs. Dream before creating ONESHOT. Nightmargin, who did all of the art and most of the music behind ONESHOT, seems to be a huge fan of Yume Nikki and its fan games, and even has fan art of MADOTSUKI and OMORI from when OMORI was still just a webcomic being developed by OMOCAT. As much as I love Yume Nikki fan games and what they represent, it's also really nice to see a game that could have easily been a Yume Nikki fan game follow a more linear narrative with more concrete characters, and try something truly unique in execution. It obviously paid off. I've met tons of people, both online and in real life, that love ONESHOT and rep the game everywhere. Way more people than I've ever met that like Yume Nikki. The boundary-breaking narrative and adorable cast of characters that you get to know beyond flicking a light switch in their room have given ONESHOT a large and passionate fan base, far surpassing just living in the shadow of its inspiration. Austin Jorgensen, the creator of the Lisa series, is a creative genius, full stop. I can't think of another solo-developed game series which is as diversely impressive as Lisa. Each game in the trilogy has a striking and distinct tone and atmosphere, and it's truly impressive that one person was able to reach out in so many directions and make something compelling every time. Truthfully, while Lisa the First is very clearly inspired by Yume Nikki, the follow-up games are where Austin really began to generate a cult fanbase, and those games aren't very similar to Yume Nikki at all. There are elements of surrealist horror throughout the series which could be considered to have undertones of Yume Nikki influence. The way that different tracks are sped up and slowed down in different areas is Yume Nikki-esque, and the idea of random percentage events happening to different players could have been inspired by Yume Nikki. All things considered though, I only felt cognizant of the influence in the latter two games of the trilogy after considering the obvious inspiration that Yume Nikki had on Lisa the First. Lisa the First can and has been considered a Yume Nikki fan game. It's an RPG Maker game with no standard RPG conventions where you walk around a bunch of confusing and surreal environments and interact with a bunch of variations of one character. There's a nexus that you can always return to, and an inventory system which is similar to effects in Yume Nikki, but with a slight puzzle-solving twist. I think the puzzles in this game only work because they tell you outright what you have to do and only operate in a limited space. The abilities you gain each have one predictable effect which is used for light environmental stuff. Having puzzles in a game which is meant to be confusing is a gamble, but The game is grounded enough that I think it sticks here. Lisa the First does drift away from fan game conventions by having a more concrete story and less random access imagery in general. The subject matter of the game is pretty clear from the introduction, and when you're told outright what lens to view the game world through, it's not as difficult to interpret what you're shown. This game is oppressively dark in subject matter and avant-garde in execution. It's the kind of game that just begs to have a cult following. Lisa the First would probably be talked about a lot more if it wasn't overshadowed by the magnum opus that is its pseudo-sequel. Lisa the Painful is a masterful juggling act of comedy and tragedy. This game is genuinely funny in a way that video games rarely are, which is a huge shock transitioning from the first game. It's also surprisingly long and full of optional side content. Lisa is bold in its design, very often forcing you to make real choices with irreversible repercussions, a feature that games often tout but are almost always too afraid to actually implement. The game tells a genuinely sobering story about the cycle of abuse and the struggles of overcoming generational trauma, wrapped in a cartoonishly ridiculous and evil world filled with interesting characters and one-off jokes that almost never come off as contrived or out of place. Lisa the Joyful tips the scale more towards action with a story that reminded me a lot more of Samurai Champloo or Afro Samurai. Existing out of obligation as a Kickstarter reward for Lisa the Painful, The Joyful is a fun epilogue where you essentially climb the ladder of warlords ruling over a wasteland by defeating them one by one. Both of these games have a lot of interesting parallels when considering how the two protagonists cope with trauma. It's also interesting to question how successful Brad actually was in raising Buddy to be strong and independent in a world designed to overwhelm her, and the unintended ramifications of being raised in such a way. The dialogue can bounce between being funny and serious at the drop of a dime. The art can likewise shift from Lovecraftian to pixel art of the Power Rangers. The world building is almost like a natural continuation of Children of Men's line of thought, but the characters that inhabit the world all have funny names and say one-liners when they die. The music was apparently made in a trial version of FL Studio, and it goes way harder than it has any right to. I wouldn't have trouble talking about this series for another 40 minutes, so I'll just leave it at that and say to watch HBomberGuy's video on the game. If a video that good existed for Yume Nikki, I probably wouldn't have had to make this one. I do obviously have to give the generic disclaimer that comes with recommending HBomberGuy videos. He thinks Dark Souls 2 is better than Dark Souls 1, so I understand if you don't want to watch his video after knowing that. At this point, Undertale speaks for itself. Undertale is this generation's Earthbound, although it's much bigger than Earthbound ever was. Undertale might be the most successful indie game ever created behind Minecraft, and it's less than 10 hours long. What an absolute slap in the face to every AAA games publisher that this short, funny, weird game about not hurting people that was primarily developed by a single person has had more of a cultural impact than anything Ubisoft has released in the past 20 years. Toby Fox will single-handedly fuel the indie games community for 100 years to come off of just this one game, without even bringing up Deltarune. Toby Fox has mentioned Yume Nikki as an influence on a number of different occasions. The most direct reference in Undertale to Yume Nikki is probably Gaster, not only in appearance, but also in the fact that their presence in the game is predetermined by a randomly generated number unique to each playthrough. The True Labs section of Undertale also bears some resemblance in tone and appearance to Dot Flow, but that could be coincidental. Honestly, Undertale is as influenced by Yume Nikki as it is by dozens of other indie game staples. Touhou, Cave Story, Off. I think Undertale and Yume Nikki also share some DNA in the games that they were jointly inspired by. Obviously Earthbound, but I wouldn't be surprised if Yume Nikki was also influenced by Moon, which was an inspiration for Toby Fox's idea to make an RPG about helping people. The fact that Toby Fox literally learned to read while playing Earthbound is such a crazy origin story. You can only imagine how fundamentally that would shape somebody's personality forever. The heart of what makes Undertale special is that it really is the culmination of an entire scene of games that inspired it in ways which allowed it to be more than the sum of its parts. Undertale has transcended the indie game scene because it takes from so many places and builds upon so many ideas to make something truly unprecedented. Toby Fox was nowhere near as prevalent in the indie game scene of the early 2000s as, say, Derek Yu, but he was there, watching. Toby Fox was making ROM hacks of Earthbound 2 years after Kikiyama posted the first build of Yume Nikki, before anyone in the English-speaking world even knew what Yume Nikki was. Toby Fox was referencing Uboa in his ROM hacks before Uboa-chan existed, before even the first build of Dot Flow was released. If anyone deserved to make a game as paradigm-shifting as Undertale, it was Toby Fox. My favorite piece of writing from Toby Fox is a retrospective he did on the game's reception a year after its release. In it, he says,
"Someday, Undertale will fade from people's minds. But I'm sure in 10 years, some kid who played Undertale will create a game that surpasses it. I look forward to playing that."
I first played Undertale when I was 14 years old, which, judging by my ridiculous timeline, must be around the age you were when you first played Yume Nikki. I'm making a promise that within the next decade, I will develop 2 video games, one of which will be as influenced by my experience playing Undertale as Undertale was influenced by your experience playing Yume Nikki. Which is to say, it'll be kind of similar, but I wouldn't be happy if someone insinuated that it was my only inspiration. By the way, Temi Chang also seems to be a Yume Nikki fan. She mentioned on her channel that one of her animations was inspired by Gobu, which is too crazy not to mention. Temi's art contributes a lot to Undertale, and she definitely deserves to be mentioned when discussing its creation. Her own game, Escaped Chasm, is kind of a Yume Nikki-esque RPG Maker game that's name your own price and includes new art from her and new music from Toby Fox. If you like these kinds of games, you should play it. I was lucky enough to play Doki Doki Literature Club before it was spoiled to me. I saw the game trending on Steam only a few weeks after its release, and decided that I was down to play a free random visual novel at the behest of a ton of Steam reviews saying, "Don't read any more Steam reviews, just play the game." I've probably had more success convincing friends to play Doki Doki Literature Club than any other game, although part of that might just be that everyone that played the game also came back to thank me for telling them to play it. I explicitly remember one of my friends thanking me for telling him to play Doki Doki Literature Club, after which I took a leap of faith and told him to try out Yume Nikki. He never thanked me for that. Of course, me and all my friends were 16 years old when the game came out. I even have a core memory of one of my friends playing the game in our high school physics class while none of us learned anything. On my first playthrough, I was able to get past the opening hours of the game not because of the promise of something amazing ahead, but because it was a game where a bunch of girls wanted to talk to me. While I was already a huge fan of deconstructive media and psychological horror at this point, I was also relieved that those interests could defend my enjoyment of 2 to 3 hours of the most unabashedly stereotypical dating sim ever made. Replaying the game today, a 21-year-old man/young adult, I'm shocked at how directly Dan Salvato laughed in my pubescent face for those first few hours, without me even realizing it. What other game has the absolute gall to make a translation error joke when being played in its native language? Doki Doki Literature Club is a genius work of deconstructive art which dares to ask the question, what if a character in a romance game was actually interesting? If there was any video game genre that was absolutely ripe for deconstruction, it was dating simulators, being almost literally cartoonishly misogynistic, and somehow getting away with it because the only people that play them are teenagers and NEETs. Doki Doki Literature Club succeeds at not only breaking multiple character tropes through the development of its main cast, not only raising into question the morality of its own genre, not only twisting an escapist fantasy into a fantasy that you wish you could escape from, but by just being a compelling and wholly unique horror game in its own right. The fact that the game waits so long before switching gears is still such a risky move that I think paid off amazingly to just shift the player off balance for the whole rest of the game. The huge number of random low-chance events sprinkled throughout the game make it infinitely discussable, replayable, and interesting. Every game with a branching story must eventually trim some of those branches back into singular plot threads, but Only Doki Doki Literature Club is smart enough to actually turn the dichotomy between the illusion of choice and the railroading of player freedom into the crux of the entire game. Much like Yume Nikki, Doki Doki Literature Club is a standout example of video games as an art form, and much like Yume Nikki, it's probably most widely known for its fan art of cute anime girls and like the 2 jump scare moments in the game. Such as the internet. Dan Salvato has been very gracious in the amount of respect that he shows to his inspirations. While Yume Nikki obviously isn't the only game that inspired Doki Doki Literature Club, Dan has voiced his love for the game multiple times, and he brings it to the table as a primary inspiration for the game basically every chance he gets. In fact, Dan even played Yume Nikki on stream for the 4th anniversary celebration of Doki Doki Literature Club's release, which absolutely rocks.
What?
In interviews and conversations around Yume Nikki, Dan has stated that the subtly off, uncanny valley atmosphere of Doki Doki Literature Club was inspired by his feelings playing Yume Nikki. He's also described the ending of Yume Nikki as a primary inspiration for the scene composition of Sayori's death, which is debatably the most important scene in the entire game. Having composed the OST for Doki Doki Literature Club by himself, Dan also describes a number of tracks as having taken inspiration from Kikiyama's work on Yume Nikki's OST. In a lot of ways, the Doki Doki Literature Club vinyl release is the closest you can get to officially owning Yume Nikki music on vinyl. Dan has also mentioned that he was very inspired by the idea that Yume Nikki's random events, like Uboa and Face, were at one time meant to randomly impact different players' experiences in the game, leading to online conversations where different people experienced different outcomes from the same action in the same game. It's so crazy to me that Dan took some of the best, most thought-provoking parts of Yume Nikki and translated them so well into another game that I love that I didn't even notice the inspiration until it was pointed out to me. I think the reason why this is so well executed is because Dan successfully took his personal feelings around Yume Nikki and tried to recreate those feelings in another work, rather than taking things from Yume Nikki at face value and trying to reappropriate them for another project. Out of all of the games I've described so far, OMORI is the one which is most obviously inspired by Yume Nikki, and it's also the most recent and most popular right now. OMORI is pretty new, but it's showing itself to have a fan base rivaling even Undertale's in size and obsession at this point. At the beginning of this video, I described OMORI as a modern-day reimagining of Yume Nikki, and I think if you've played it and watched the review up to this point, it should be kind of clear where I'm coming from. A game about a hikikomori who escapes into their dreams, where the stuff in their dreamscape is obviously inspired by both artifacts in the real world and some kind of internalized trauma that we aren't entirely privy to for the duration of the game. The main character wields a kitchen knife. An entire section of the climax of OMORI is dedicated to exclusively being a Yume Nikki fan game. And if you choose the hikikomori route where you recess further into your dreams, it becomes apparent that there's actually a huge ocean of Yume Nikki fangame-esque content hiding under the surface of this game. It's not exactly a secret that Omocat is a fan of Yume Nikki either. I'm sure it seems a bit harsh to just come out and name every aspect of OMORI which was inspired by Yume Nikki, so you're probably wondering what I actually think of this game. I saw OMORI in my Steam recommended one day in early 2021 with no idea of the history and hype behind it. Seeing an RPG Maker game with overwhelmingly positive reviews saying not to read any more reviews, I was reminded of my experience with Doki Doki Literature Club. I dropped $20 on the game without hesitation. I can distinctly remember crying at 7 pieces of media in my life. 6 of these were songs, and the 7th was the good ending of OMORI. I had trouble falling asleep the night I finished OMORI. This game lived in my head for weeks after I finished it. OMORI is one of my favorite games of all time, and I don't think I've ever had as perfect of an experience playing a game completely unspoiled to its conclusion. I could write an entire review of OMORI rivaling this video's length and quality, which is why I kind of want to refrain from writing too much in case I actually end up doing that. Omocat! I know you're watching this video. Let me interview you, and I will make a review of OMORI that is at least as good, although maybe not as long as this one. We're talking a Nardwuar level interview here. You watch the video, you know what I'm capable of. Where .flow used the Dream Games formula to exclusively tell its fully interpretive story, OMORI tastefully accentuates its already dense narrative landscape by using Dream Games to represent some deep, random access memory of the protagonist which was never meant to be explored. Yume Nikki represents the broken foundation of our protagonist's memory and psyche, which has been paved over in favor of an escapist fantasy, one which we spend most of the game exploring. Making a game that looks like this 90% of the time, and this 1% of the time is unfairly genius. I can't imagine communicating both that you understand how to make a hit game, but that you can also make vibrant, confusing niche art like this in any other medium this eloquently. As much as people like this game, I think they undervalue how indescribably brilliant its creators are. Once we're operating at this depth, like, this is what the game is now, it's like, I'm gonna scream at my monitor. There are so many levels to OMORI that I think it might go on forever. OMORI is realistically the best case scenario for anyone who wanted Yume Nikki to be built upon in a more narratively conscious fashion. OMORI is smart enough to realize that, although the interpretation part of Yume Nikki is its best aspect, there's a give and take to interpretation, which can benefit from providing some factual grounds for people to interpret on top of. OMORI is also smart enough to realize that a game where you wander around, sometimes for hours, trying to interact with random objects would never have the same mass appeal as, like, Mother 3. I also think that if the Yume Nikki fangame portion of OMORI was just packaged up unedited with nothing else, it would still be one of the best Yume Nikki fangames ever made. Realistically, I think you could probably understand the entire plot of OMORI by just playing Black Space 2. Some of Yume Nikki's fanbase really doesn't like OMORI, which is probably mostly just a hipster obsession with being constantly counterculture, considering that they're fans of Yume Nikki. There is a minority of OMORI's fanbase, as is the case with any big fanbase, that has gone out of their way to basically label Yume Nikki as bad OMORI, which is easy to reflexively respond to with some form of hatred. That isn't fair at all though, because OMORI is a crowning jewel of my favorite genre of video games, RPG Maker horror games, and nobody had to give those games the reverence they deserve. OMORI was released with such love and appreciation for the RPG Maker community that OMOCAT actually committed to making the game an RPG Maker, and had to switch versions halfway through development to accomplish everything they wanted for the game. Kickstarter backers might not appreciate the importance of that, but I do. In the life cycle of every obtuse, niche, genius piece of media, there's always a follow-up which manages to wrangle in the ambition and present the concepts of its originator in a way which can be appreciated by a much wider audience. OMORI isn't Yume Nikki, but it has its own unique set of objectives which it has achieved flawlessly, and time will show it to be yet another page in the history of independent game developers inspiring the next generation of artists. There are countless other indie games that I could have also brought into this section, but I think this is a pretty insanely stacked vertical slice to show the influence that Yume Nikki has had on modern indie games. Every single one of these games shook the world when it was released, and they're all probably more popular than Yume Nikki will ever be. This kind of thing always happens with niche media. Of course a game like Yume Nikki wouldn't appeal to most people, but the people who love Yume Nikki enough to let it inspire them to create also understand it enough to be able to relay what it means to them, often in a way which is more digestible to the world at large than the original was. If Yume Nikki is responsible for even 1% of the collective genius of all of these games, then I think it absolutely deserves a video like this one. "2014 was technically the 10-year anniversary of Yume Nikki's release, even though nobody knew about the game in 2004. Surprisingly enough, Kikiyama was actually willing to let a group of people handle the Yume Nikki IP for the purposes of celebrating this anniversary. The group, named Project Yume Nikki, first started operating around March of 2013, launching with the announcement of a series of Yume Nikki merchandise distributed by the company Surfer's Paradise, and a new Yume Nikki themed EP by the popular Vocaloid artist Machi Garita, accompanied by a new music video for one of the tracks. To top it off, they made their first official in-person appearance in a convention at the end of April run by the video sharing site Nico Nico Chokaigi 2. Oddly enough, they shared a booth at this event with the RPG Maker horror game Ao Oni, which was released 3 years after Yume Nikki. Ao Oni and Yume Nikki have a weirdly long-standing relationship, although the creator of Ao Oni has never once mentioned Yume Nikki on Twitter. It's also crazy that you can literally make Ao Oni and have less than 2,000 followers on Twitter. More weird than that though was the lineup for the rest of the convention. I don't think there's been another point in history where Domino's Pizza x Hatsune Miku, Magic the Gathering, the Japanese Communist Party, Iron Man, Nintendo, and the US Army have all convened in one place. Having discovered this convention automatically becomes the first place I would travel to with a time machine. I would probably relive this convention so many times that I would start to be more of the crowd than actual people. They also gave out reversible ski masks at the Yume Nikki booth that let you look like either the demon from Ao Oni or Uboa. Like, come on dude, I would get kicked out of there immediately. I would get arrested. The Surfer's Paradise merch for Yume Nikki has become somewhat collectible in the past few years. It's not exactly super sought after, but it's not being made anymore and it's mostly stuck in Japan. There was so much merch made for Yume Nikki around this time, but almost all of it was cheap tchotchke stuff that you might win in a capsule machine or get handed to you as promotion for the game. I considered importing something from this collection for the purposes of this review, but my strong anti-consumerist values prevented me from spending $30 on a bunch of paper folders, even if one of them looks like this. Man, I really want these. Along with the Machi Garita remix CD, there was a much more popular music release done by Project Yume Nikki named Yume no Oto. It was originally released in 2 parts digitally and eventually recompiled into one CD release. The first CD contains the original OST for the game, albeit with weird new titles that I'm sure Kikiyama didn't write. The second CD contains a number of really fantastic remixes done by the group Infinity, composed of Vocaloid producer Daisuke P and polyharmonic singer Saki. Machi Garita would return to write the plot of an official Yume Nikki manga released by Project Yume Nikki, with art by Tomizawa Hitoshi, the creator of Alien 9. There was also a light novel named Yume Nikki, I Am Not in Your Dream, which was written by an unknown author going by the name of Akira. I'm gonna be honest, I was originally going to include full reviews of both of these, but it really isn't worth it because neither is canonical and neither is especially good, with the exception of the manga's art. There's simply other interpretations of the story of Yume Nikki, albeit greenlit in some way by Kikiyama, who seems to be very laissez-faire in terms of what content other people are allowed to make for Yume Nikki. After being inactive for a few years, Project Yume Nikki basically disappeared along with the dissolution of their merch distributor, Surfer's Paradise. In fact, the old Project Yume Nikki web domain has expired and now redirects to a casino website. Evidently they still exist though, because their name is on the modern merchandise collections which are handled by Fangamer. If you want Yume Nikki merch, this is basically the only official avenue left. I can only assume that this was a labor of love by Fangamer because it's a pretty small collection that wasn't released in response to any uptick in popularity of the original game. Owning the MADOTSUKI plush from this collection feels like a rite of passage for modern Yume Nikki fans, which is why I bought one for this review. I did ask Fangamer to draw anything they wanted on my package, and they didn't draw anything, so I do have to deduct like 10 points overall. I am pleasantly surprised by this thing in real life. The plush knife is a cute addition, and I like how MADOTSUKI can wield it in either hand, just like in the game. It really is pretty big too, and it came in unique Yume Nikki themed packaging. The shirt from this collection is fantastic. It has a really nice print, and the actual design is so cool that I can't believe it got approved. The more you look at it, the more references you find in the chaos. Minoko looks absolutely psychotic on this design, and MADOTSUKI looks exactly like how I'd want their modern reimagining to look. It also comes with a sick reflective sticker that shows Poniko hiding a bunch of surreal imagery from the game. Genuinely, everything this designer touched goes hard. I like how the stationery set looks, but I haven't bought it. From what I've seen, MADOTSUKI's sweater also looks really nice and high quality. There's so much Fangamer could be doing with the rights to produce Yume Nikki merch though. You guys have the power to press vinyl of the Yume Nikki OST and you're not doing it. The soundtrack has probably surpassed the game itself in popularity at this point, and it's generally considered one of the best video game soundtracks ever produced. Not to mention that I would pay almost any amount of money for it. At the very least, reissue the Yume no Oto CDs. I don't want to pay $150 to a random guy in Japan for a CD, please. I was talking to my frenemy, Charlie Thal, about the Fangamer merch, and he said that he wanted MADOTSUKI's rug. And it's like, dude, you guys literally have the power to do that. Do you know how much money I would pay to have a throw rug of that design in my bedroom? Even like a doormat of that design would be an instant purchase for me. I want a big box release of the original game on a CD-ROM. I want a coffee table book of the design docs for the game. Hell, at least throw up a poster for sale, dude. This is an open invite for Fangamer to hire me to curate their Yume Nikki merch collection. I will make you guys lose so much money. Hey, what's going on? It's me. So I wrote these paragraphs about the Fangamer merch months ago, and I recorded this section weeks before Fangamer updated their merch. So they added a Poniko plush, a QQ-kun like pencil holder thing, and believe it or not, they put a poster up. So I bought everything that they released. It's all really nice. The poster's actually like, it's like felt or something. There's like, it's fuzzy. It's weird. I've never had a poster like that, but it's cool. Also, while I'm here, I wrote this section in like kind of a tongue-in-cheek perspective. It was supposed to be like, look at all of the like weird stuff that I would waste money on for this game. And then when I actually read it back in the studio, I think I didn't convey that. At least I hope there was never a point where I was actually like whinging about not being able to spend money on pointless merchandise for a free indie game. Also, you know, like I said, this was meant to be kind of taken in a joking fashion, but I understand that this whole situation is more complicated than I made it out to be. You know, it's not just Fangamer as an entity choosing not to put out more stuff. I assume and I hope that everything that they're putting out is being greenlit by Kikiyama. And if that's the case, I imagine that probably takes a while. And beyond that, you know, designing and manufacturing all of this stuff probably takes months of R&D, and it's not like this game is raking in money for them, you know. It's not like this stuff is a cash grab. So I just want to make it clear that like I'm appreciative of the effort that goes into continuing to provide fans with content for this game. You know, I really appreciate that Fangamer has put the time and resources into this project. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Alright, there's an elephant in the room that I'm not addressing. One other piece of new Yume Nikki content that was co-signed by Project Yume Nikki and Playism, published in 2018, technically 14 years after the original release of Yume Nikki. A full, modern reimagining / sequel to the original game, the result of a massively successful promotional campaign promising that the game had been fully supervised and approved by Kikiyama themselves. Yume Nikki Dream Diary. Before I address that elephant in the room, there's a nested elephant in the room, the game's title. A lot of people hate this title for being kind of dumb. Considering that Yume Nikki itself translates to Dream Diary, The game is really named Dream Diary Dream Diary, or Yume Nikki Yume Nikki. When viewing the name in context with the game though, it actually kind of makes sense. The developers stated in interviews that this game was meant to be a merging of the Eastern and Western fan bases for Yume Nikki, and the respective indie game scenes which they come from. With that in mind, it's kind of cool that the title pays reference to both the English and Japanese titles for the series. It's not like there was really a better way to name the game, they definitely couldn't call it Yume Nikki 2. Anyway, about the actual game. Dream Diary is a multi-genre, non-canonical reboot of the Yume Nikki franchise, created in Unity. The game features recreations of a number of iconic Yume Nikki characters and locations in 3D, as well as a number of new locations. The soundtrack is full of newly composed reworks of tracks from the original OST, and the story takes on a more linear approach, asking players to beat a series of stage layouts from each Nexus door before being granted access to the ending. Dream Diary is not an amazing game, and I take no pleasure in saying that. AGM's dev team seemed extremely excited to work with the Yume Nikki IP. Multiple stories have been shared of people in the game's pipeline freaking out when they found out they were going to be involved with the Yume Nikki project, and everyone really seemed dedicated to doing something special. According to a few interviews, everyone who worked on the game was instructed to play through all of the original Yume Nikki, and had to finish the game before being allowed to work on Dream Diary. They also heavily advertised Kikiyama's association with the game. They sent new builds to Kikiyama throughout development, and even seemed to gain access to Kikiyama's original design documents for Yume Nikki, which is where the new monster design came from. Probably the most interesting thing in Dream Diary is this one room which very obviously references a room from Yume Nikki that only existed up until version 7, meaning that only very early Yume Nikki fans from 2channel should even have any vague memory of the area existing. For them to know about this room, realistically they were either looking into leaked earlier builds of the game and decided to reference them, which seems super unlikely, or Kikiyama gave them everything, including earlier builds that included this area. If that's true, Kikiyama still has the earlier builds of Yume Nikki, potentially even the ones that are considered lost media, and the Dream Diary devs got access to those builds when they made the game, which I guess is interesting. I've seen a kind of prevalent idea surrounding this game that the whole thing was a cash grab by AGM and Katakawa, and I strongly disagree with that. Playism and AGM have a pretty solid reputation with indie devs. In fact, the developers of Cave Story and La Mulana are directly involved with its operations. If Playism wanted to make a cash grab, there are tons of more valuable, less controversial, less coveted IPs they could have done that with than Yume Nikki. By the time Dream Diary released, they had been in contact with Kikiyama for at least half a decade. Kikiyama even came out to Playism's booth at a game expo just to say hi at one point. Even after release, the Dream Diary devs were very active in talking to fans, listening to feedback, and fixing and adding things to the game, at least for a few months. I don't blame them for abandoning ship either. The Yume Nikki English community was honestly pretty toxic to them after the release of this game. That's not to say that people didn't have a right to be mad though. This game was definitely super overpriced and underpolished at release, and was overhyped way too much in the marketing, which is typical of every game launch that ends up like this. Honestly, I think the dev team's central mistake was being way too overambitious with what they were going to make for a new Yume Nikki game. This game has 2D platformer segments, 2D puzzle segments, 3D platformer segments, 3D puzzle segments, 3D exploratory sections, and 3 different 2D minigames, one of which is a crossover with Oni. This was also the team's first experience making an entirely new video game from the ground up. Judging by other Playism projects on similar IPs, the team was probably given the budget to make a really nice remaster of Yume Nikki for Steam, or at most some more 2D content for the game. They've even stated in interviews that the game started as a 16-bit RPG Maker game. They stretched the budget way too thin by trying to do something that was inherently more complex and expensive, probably as a result of clouded judgment from their own reverence for the original. Even after development, the misguided decisions surrounding this game kept coming. The promotional material for Dream Diary sends mixed signals on whether you should play the original before it. It seems like they were afraid to play down the relevance of the new game, and they even referred to it as like a modern reboot of the franchise that would spawn new Yume Nikki fans itself. They absolutely never should have attempted to replace the original game in importance. Especially with a game like Yume Nikki, I could never see someone else making something based on Kikiyama's vision and outdoing them at their own source material. This wasn't helped by the fact that they poured money into a Switch port for this game. Dream Diary is like 6 hours long. It made no sense to port it to Switch. Putting the original game on Switch would have made so much more sense. It's an infinitely replayable exploration game. It would have worked perfectly on a portable medium. If anything, now people who want to play Yume Nikki might accidentally play Dream Diary first. I'm gonna start my review of the game itself by talking about the positives. I liked the minigames. Super Nasu is just bubble trouble, but it looks nice with all the new 16-bit pixel art, and it feels like a genuine sequel to Nasu. The Ao Oni game is cute, and genuinely maybe the most fun I had overall. Turning the first section of the original Ao Oni into a randomly generated arcade game was weirdly smart, and it works well. The pink sea section is almost perfectly executed. I love the slight fizz in the background of the audio. It makes the ocean sound carbonated, like I'm in a giant glass of Alka-Seltzer. The execution is similar enough to the original while also making some new accommodations for the transition to 3D. Instead of teleporting with balloon icons, you actually fly across the ocean, and the sense of scale is really beautifully done. I also thought it was funny how the giant exterior of this house leads directly to the tiny door inside Poniko's room. It would have never been possible to replicate the original from Yume Nikki in higher fidelity without that interior-exterior discrepancy being obviously spatially confusing. So they just went all the way with the insanity, which I think was the best call to make. The final minute or so of this game is about as good as you could have asked for. Flying down into the Nexus as it falls apart is really cool. It feels like an advancement of what Yume Nikki is by purposely destroying the iconography of the original. For once, it feels like the game isn't afraid to carve its own identity into the franchise by actually progressing the narrative of the game in some way. The purposeful fade to black just before the ending is genius. Just like the original, this game makes you question whether the ending happens in real life or in the dream, albeit in a new and unique way. Not ending the game with MADOTSUKI's suicide was a good decision, because that scene is so iconic to the original that any recreation wouldn't have struck the same chord. Having a more positive ending is also just nice. Nobody would complain about a more hopeful resolution to this story. Speaking of endings, I think it's really interesting that the difficult-to-find secret ending of this game is debatably the bad ending. Instead of confronting her problems, MADOTSUKI is saved by a figment of her imagination, who allows her to continue dreaming forever. It also makes sense as a reward for fully exploring the dream world. This is what you wanted. You were so tied to your dreams that you stayed in them forever. Just generally, the music in this game is fantastic. Wonderfully done arrangements of the original OST with new, high-quality instrumentation and super clean mixing and mastering. Well, no mastering, actually. The songs unique to this game also rock with this super forlorn and nostalgic atmosphere. A lot of people consider the OST to be the best part of Dream Diary, and I think overall I agree. The concept art for the game is also so amazing that it was bound to make the real game look disappointing. Apparently the artist was attempting to do a kind of collage fusion thing, where they combined the real world of Japan with the characters from the world of Yume Nikki, and it just looks so exciting to explore. If the game looked like the concept art, with nothing else changed, it would at least be easier to give it credit as a nice game to walk around and listen to music in. I like that the vending machine has a drink that you can just never buy. Seriously, that's so cool. Like, why would they ever put that in the game? I have to assume that it's because they made the vending machine UI and it was too weird to just put one drink in, but they also couldn't put anything else you could buy in there without throwing off the whole puzzle. But there were other answers to that conundrum that were less cool than just putting a drink in there that you can never buy. I think it's also unintentional that they added a bathroom to MADOTSUKI's apartment in version 2.0, but it's only in the dream one. I love it though, because it makes me imagine that MADOTSUKI dreams about having a bathroom in her room, which is too funny. Apparently there's also an Easter egg where there's a random chance to wake up in the original game when you fall asleep, which is absolutely sick, and I would have loved to see it if the game wasn't beatable in 3 hours. Okay, I think that's about everything positive I have to say. The most jarring thing about this game that everyone brings up is its massive lack of polish. MADOTSUKI's run cycle just doesn't look good under any circumstance, and it seems like they tried to mask the mobile game level 3D models by drowning the entire screen in film grain and chromatic aberration, which turns every scene into this blurry, ugly mess. Given what I assume were budgetary constraints or time constraints, I can accept that they couldn't put every area from Yume Nikki into this game, but it's still really disappointing that areas like the White Desert, Numbers World, and Graffiti World are totally absent, while there are a couple of new areas that just replicate generic environments like a high school or a Japanese street. A lot of the original areas that did make it in were done poorly too. The Block World is this super annoying platforming level where you have to wait for a floating platform to come around before you can reach the majority of the objectives. The Infinite Wilderness is basically a place to enter cheat codes for different Easter eggs, and the Mural World is a hallway of set dressing for their much talked about new Kikiyama character who doesn't do anything. It's kind of a bad sign when the free game that your reimagining is based on has more content than the reimagining itself. The one area that it seems like they tried to replicate directly from Yume Nikki is the Snow World, and I think it's worth comparing it to the original to show some of their fundamental misunderstandings of the source material. Yume Nikki's snow map is very sparse of non-interesting objects. There are only a handful of trees on the map, but they can be used as landmarks to understand the looping points of the map and start to spatially understand the dimensions of the area. Compare this to Dream Diary. The map is extremely homogeneous and almost 50-50 filled with trees and walkable terrain. Because of this, there are basically no landmarks on the map, meaning it's very hard to attempt to thoroughly explore it to find the objective. While both are easy to get lost in, only Dream Diary's version feels like you're actually trapped in some kind of infernal maze. This is something that the best Yume Nikki fan games, like Dot Flow, understand very well. If you read an effects guide for Dot Flow, it's always very easy to tell how to navigate the areas because of the deliberate placement of certain landmarks. LOL Rust has even confirmed in their Let's Play of Dot Flow that they intentionally built the maps so that the main point of interest was usually southeast of the entrance. Something tells me that the same level of thought wasn't put into Dream Diary Snow Level, despite being a game that costs money and was made by a team of people. Something tells me that when people said they wanted Dream Diary to more closely resemble Yume Nikki, that was equated to, we need to let them wander around aimlessly more. Even if Yume Nikki's layout was as confusing as Dream Diary's, it wouldn't be that big of an issue, because there isn't only one point of interest in its map. In Yume Nikki's Snow World, there's a Yuki Onna effect, a group of igloos which include a sleeping person in one of them, a friendly Tori Ningen igloo, an igloo leading to the Pink Sea, a bed which has a non-trivial chance of sending you to the Staircase of Hands, and a doorway back into the Nexus. In Dream Diary though, the Snow World only houses a hat and scarf effect, a bed with concept art hidden under it, another bed that serves no purpose, and one igloo to the Pink Sea. The only real choice you have upon entering Dream Diary Snow World is to go to the Pink Sea, meaning you're looking for one igloo which is angled away from the camera, making it even harder to see. Speaking of the camera, it's both too zoomed in and too angled down to see much of your surroundings, meaning it's realistically harder to gain your bearings than it would be if you could just see what MADOTSUKI is seeing, negating the purpose of having a top-down camera in the first place. All of this relevant content is also concentrated in one small subsection of the map, meaning that if you leave that area, you're gonna spend a lot of time wandering around finding absolutely nothing. Not that an average player would even know that. They might spend an hour in this area trying to find stuff only to realize that there is nothing to find. The cherry on top of all of this is that Dream Diary, unlike Yume Nikki, doesn't have any effect that lets you move faster. Even if MADOTSUKI moves faster than the original overall, it still feels like I'm meandering around this area when there's no way for me to proportionally speed up. There's also no meta-mount effect, which feels like a blatant oversight because the Nexus doors in Dream Diary just spit you out somewhere instead of letting you re-enter them in case you pick the wrong one. So now, if you go into the wrong area, you have to wake up, wait for the waking up cutscene to finish, go back to bed, wait for the sleeping cutscene to finish, and navigate back to the Nexus to try again. I think it is possible to make a 3D rendition of Yume Nikki that, in some ways, lives up to the original, but it needed to be thought out and executed much more carefully than this. They mentioned in interviews that this game was heavily inspired by Limbo and Inside, which is pretty obvious when playing the game. My question is, why did they turn a Yume Nikki game into a fan game of a different IP? I'm a fan of Playdead's work and both of those games are pretty good, but it's not like they're the face of Western indie games to be used for Dream Diary's cultural fusion, not to mention that they share basically nothing in common with Yume Nikki. Inside was developed over the course of years, almost definitely with a bigger budget than Dream Diary. It also doesn't have to deal with carrying the baggage of a pre-existing IP with it. Both Limbo and Inside were free to tell their own self-contained stories in a very linear fashion, which is a good fit for a side-scrolling platformer. With a lot of the creative choices in this game, I'm left wondering why they didn't just make their own new IP. One of the new areas is a spooky mannequin warehouse, which I guess has a kind of interesting idea from a mechanical perspective, but it has nothing to do with Yume Nikki. Like, what does this insinuate about MADOTSUKI, that she's afraid of mannequins and the dark? Has Yume Nikki really devolved into the scary mannequin jump scare game? Even when they are focusing on the source game's narrative and mythology, they do way too much to play into the huge clickbait theories that everyone knows about, in a way that completely lacks any of the original's subtlety and nuance. By lending credence to certain interpretations of the original, you are inherently devaluing other interpretations. I also don't know how to feel about them giving MADOTSUKI, Minoe, and Monoko official voices. It just feels like they're stripping another layer of interpretability away from the original in a way. This game is non-canonical to the original, but it feels like they really want you to forget that with how much they talk about having Kikiyama on board. The truth is that this game does not exist without the original, no matter how much they pushed for it to be a clean reboot. Yume Nikki's characters exist in a void, but Dream Diary's characters exist as references to Yume Nikki. I think if you played Dream Diary without having played Yume Nikki, you would just be confused by most of the stuff in the game and assume that it was poorly adapted from the source material. Who's this alien guy in the secret ending? Why are they like the ultimate prize in the game? Who's the girl crying in front of the school and why does she keep yelling at me? Is the girl in the bed place the same as the other girl, or are they two different people? The sheer fact that this game exists in reference to another game means that all of these questions feel like narrative oversight on the part of the new devs rather than intentionally vague events. And in a lot of cases, they actually are oversights. The characters from the original game exist as a reward to fans for completing certain tasks, but they don't mean anything to new players. Another issue with basing this game on Inside is that, unlike Inside, Dream Diary just isn't a good platforming game. The physics aren't dynamic and weighty like they are in Inside. Everything is totally static, which just doesn't feel good. Basically, the most important thing about a platformer is its ability to convey information to the player about their position in the world, especially in the 3D sections. Like I mentioned earlier, the whole game is layered with these aggressive filters, which make it super difficult to clearly make out anything at a distance, especially in these spatially abstract environments. The final challenge in this game is a 3D chaser section, where you have to jump across floating, moving platforms in the dark. If any thought at all went into that from a game design perspective, it doesn't show. The 3D was a bad decision from a financial standpoint. The platforming is generally out of touch with the appeal of Yume Nikki, but the most fundamental issue I think this game has is its insistence on having puzzles. Yume Nikki is a game that inherently functions on being illogical. It literally takes place inside of a dream. The point of the game is the absence of context. When you tell me to solve a puzzle, the absence of context goes from being interesting and thought-provoking to being annoying extremely fast. Two halves of this game's design are directly clashing whenever it's attempting to be ephemeral and confusing, but also has some obligation to convey logical information to the player to enable them to solve a puzzle. The original Yume Nikki laughs in the player's face if they attempt to treat any of its interactable elements with any semblance of logic, as an indicator that you do not need to try and pragmatically understand the world of the game. In the original, I'm okay with spending 20 minutes roaming a map aimlessly because the point of the game is to explore and get lost in the game's atmosphere. In Dream Diary, 20 minutes spent in an area feels dreadful because the game has solid objectives in place which lock forward progression, meaning that the objective is no longer just exploring, it's to solve a puzzle so that I can move on. This goes completely against the original design philosophy of Yume Nikki. This even ties all the way back to those 2-channel threads where people were complaining about video walkthroughs of the original game turning it into a checklist of tasks to complete. Dream Diary is a checklist of tasks to complete, set inside faint recreations of some areas of Yume Nikki. There are very few areas in the original game that require you to use an effect to enter, and only one of them is necessary to actually finish the game, meaning that Yume Nikki is mostly non-linear and can be almost fully explored from the very start of the game. There are also multiple routes to a lot of areas, meaning that you can even avoid certain dream worlds that you don't like, or just miss them and maybe never see them in your playthrough. Comparatively, you have to unlock areas of Dream Diary in a specific order because of the puzzles, meaning the game is almost strictly linear and forces you to experience basically every area regardless of if you want to or not, including the terrible platforming sections and the incoherent puzzles. This game is part of the never-ending curse of Yume Nikki, where it seems like good-intentioned teams are trying to expand on the IP, but Kikiyama is far too hands-off on approving things, and nobody can collectively recapture what made Yume Nikki good better than its fans have been doing for years, often for free. I want to give Kikiyama money for their art, but I also don't want to just blindly purchase everything that comes out of Project Yume Nikki and let the IP devolve into low-quality reinterpretations of the same base material done by whoever asks nicely. There is genuinely a ton of very easy fan service stuff that Project Yume Nikki could release that everyone would be happy to have. The Fangamer merch was a good start, but like, remaster the original for Switch, reissue the OST on physical formats, get the fanbase involved on official projects like people from Yume-tuki. Hell, ask Night Margin or Temi or Omocat to do some designs for new merch. .flow is basically already the perfect sequel to Yume Nikki. It's entirely original and has no strings attached because it was made by a single person who is very easy to get in contact with. If Project Yume Nikki started supporting .flow and codified it as a real part of Yume Nikki history by releasing merch or getting the game on Steam, the entire Yume Nikki fanbase would absolutely love it and give them so much money. As it stands, we're all just sitting here, watching as the games inspired by Yume Nikki get showered in attention and spoiled with new content. The original is just sitting there. Whoa, hold up there, partner. It's me, remember me? I'm the guy from the video. I have to let you know, general disclaimer, this is the worst section in this entire review. This section sucks, okay? And it's probably also the shortest section in the review. So, if you want, if you're tired and you kind of just don't want to watch this section, go ahead, just skip to the last chapter. You could be almost done with this video. Every other section, I had something that I wanted to say, and I wrote it for a reason. I wrote this section because it just worked out in the chapters that I needed like a foil to I Love Yume Nikki, even though I didn't really have anything to say. I will say, there's a consolation prize at the end of this section. So if you want to watch it, if you're not doing anything else, I still recorded it. It's not that bad, okay? Maybe I came off too strong in the beginning. I apologize for that. I'm about to leave the studio. This is maybe the last thing that I'm going to record for this video. I hope I sound professional and well-groomed. Anyway, watch it if you want to. Don't let the consolation prize get in the way of your decision-making process here. My only thing is that if you don't watch this section, anytime you talk about this review online, I need you to promise, okay? Look, I haven't set any rules so far. This is the first rule. you have to open with, I only watched 98% of it, but, okay? If you didn't watch I Hate Yume Nikki, you cannot tell people that you watched the whole review. I hope that doesn't sound too harsh, you know. It's only fair, because other people are going to watch it, and they deserve to be able to say, I watched the whole review. Once again, I'm not trying to pressure you in one way or another. Look, I'm just going to assume that if you're this far into the disclaimer, you're going to watch this section. So, you know, I won't tell you if that was a good or bad choice. You know, exert your free will. I'm proud of you. Bye. In the years following Yume Nikki's release, attitudes have shifted somewhat around what makes a game compelling. While Yume Nikki was never attempting to catch a trend or be a broadly appealing game, there at least wasn't a precedent for hating games like Yume Nikki when it released because there was nothing like it. In June of 2008, only a few months after the final update of Yume Nikki, a source mod by the name of Dear Esther would begin the mainstream downfall of narratively driven, contemplative games. The game itself really wasn't received negatively at all, actually, and it's not like it did anything wrong, but the scene which it birthed would retroactively turn into the punching bag of the entire games industry. Games like The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Firewatch, and Gone Home would begin to be colloquially labeled as walking simulators. Games which devalued gameplay in favor of telling a narrative or allowing the player to explore an environment. The origin of this label was a disparaging sentiment linked to the early 2010s increase in shovelware simulator games, originally memified by 2014's Goat Simulator. The idea is that these games hide their lack of substance under an air of pretentiousness, baiting reviewers to contend with them as pieces of the recently flaming games as art debate, while really barely being games at all, merely software which simulates the act of walking around. So damaging is this label that Hideo Kojima's 2019 masterpiece Death Stranding never even stood a chance at being taken seriously by Redditors and game forum users, immediately being laughed off as a walking simulator, despite having very little in common with the games which birthed that categorization. You can probably draw a direct parallel between the coining of the term walking simulator and the dropping off of attention spans globally as a result of the internet, where more contemplative experiences have been fighting for their lives in a sea of disposable, quick, dopamine-boosting content farms. The internet's flanderization of this entire subsection of video games has not only had stray repercussions for all manner of narrative-focused game genres, which now feel that they need to force some kind of mechanical complexity into their games, lest they be dismissed as walking simulators, but has also retroactively made specifically all Yume Nikki adjacent content an easy target for people who know nothing about it. Yume Nikki has received a lot of new attention in recent years for a number of reasons. The game's soundtrack is closely tied to the new weirdcore liminal space art movement gaining traction online, and fans of the games which it inspired have slowly begun to return to see exactly what was so interesting about it. The issue is that all of these people are viewing this game in a post-walking simulator game scene. Yume Nikki gets blatantly dismissed constantly by people who know barely anything about it, because they download the game and wander around in one world for 5 minutes before immediately associating the game with walking simulators and assuming that it aged poorly. Yume Nikki hasn't aged poorly, gaming culture has aged poorly. Basically, anyone could have told you that. I'm not saying that you're objectively wrong if you don't like Yume Nikki. Everybody obviously has their own subjective opinions on any art, and there is no objectively correct way to feel about art. What I am saying is that newcomers to this series often don't give it the chance that it deserves because of a movement that it has nothing to do with. And that's just kind of disappointing. As much as I think the label of walking simulators in general is stupid and shouldn't be used, if you want to group those games together, fine. But Yume Nikki isn't one of them. Yume Nikki isn't masquerading as anything other than a dream simulator. It's free, it openly states that it has no purpose, and it definitely wasn't made with the intention of being popular among game critics, or really popular in general. The other big issue that Yume Nikki is facing is one which it's had since its 2chan origins. People love to gatekeep this game. Some people in the old fanbase for Yume Nikki hate the new fans who are finding out about this game from Liminal Spaces videos, or Instagram e-girl aesthetics pages, or OMORI. This post on Uboa-chan really sums up this whole stance. What should be done about the current Zoomer problem this fandom has? It's either full of fatalists who live off by their synthetic drugs, or ironic fans who laugh at others who look too deeply into things. Both love making memes either way. Nowadays, it's hard finding fans who actually love the game for what it is, and are also not hinged by what they do in their everyday life and their beliefs. Anyone else here still has a soft spot for YN, even if you haven't played it in forever? I know what you mean. The Zoomers that listen to Blade and Echo 2K, draw/retweet dark but ironic anime images, and type like irony is the only thing their brain is capable of spewing. They're annoying as f***, and only into Yume Nikki because wacky anime drug aesthetic. They'll f*** off eventually once their shit is out of style in a few years, but for now I just grin and bear it. Now, as the person who made all of this, I think I must be in some position of real fan authority, which is why I am automatically making every single one of you watching this video a real Yume Nikki fan. If anybody questions your real fan status, feel free to fill out the certificate I linked in the description and just show it to them. While I'm here, why don't I also give all of you real Drain Gang fan certificates too, just because I can. It seems pretty counterproductive to me that Yume Nikki fans will simultaneously complain about a lack of activity in the community and how little discussion actually still revolves around the game itself, while also trying to prevent new fans from breathing life into these discussions because they view the game differently or they found out about it from a mainstream source. Obviously not everyone is like this, but personally, I made this entire video just because I want more people to know about and appreciate this game. If I didn't still care about Yume Nikki in 2023, this video wouldn't exist. The old builds that I used to make this review, would all of that be lost to history if people didn't still care about this game, almost 2 decades after its creator disappeared? God knows how many hundreds of fantastic games with niche communities there are that have all but disappeared because they ran out of things to talk about. Yume Nikki is extremely lucky to have had so many waves of influence that it continues to be relevant so many years away from its original release. So detached from the culture that it originated from, but still weirdly in context to the world that we live in today. I don't think this narrative deserves to end on a bad note. So let me tell you another story. From April 1st to April 4th, 2022, Reddit hosted a relaunch of one of its most popular experimental platforms, Our Place. The idea was that there was this giant canvas that anyone could place 1 pixel of color on. The catch was that there was a several minute delay between being allowed to place each pixel. Because of this, the only way to create larger pieces of art was to collaborate, which is why many subreddits banded together around their shared interests to represent them on the canvas somewhere. Believe it or not, MADOTSUKI was actually able to find a pretty visible spot on the previous iteration of Our Place's canvas from 2017, which was much smaller and much more disorganized. Obviously, this year, our Yume Nikki wanted to keep up the tradition by being able to place their art on the canvas again. When the canvas expanded on the second day, a dedicated group of Yume Nikki fans began to coordinate on Discord and Reddit to choose a location, mock up which pixels needed to go where, and begin to draw MADOTSUKI on the canvas. Unfortunately, the spot they chose overlapped with another group, a fan subreddit for the Detroit Red Wings, a hockey team. Talks began between the two communities, and eventually the Yume Nikki camp worked together to shift the entire art of MADOTSUKI down 4 pixels, providing enough space for both groups and beginning a pact to protect each other in cases of griefing. The Yume Nikki contributors wanted to do a lot more to represent the community than they had in the previous R place. Despite the relatively small size of Yume Nikki's active fanbase, they were able to grab enough real estate to draw both Yorotsuki from Yumetsuki and Sabitsuki from .Flow standing next to MADOTSUKI. By this time, the border around Yume Nikki had pretty much completely filled in. To the right was the Irish flag, with pixel art of Rei Ayanami. The left was an area dedicated to Doom and Doom Eternal, which at points also represented Bungie's game Marathon. Below was the flag of Taiwan. Above was, of course, the Detroit Red Wings, who had just found space for the Detroit Lions next to them. At this point, the Yume Nikki community had established bonds with each of these groups, who all agreed to protect each other's art, and a series of commemorative hearts were drawn between the respective plots. On multiple occasions throughout the 3 days of this art's existence, the entire region would be wiped out by bots or griefing streamers. Every time, though, all of the art in the area would rebuild. The Yume Nikki plot even worked to begin representing more fan games in its margins. Florette's zipper from Answered Prayers, Chie's flower from Lucid Dream, and several more symbols iconic to various fan games were added. On April 4th, our place ended by only allowing users to place white tiles, forcing them to destroy the entire canvas and eventually return it to pure white. That doesn't mean that this was for nothing, though. The fact that it happened is much more valuable than the idea of it still existing. A number of people from surrounding communities would post on our Yume Nikki in the following days, some of whom ended up playing the game and becoming fans themselves. I personally learned more about the Detroit Red Wings lore because of this. Did you know that they actually have a tradition where they throw dead octopi onto the ice at home playoff games? It's literally called Legend of the Octopus. Look it up, I'm not joking. There is no other situation where these worlds would collide in this way. It's honestly one of my favorite events on the internet, maybe ever. What it showcased to me, more than anything else, is that Yume Nikki will never die. The first build of Yume Nikki that Kikiyama published onto Vector is 18 years old now. The version that most people have played is 15. Despite that, there's no reason why Yume Nikki couldn't get a new update tomorrow. I think the last thing anyone would say about Yume Nikki is that it feels dated. Even the most influential game of all time, Ultima Underworld, is hard to recommend and express reverence for today, as it's slowly fallen out of conversation and been overshadowed by those who followed in its footsteps. Yume Nikki is as relevant as it's ever been, in spite of the fact that Kikiyama has all but moved on from the internet. Even from what little correspondence they've offered, they could never definitively state that the game was finished, because it's impossible to ever close the box that this game opened. Yume Nikki encompasses more than itself, more than its extremely creative and passionate fanbase, more than those who have been inspired by it, more than Tanishin and Weirdcore. There's simply something transcendent about Yume Nikki that no other game has. Something that existed ephemerally at one point in history, which can never be perfectly replicated again. Yume Nikki is a timeless work of art. Yume Nikki showed us humanity. And we didn't even notice. I think if there's one primary theme of this review, it's that single people have had monumental, irreplaceable impact on the world just because they put the work in and stood by something they believed in. I want to see this medium pushed forward, and I want you, literally you, to do it, because I know you can. I spent basically this entire review proving that you can change people's lives if you just make the conscious effort to do so. I want to see more fan games like .Flow that use the Dream Games formula to push creative storytelling boundaries. I want to see more content for Yumetsuki. I want to see people frequenting Yume Nikki online like the veritable social platform that it basically is. I want to see a wave of support for all of the content creators that I mentioned. for Yume Nikki, for Lol Rust and Mimimi. I want you guys to do your own exploration into these old 2chan threads. Find and document things that nobody has before. To Kikiyama, Lol Rust, Fuko-san, Eliza Velasquez, Night Margin, Gurr, Omocat, Toby Fox, Dan Salvato, Temi Chang, Austin Jorgensen, VG Person, Derek Yu, Ryukishio7, Zune, Pixel, Parun, the anonymous English translator of Yume Nikki, and countless others just as important. Thank you. The world is undeniably a brighter place because of you. The one other through line through most of these stories is that almost everyone who stuck their neck out and tried something new ended up getting criticized and told to give up. From Kikiyama themselves, to the original organizer of Tuki, to the ONESHOT devs, and most of the successful modern class of indie devs inspired by Yume Nikki, realize that if people listened to the first Anon in that 2channel thread 17 years ago, and didn't give Yume Nikki the time of day because it was an RPG Maker game about walking around, I would not be talking into my microphone at this very moment in 2022. I can't pretend like making this was easy for me either. I rewrote entire chapters of this script as my own perception of the game and the world surrounding it changed, scrapping hours and hours of work. I put off recording the script for months because I didn't like my voice, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to deliver an engaging enough vocal performance to carry my sometimes overbearing writing style. I am literally re-recording this chapter right now. I did the entire chapter. I'm re-recording it. I went back in the studio because I didn't like the original take. And I'm probably going to do that for other chapters too. There were many points throughout the months of research, scripting, recording, and editing of this video that I thought I should just give up. Because there's no way that what I'm doing will be worth the effort I put in. The thing is, if I chose to do something else with my time, if I never made this video, then you wouldn't be here right now either. The value of creation is no more complicated than that. NOMOIDA Reviews Yume Nikki is the worst review ever made. No, I'm just kidding. The video's actually over. Thanks for sticking around after the credits, though. If you're already in it up to this point, I appreciate that you're sticking it out to the bitter end. Keep all of the reverence of this review in mind, the insurmountable influence of this game, the insane level of dedication fans have for it, the timeless intrigue that it inspires, and realize that it isn't in the MoMA, but Yar's revenge for the Atari 2600 is. Oh wait, you don't know what Yar's revenge is? Nobody has made a 5-hour documentary on Yar's revenge? Yeah, I figured. Here's me issuing another open invitation to the MoMA to let me curate your video game collection, because what you have now honestly sucks and reeks of still being afraid to label video games as art. I definitely have a gap in my schedule now that this video is done. The first draft of this script was 47,313 words long. For reference, that's almost double the length of Kafka's Metamorphosis. This script is literally longer than Beowulf, and they made a video game out of that story. I wonder if there will ever be a NOMOIDA Reviews Yume Nikki video game. If you're interested in more Yume Nikki content or trivia, some of which I couldn't fit into this video, make sure to check the links in the description. I made my first Tumblr account in secret many months ago to use as a little scrapbook addendum to this video. It's got a ton of fun Yume Nikki trivia in it, a la Super Mario Broth. There's also still that playlist of Yume Nikki YouTubers to check out. I'm sure you'll find someone you want to subscribe to in there. Since the video is over at this point, I also want to shout out the creators that inspired this video style and format before I get accused of ripping them off. My 4 primary inspirations in the world of YouTube documentaries are Action Button, obviously, Hazel, Nick Robinson, and Fami. There are obviously a ton of other video makers that I enjoy that probably influenced the way that I made this video in one way or another, but these are the big 4. If you're unaware of any of them and you liked this, you've got a lot of great videos to look forward to. The Action Button reviews of Cyberpunk 2077 and Tokimeki Memorial were basically the reason I came back to finish this review after a year's hiatus in writing the script. Tim Rogers is probably the single most inspiring person I've ever discovered in the world of journalism. The Action Button review of Boku no Natsuyasumi came out after I read the script, and it made me cry. So consider watching that video next time you have an urge to watch a giant, long video essay like this. Hazel's internet sleuthing-centric videos, which involve trying to document history that's gone undocumented, inspired the first arc of this review. Her style is very uniquely comfy and so enjoyable to just sit and watch for extended periods of time. A lot of the pacing of this video was inspired by the way Nick Robinson uses rising and falling action to string the viewer along the narrative of any of his videos in an extremely engaging way. I've rewatched most of his documentary-style uploads at least 2 or 3 times at this point. Fami is insanely underrated. I found out about her channel from Nick Robinson, and her approach to storytelling and conveying granular information in an interesting way is also super inspirational. Okay, I feel like if you made it this far into the video, I can ask you to subscribe to me. This is the only time I'm ever going to ask for you to subscribe to me in a video. I very intentionally released this documentary for free with no ads, assuming that it doesn't get DMCA'd, and I'm fully aware that there is no way for me to recoup any investment I made into it. I also have no intention of making a Patreon off the strength of one video that took me half a year, more like a year to finish. If you liked this and want me to potentially come back and make more, the only way you could show me that there's interest is by subscribing and spreading this video around. If you know people that like videos like this, please send it to them. If you're like a famous guy and you have like 100 followers on Twitter, just tweet a link to this, man, please. This is also an open invitation to any games journalism sites. I don't want you to hire me. Just give me an email address with your domain so when I ask people for interviews, they don't think I'm just some random schmuck. I've thought a lot about what game I would make a review on next if I do end up continuing this. I have a pretty good idea of which one I would pick. All I'll say is that the game is in this video in some format. That's the only hint I'll give. I'm writing the final draft of the script now. I'm at 103 pages and I don't know how to end this thing. I'm just gonna let recording me say whatever they want now. Wow, I really put myself on the spot there. I don't know, man. You watched enough of this video at this point. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to keep you around for much longer. Yeah, I still don't know how to end this thing. Bye.